Es viernes. Muy feliz viernes a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Ando de súper buen humor en este momento. No tengo idea por qué. Honestamente, no les voy a mentir. No tengo ni puta idea qué es lo que esté pasando, pero me gusta y lo aprecio. Espero que ustedes también. Bienvenidos a esta edición del Casino del Tío Salud. Ya saben que ahorita vamos a empezar a analizar Bitcoin y todas las cosas que nos pidan acá los miembros del E-Trading Academy, como siempre, para poder repasar todo sus técnicas de trading y para que puedan aprender cómo estos tíos ven el mercado y cómo el imbécil de su tío Salo también ve el mercado y les puede contar toda esta traducción. Así que de esto se trata esto, pero antes de eso, siempre con ustedes quiero platicar de lo que está pasando económicamente, ¿no? De todas las grandes noticias que siempre nos venden excelentes. En este momento está regresando y tienen que preguntarse el por qué. El tema de Japón, ¿no? Del famoso reverse carry trade de Japón, que todo el mundo, por cierto, esto ya es una fiesta. Hay un güey en específico que es cuate en línea, que me gusta mucho sus análisis, pero está muy clavado en esto y creo que es el peor error de su vida, quedarte clavado en una cosa. Y él está clavado con el carry trade de Japón. Cada que la bolsa ajusta tantito, sale a decir a todo el mundo, te lo dije, el carry trade de Japón se va a llevar a la chingada a todos. Para los que no sepan qué es el carry trade de Japón, es sencillo. Japón había tenido intereses en cero o en negativos. Entonces todo el mundo iba, pedía dinero en Japón y lo usaban para ponerlo en la bolsa en Estados Unidos, porque no tenías que pagar nada, hasta te pagaban por tener su dinero, como lo del petróleo cuando se fue negativo. Lo que la gente está diciendo ahora, lo que el peligro a la bolsa es que básicamente como Japón ha tenido que subir intereses porque su dinero vale menos, eso quiere decir que mucha gente tiene que sacar su dinero de otros lugares, porque imagínate, tienes tu dinero invertido en la bolsa, ahora Japón te va a cobrar más y vas a sacar tu dinero de la bolsa de Estados Unidos y meterlo en Japón una vez más para poder saldar tus deudas. Eso es lo que todo el mundo cree que está ocurriendo, pero han creído que ocurre desde el 2024 cuando esto empezó. Ahora, aquí tenemos bastante realidad en lo que estamos viendo y esto de Forex, entonces, déjeme contesto esto. Japón, la economía de Japón se va a cargar a todo el mundo con el reverse carry trade. No, en mi opinión no lo es. Obviamente, todo lo que les digo es mi opinión. En mi opinión no lo es. Simplemente lo que estamos viviendo es una crisis del dólar, de liquidez del dólar mundial, disfrazada de nadie quiere al dólar. Y ahora le estamos echando la culpa a todo que baja en contra del dólar, a esas cosas, como el yen. Cuando el yen baja contra el dólar, por ejemplo, el peso se va, y lo entendemos bastante fácil en México o en Latinoamérica. Si tienes un peso que vale $10 y de la nada se va a 20 pesos por dólar, digo, $10 por peso, y luego se va a 20 pesos por dólar, entiendes que el peso bajó. En Japón es lo mismo, cuando el yen sube, cuando el dólar sube en contra del yen y hay más yenes por dólar, eso quiere decir que está bajando esto. Y esto se los puedo enseñar en realidad en un gráfico. No me gusta meterme tanto en gráficos cuando no estamos hablando de lo del casino, pero creo que les sería bastante útil a todos ustedes. Así que ahí les va en putiza, se los voy a enseñar. Esto es mi tabla de Tesla, olvídenla, no tiene nada que ver con esto. ¿Dónde estamos? ¿Dónde estamos? ¿Dónde estamos? Perdón, me distrajo porque ando en un long en Bitcoin. Se los mandé en Discord para todos los que se lo preguntan. Aquí estamos. Por ejemplo, aquí está el yen japonés y esto se los he platicado 1000 veces. Déjenme ajusto mi tabla. Denle 30 minutos a este pedo para que jale. Ahí está. Me voy a hacer chiquito, ¿no? Y acá lo tienen. Tengo una tabla de 2 semanas en el yen japonés. Y aquí estaba la predicción y ahí vamos. ¿Ok? Ahora, ¿qué quiere decir esto? ¿Qué quiere decir esta tabla? Ok, cada que ves al precio subir, ¿no? Como lo estás viendo en este gráfico, puedes ver que ha estado subiendo. Esto es, el peso se va de $10, de 10 pesos por dólar a 20 pesos por dólar, ¿no? Ese es el equivalente cada que lo ves subir. Entonces, desde acá hemos estado en el 2022, que nosotros empezamos nuestra crisis. Este fue el fondo de nuestra crisis en el 2022, en septiembre, octubre del 2022. Y luego bajamos hasta acá. En enero, que aquí fue donde cripto empezó, bueno, tocó su fondo y repuntó hacia la alza, ¿ok? Es lo que entendemos. Ahora, aquí arriba, ¿cuáles son estas fechas que hemos estado viendo acá? Ok, julio del 2024. Cuando ocurre esto, hasta agosto del 2024, esta caída que ves acá en el yen japonés esa caída, bueno, que es subida del yen japonés, fue mala para nuestra bolsa. ¿Ok? Entonces, lo primero que haces, llegas arriba y cuando empieza a bajar te dice que es momento de que la bolsa corrija. Ahora, ¿qué es esto? Enero del 2025. ¿Qué ocurrió en enero del 2025? Los aranceles. ¿Y qué pasó hasta acá en abril del 2025? Fondo. Entonces, una vez más, llegó acá, tope del mercado, empieza a caer fondo. ¿Ok? Y ahora estamos regresando acá para hacer exactamente lo mismo. Y de camino para abajo deberíamos de ver literalmente todo el mercado caer. Y esto continúa, por cierto. Esta tendencia continúa. Ahora, si esto, y para que entiendan esto, aquí todavía no estoy preocupado. Y la razón por la que no estoy preocupado que haga esto es porque esta sería una corrección una vez más como la de los aranceles. Si esta chingadera llega a superar esto en el yen japonés, si llega a ser 161 por dólar para arriba, y aquí sea la vuelta, ahí es donde yo estaría aterrado. Pero esto no tiene nada que ver con ¿cómo se llama? Con el yen siendo lo que está causando esto. Lo que está causando esto, para los que no lo entiendan, es el dólar. A todos nos cuentan, y esto es, solamente, lo voy a acabar rápido para que no estén acá preguntándose mil cosas. Lo voy a acabar súper rápido. Cuando en este momento, tienes que pensarlo así, todo el mundo ha estado vendiendo sus reservas de dólares, llamémoslo así, que es deuda, pero llamémoslo reserva de dólares, ¿ok? Y han estado comprando oro. Eso quiere decir que todo el mundo se ha deshecho de sus dólares. Estados Unidos los está comprando y van a aumentar eso pronto, ¿ok? Por sus compañías y por los bancos. Bien. Normalmente una reducción de dólares en el sistema financiero hace que el dólar se aprecie, pero sobre todo cuando tienes una máxima utilización del dólar. Si nosotros vemos que Solana o Ethereum tienen una gran cantidad de actividad contra todas las monedas, ¿qué es lo que ocurre con el precio? Sube. ¿Qué pasa cuando el dólar tiene una gran cantidad de actividad en todo el mundo? Porque en este momento el dólar está tradeando más que nunca internacionalmente. Ha sido la cosa que más han usado para tradear internacionalmente. ¿Esto qué te quiere decir? Que hay una urgencia por tener dólares, porque es lo que más se está usando en el mundo. Pero los están vendiendo todos los bancos centrales y te están diciendo que el dólar se va a ir a cero. Esto va a ser reflejado en el euro. Les voy a contar cómo. El euro va a bajar del dólar, de la paridad del dólar. En el peso mexicano cuando esto estalle, va a llegar a entre 25 y 27 pesos por dólar mínimo. El yen debería llegar arriba de los 162 puntos y después colapsar, ¿ok? Y ahora, todo esto tiene el colapso. Cuando ves el peso en 27 dólares, ese es el fondo de la bolsa. Cuando ves el yen en 160 y ahora tirándose para abajo, ese es el fondo de la bolsa. Entonces, todo esto lo usas para poder ver dónde está parado el dólar, que es lo que compra todas las cosas. Y ahora, el dólar es lo que fluye, lo que literalmente está en todo el sistema. Si lo quieres ver como en cripto, es como Solana está en todos lados, ¿ok? En todos lados todo el mundo lo está usando, hay muchísimas transacciones. Y de la nada va a haber muchas transacciones que no ocurran porque no toda la gente que está transaccionando tiene suficiente Solana. ¿Y qué es lo que van a tener que hacer? Una inyección gigante de dólares en todo el mundo una vez más, estilo 2020. Pero primero, antes de esto, para poder crear este tipo de escenario, tienes que desaparecer muchos dólares. Por eso, en mi opinión, antes de que te vengan a tirar dinero y que te van a imprimir dinero y trillones de dólares, tiene que haber una gran desaparición de todos los dólares que faltan, básicamente. Ya sé que suena ridículo, pero es lo que tiene que ocurrir. Tiene que haber una escasez de este dinero que se usa para tradear en todo el mundo para que Estados Unidos responda con la mega manguera. Literalmente fue lo que pasó en el 2020, pero en el 2020 todos estamos distraídos porque creemos que fue la pandemia. Lo original, lo que literalmente estaba en todas las tablas era que el dólar estaba entrando en una zona de problemas de liquidez. Y es donde estamos una vez más. ¿Ok? ¿Cuánto tiempo va a tardar esto? Nadie sabe, carnal. Nadie. Entonces, sé paciente. Todas estas jugadas van a jugar. ¿Dónde está la prueba de que el dólar se está fortificando y valiendo más? No estés volteando a ver la tabla. Voltea ahorita. Tesla, por ejemplo. Por cierto, si quieren comprar un Tesla, les voy a dar, ya voy a empezar a dar mis enlaces de Tesla, para referido, para ver si me gano $250. Volvieron a bajar los precios. Lucid volvieron a bajar los precios. Todos continúan bajando los precios. Ya estamos por debajo de los precios, muy por debajo de los precios del incentivo fiscal. Y es lo que les quiero decir. Cuando ves que el dólar te compra más cosas, el dólar efectivamente se está volviendo más fuerte. Y el dólar ahorita te compra muchos más muebles, te compra muchos más coches, te compra muchos más todo. ¿Ok? Entonces, ese es el principio de esto. Por eso lo he podido ver desde antes, porque he estado top. Ahora sí que me fijé en el tope de las casas, me fijé en el tope de los coches. Eso fue lo que a mí me ayudó. Lo que me hizo darme cuenta que era el tope de las casas fue el tope de los coches. Cuando me dieron mi SF90 y lo vendí literalmente por $1,000,000 y cacho, un coche de 600 y cacho mil dólares, así un coche de producción normal, eso me dijo, este es el tope de las casas. Vendimos nuestra casa también en el tope de las casas, gracias al cielo, y pues de ahí lo he estado viendo. Esta deflación viene poco a poco hasta que de repente se tropieza y es como gorda en tobogán, para abajo en putiza. Y es lo que tenemos que estar esperando todos, con paciencia, grandes oportunidades. No se preocupen, no crean que esto es el fin del mundo. Y con eso dicho y hecho, los quiero invitar a todos a que aprendamos algo, porque ahorita, por ejemplo, Netflix está a punto de comprar Warner Brothers. Netflix. Y empezamos a ver el hecho de lo que les había contado de la película del Demoledor. No, ¿es el Demoledor? Demolition Man. Sí, la de Stallone con Wesley Snipes, donde todas las empresas se vuelven una. Y es lo que vamos a empezar a ver más aceleradamente en este periodo. Estas adquisiciones y mergers, no sé cómo se dicen, cuando se juntan empresas, es lo que vamos a empezar a ver, porque literalmente estamos en esa parte del ciclo donde todas las empresas grandes van a absorber a todas las chicas de nuevo. Imagínense lo que fue Amazon hasta ahora, pero acelerado. Y Amazon literalmente vendía libros en línea. ¿Y ahora qué se dedican? A vender todo, tío, porque tienen todo el dinero del planeta. Y es lo que vamos a ver también con esto. Netflix va a absorber a todos. Por fin la consolidación de streaming comienza en estos momentos. Es insostenible hacer todo este tipo de contenido cuando hay podcasts que valen nada, los hacemos gratis y gente dice, pues, ¿qué veo? Una película de 1 hora y media, un podcast de este pendejo, no el mío, no el del pendejo que tú quieras. Y eso pues vale un chingo. Y por eso es muy importante en este momento saber invertir, cabrones, porque si puedes invertir en la bolsa, este es el mejor momento de hacer un chingo de dinero si es que hay una corrección tremenda. Y la razón por qué es sencilla. Va a haber un exponencial crecimiento de valor para pocas empresas, ¿ok? Y eso, simplemente entendiendo eso, te va a ir cabrón. Va a haber nuevo sistema financiero que está siendo implementado por Coinbase. Va a haber todo lo que es inteligencia artificial empezando a ser implementada por robots que son coches y eso se va a cargar a todo el sistema de logística, todo el sistema de transporte, todo el sistema de todo. De ahí vienen los robots que vienen de estas mismas empresas. Tienes que entender, todo esto va a ser absorbido. Amazon va a ser la única empresa que te venda cosas en línea. Las empresas grandes van a volverse aún más grandes después de este reajuste. Entonces, si sabes hacer lo que hacemos acá, que tradeamos futuros, ¿no? Eso quiere decir que puedo hacer un short, un corto, un largo, puedo usar apalancamiento, etcétera. Con esto te vuelves Neo en The Matrix. Solamente cuando estás usando spot, que es literalmente solamente comprar acciones, todo se mueve en cámara lenta y por eso nos ha ido tan bien últimamente. Entonces, no tienes que tradear futuros, puedes aprender lo que estamos enseñando acá, que es bastante fácil. Tenemos un cursito de 1 hora 40 minutos, se llama De Cero a Trader. Te enseña todo lo que hablamos literalmente en lenguaje normal para que aprendas el lenguaje de trading. Luego vienes aquí, es gratis, 3 veces a la semana, 4 horas al día. Vienes a darte 12 horas de escuchar cómo tradeamos, cómo vemos los niveles y todos. Y cada 2 jueves tenemos clases para cualquier pregunta. Güey, no entendí esto, no entendí aquello. ¿Por qué hiciste esto? ¿Por qué hiciste eso? Tenemos 4 horas de clase cada 2 semanas para todas sus preguntas. ¿Por qué? Porque a fin de cuentas, aprender esto y hacerlo literalmente sin apalancamiento ni nada, solamente comprando acciones, te vuelves rapidísimo en poder captar y en entender cómo se mueve el mercado. Lo puedes ver en cámara lenta y eso te ayuda a hacer muchísimo dinero. Honestamente, para mí esto me ha cambiado la vida otra vez, así que lo aprecio demasiado. Y pues es lo que quiero que aprendan. En los simuladores de trading, les recomiendo que usen simuladores de trading si no saben lo que están haciendo. Todos los exchanges usamos Blofin, Bitunix, BTCC, que están en los enlaces de aquí abajo. Literalmente, ¿cómo se llama? Literalmente tienen todos un modo de tradear gratis, un simulador. Usa el simulador. Nadie te está pidiendo que pongas dinero para aprender y ya de ahí métete a la bolsa, güey. Es la mejor forma de hacer esto. Entonces, me encantaría poder invitar a todos, a los que quieran. Y acá les estoy dejando para todos ustedes, déjenme, les digo, este es nuestro Discord, damas y caballeros, lo tenemos por acá. Aquí les dejé una imagen, no sé por qué no está cargando, que es mi nuevo trade de Bitcoin, lo pueden ver por acá, simplemente un gran retesteo. Vamos a ver si se da. Aquí les pongo dónde están las entradas. Tienen que buscar una invalidación y con un 25X te da margen suficiente para equivocarte. Aquí lo tienen. Este es el tío Salo por acá. También tenemos a Alex por acá. Tenemos al buen análisis de Farhan por acá. Tenemos todo. Alex todo el tiempo les está mandando ideas de trading para hacer cortos, para hacer largos, etcétera. Igual que yo, también acá, bueno, igual que Farhan y yo les mando mis pendejadas. Acá tienen todas las alertas de que mandamos para los miembros de las alertas para entrar en trades. Y tenemos nuestros enlaces de socios. Ahora, en BTCC estamos haciendo una promoción. Tenemos una promoción en todos lados. BTCC es el que tienes acciones y cripto. Te puedes apalancar hasta 500X. Con $1,000 puedes abrir hasta un trade de $500,000. No se lo recomiendo si no saben lo que están haciendo, por el amor de Dios. Pero en BTCC tenemos una excelente oferta. Lo que te están dando es, si ahorita te registras en BTCC o abres una cuenta más, no les digan que les dije, te van a regalar hasta 10% de todos los depósitos para que los trades en futuro. Es en BTCC, que es este. ¿Y eso qué quiere decir? Y también te limitan hasta hasta $100,000. Si pones $100,000, te regalan $10,000 para tradear en futuros. Entonces puedes meter $100,000 en USDT, te dan tus $10,000 gratis y usas esos $10,000 gratis para tradear y con eso te puedes apalancar en BTCC 500X, son $5 millones. 100X, $500,000. Así que, digo, $1 millón. Así que aquí lo tienes, BTCC. Tenemos también un torneo, tenemos una promoción de Bitunix en este momento, donde también te están dando dinero gratis, siempre y cuando se registren con nuestro enlace que está acá. Una vez más, todos estos están en Partners y también en la descripción de abajo. Y en Blofin tenemos una competencia de trading en este momento, por eso les digo, regístrense con nuestros enlaces para que puedan participar en ella y salir a divertirse un poco, usar las armas que hemos estado aprendiendo a usar todos juntos. Y con eso, damas y caballeros, vamos a empezar esto. Les tengo aquí a Alex y a Farhan. Vamos a empezar los análisis en inglés. Vamos a empezar con Bitcoin y de ahí voy a brincar yo a darles las traducciones para que podamos hacer esto de la mejor manera. Good morning, boys. How are you doing?
Buenos días, muchachos. Good morning.
I'm loving your throwback hoodies, by the way. I'm so fucking jealous right now.
I got these all in Texas.
I'm so jealous right now. So good for you. Good for you. How are you guys?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Great.
Pretty good. Can't lie. Now that I haven't had diarrhea for a month, I gotta say, life is incredible.
Amazing. It's nice to not have diarrhea.
Life, right?
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
life-changing. So, Alex, what are you looking at right now? I am hunting for a little long over here.
Yeah. You know, for me, when looking at the 4-hour, I'm actually kind of concerned in this region because you're actually basically putting in the same setup you had right before a major move down, specifically the move all the way down to that $83,000 region. Now, looking for longs here, to me, isn't crazy. I mean, your basis here is the daily 9 is going to hold for me. That's what bulls absolutely need to see. That just correlates into a nice 12-hour throwback here. Series of red candles can hold this region. You'll get a spring scenario, assuming you get back above 92.2. But the issue for me now is we were in a buy trigger and we were holding it pretty nicely. We saw Bitcoin had potential to reach 95.5. Mind you, this yellow line, I don't trade off of it. That is the 55 for those wondering. Just using that for crosses. But for me, I definitely used the 9/21/34. And after you broke out, you retested the 34. On this candle, you should have seen expansion to 95.5. This is where it actually started to fizzle out. Now, the issue here is you're potentially losing that 91.3 zone. 91,300 is a massive level for me because every single time we've seen, at least in this chop from November 17th to now, you've seen essentially this range, 91.3 to 92.2. Can't break 92.2. Often 91.3 is lost on lower time frames, leading to a major move down. Can just measure these out simply from 91.3 down to the wick low. That was 11% pullback. and pretty fast. This happened in a matter of a day. And then here, 91.3 to the wick low. This was an 8% pullback, happened in about a day and a half. So what do we have now? Well, you know, the 12-hour did hold above 91.3. So this is still, if you're trading higher time frames, daily 12-hour, this is still hoping or keeping your hopium alive. But now when we shift gears on the lower time frame, this is when it starts actually kind of diminishing for me on longs, because you actually have what we talked about last week, which is very simple, very easy setup. No need to overcomplicate things. We'll throw all moving averages off, keep it on a 4-hour. Let's focus on the 4-hour EM 100. You can just notice here in the midst of this whole move down, where were we massively rejecting? The 4-hour EM 100. So we know as traders, there's absolutely no reason to overcomplicate things. There's two side notes to a 4-hour EM 100. You need trend and you need volatility to be in your favor, right? So when you're not having volatility, you often get chop. This chop here off the 4-hour EM 100 is where you can start getting maybe price structure shifting for bulls, higher lows before breakouts. So what do we have today? Well, we were talking about when we were in the midst of this consolidation, this was a nice throwback. You got the expansion. So we talked about the exact scenario, which was if you come back down to this 4-hour EM 100, you absolutely need to be watching this very, very, very carefully, because what we've identified here is often once you lose this 4-hour EM 100, you often just get expansion down, immediate follow through actually. So you had a reclaim, you lost it. Now this, you know, wasn't a dumpzilla move, but still, it still plays into what I'm saying. You did end up getting follow through. And then if you look over here, if I clean this chart up a bit, you can see actually all this showed you was you're not getting follow through, meaning you're not breaking down. That's what I mean. You did get follow through on the move down. The point is, once you lose a 4-hour EM 100, it's very bearish on the lower time frames. Now, this provided you an idea for a bearish retest. Notice that 4-hour EMA 100 bearish retest was the spot to really be positioning before a major move down. Right? In the midst of this major move, now we're so back, we're bottomed, we're horny, we're happy, Bitcoin is bullish. Well, it went up 8%, but it got stopped off the 4-hour EMA 100. Did a 4-hour even reclaim this? No. And then you didn't even get a retest. You just started to put what? Bearish price structure, lower highs and a series of lower lows, and you're breaking down. So why am I bringing this up now? Well, into today, you actually have a setup now. If you're bullish, you need in the next hour this candle to flip green. Just simply that. You need this candle to get bought up in the next hour, because what this is looking like now is a range breakdown. It looks like you're potentially in this tight range. We've seen this before, tight range, tight range. You had a failed breakout, and now what you're potentially doing is, well, you're potentially giving a setup here where if 91,300 gets lost on this next 4-hour candle closure, I'll have to be looking at that in confluence with the 4-hour EMA 100. Excuse me. We know the last reactions here led to major moves. And what can you observe off volatility in this region? Well, you had a volatility setup as well. You do have that on the 4-hour. We can keep dissecting it, maybe looking at the 2-hour volatility as well. This is similar. So no extreme low read, but a volatility setup nevertheless. Potentially, let's see, still expanding. Yeah, reaching 46%. And the 2-hour as well is giving you a short. And so the lower time frames, and mind you, this 2-hour isn't a downtrend. You can just see it now. Here. If it wants to load, maybe. Anytime. There we go. Right? Lower high, high, lower low. So for me, it's very crucial to be watching this region on the lower time frames today. To me, it seems like we are getting potentially a setup. Now it's all dictated on the 4-hour. And like I said, if you're running the bull idea very easily, you just need this to get bought up. This just took out all the long stop losses here using this low, this low, this low, this low. This needs to get bought up, and you promptly need to get back above 91.3. That's where the long idea can start, 91.3 reclaim. Because for me now into today, I'm really just looking at 4-hour trend shifting down. lower low break. And so if you get this move on the new 4-hour candle, I'll need to be watching this very carefully, because not only do you have a meme line bearish retest with this setup, but you also just have a simple 4-hour EMA 34 simply holding. Now it's not. So I know when Bitcoin makes these nice girthy red dildos down, people often start shorting into this. I think the setup could come within the next hour or two where you could just get a massive mean reversion bounce retest. And then the reaction on this retest will be very, very, very key if you're going into shorts today, because again, the trade idea lies with 91.3. If you stay under it, you will go down. You start reclaiming it, the trade idea is dead. You're potentially going to get back above the 4-hour EMA 100. And at that point, do we have really a short idea anymore? No, you don't. So you do have some pretty nice setups today. I'd be watching very carefully something like this, because all I'm doing, simple traders, well, in this region is really where you dumped majorly off volatility setups. So if you end up getting this, I do need to be watching carefully this legitimate 4-hour bearish setup we have. But maybe you don't want to play the 4-hour, right? Maybe you're just a more conservative, patient trader. And so that's why then the daily will come into play. You just simply lose the daily 9 today. Really, the long idea stops, and you're just looking for that 91.3 short to, kind of take hold on a daily trigger. So meaning once the daily closes today at 9 hours, you're going to see, did we lose the 9? Did we lose 91.3? You're then going to go to Blofin. You're going to put some kind of order in watching this daily EMA 9 and 91.3 rejection, because you simply know on this entire move down, very simply, the major moves on the daily have just been once you reclaim the 9 and lose it. Oops, let me get that back. What do I mean by that? Well, you reclaim the 9 and you lose it. And then you make, what was this, a following 4 on a closing basis, 4% candle down. You reclaim the 9, you lose it. And then that move here was just an easy short all the way down to the low 83s. Let's measure this one too. Even losing it here gave you that retest, which did end up printing 4% on that wick low. And then here, let's see. Did you reclaim it here? No. So do you see my point? Like, you're potentially getting some pretty easy trades here into the daily, and it could start on the 4 hours. So, we like easy trades. And so far, this is still in an environment that you need to be, in my opinion, looking for more short setups than longs. The easy longs are over here. The harder, in my opinion, the harder longs are in this region, very similar to here. It's very similar, because the daily wasn't telling you that this was going to break down, right? It was actually the lower time frames. Like if you start going again to the 4 hour here, the 4 hour, which is consistently not getting above 92.2, not able to hold 91.3, even had some kind of head and shoulders here in the lower time frames before breaking down. So the 4 hour to you is saying that this is potentially shifting now. This did hold above. You had a buy trigger. Now you're just right back into this region, and even more bearish than you were here, because now you're under all major moving averages. So now you have the potential to potentially do this. And mind you, this is a 4% 4 hour candle, which is money. That's good. Specifically if you are looking for a trade today, because we can't get blindsided on the fact that the 2 week is still in a massive bearish retest setup. Essentially, all we did on this 2 week, and remember, I'll delete all this, a lot of stuff we draw, because this is important. Remember, if you were into this red candle and you were looking at, okay, what's going to be the new trade? Well, wouldn't you have just told yourself to wait for the retest setup? And this is exactly what I was saying last stream. Like, if you were here, are you shorting Bitcoin? No. Are you maybe looking for longs at 82.2? Maybe. But are you just simply waiting for the EMA 34 to get tested? And so all that to me looks like is that's exactly what has occurred. You've just now rallied up predictably, retested the EMA 34 on the biweekly. You're now creeping up with a volatility setup, this is still bearish. This is still in a downtrend for me, right? Because look at you, higher low, higher high, boom, higher low taken out. So this isn't a downtrend for me. All while, you know, CT is doing that thing it's doing, getting, you know, a little bullish here at 92.2s. When visually, if you just look at this, this is a major cause of concern. This is something that we've never seen in this entire bull market occurring. Closures under a bi-weekly EMA 34, all while brewing a volatility setup, a big one as well. Now this takes you down to that $67,000 region. Very similar to our 69K target by the end of this month. So you're getting this bi-weekly close in 2 days. You need to be watching very carefully if you can even get back above 91.3. Because if you start, let's say today, rejecting 91.3s, breaking down towards the 87K, 87.5, what this will start brewing is, well, a massive sell-off into the bi-weekly candle, something bulls do not want. You know, they want the weekly, because let's go down to the weekly, because if we're talking about a bi-weekly, it's going to come down to the weekly, right? And so the weekly, if this ends up selling off, would be actually pretty bad for bulls, because this was a massive green girthy candle. This looked like a nice bottom. You had that price divergence trade Alejandro talked about, could already been the trap scenario. You've already bounced. But if this ends up selling off in 2 days, making that bi-weekly close ugly, all this will lead to is just more reasoning on why this was a massive bull trap, in my opinion. And once you lose this EMA 100 on the weekly, it's cooked. There's no idea on Bitcoin anymore, because the bounces are being provided off this EMA 100 on the weekly EMA 100. The last 3 bounces have been off that. So if you lose this, I think it is safe to say then this will just start heading aggressively towards $69,000. So now we have a kind of a framework. 2 days, we need to start seeing bears actually, you know, do something here. 2 days, 91.3 either gets lost today and we start moving down, or again, this gets bought up. And before the 4-hour closes today, this next 4-hour, you actually see it hold above 91.3. But if you're going to be bullish, remember, this has to turn green. That'll be a really good thing, because yes, you're bouncing, but again, now lower timeframes are our friend. We've just had a new hourly, so now let's check. Okay, you're just potentially going to retest that region that we talked about, which could be the easy short. Similar to, again, this environment here. So watch very carefully on Bitcoin. You are getting a setup more in favor of shorts today, but understand that if you continue to hold 91.3 and you are trading, let's say the daily has not lost it yet. And so your objective now is reclaim 91.3, hold 92.2s, expand up to 95.5s. Shorts simply just want to roll over here. That's just simply it. A rollover, 91.3 is not reclaimed. Your next target's 87.5. Lose 87.5, you will go down to that 86,300. And at that point, you have to just be watching, again, the 82.2s. I still stand on, you can easily test this low here if you start breaking down from this current point. Now, this bi-monthly EMA 21 is at 69K. So again, just more reason on if you reach that 69K target by December, I'm still in the camp. This is a massive area to start looking for longs on Bitcoin. You have a 2021 cycle high, you have a bi-monthly 21, and the bi-monthly is even putting a volatility setup, something that could fire off within sometime next year, potentially, if bulls wanted to do this kind of scenario. Because I promise you, and I'll still stand on it, once we get to 69K, there won't be anyone really too bullish anymore on CT. It will be an interesting observation to see kind of what sentiment is right in the 69K, which everything on the charts are saying that should be a big spot. So what happens in between now and then is, you know, a little harder to gauge, but that's why the higher time frame will be your friend. And as long as you are under this bi-weekly EMA 34, There's no bigger move to be looking at on Bitcoin. This is simply just in a massive bi-weekly bearish retest setup, brewing a move down to the EMA 100. So just be very aware of all of this. I do think that Bitcoin on its weekly showed us the reaction off its EMA 34 already. So I have to be very cautious of its bi-weekly EMA 34 doing the exact same thing that we did right before this major breakdown. Don't 91.3 is your spot. You need to watch that carefully today. That's where dreams, hopes, and aspirations lie for bulls and bears, in my opinion. Stay under the 4-hour EMA 100 though on Bitcoin. You will have a lower time frame short setup. Now on tether dominance, it's interesting because, well, let's see. Actually, let me go to the weekly. It'll be easier. There we go. Okay, so 6.485% rejected. Okay, now we're coming back down. This is an interesting spot though, again, because what you're potentially doing is, where is it? Let me throw it on. You're potentially, right, still holding above the weekly SMA 200. This is highly, highly, highly significant because if you can't hold this, this is your base case argument for maybe a start of a major move down on tether dominance. Now, I've been saying, though, this chart looks a little crazy, so we'll clean it up a bit. I've been saying, really, the easy gauge now is watching the weeklies. If you lose this weekly SMA 200, you will have more of an implication of going back down, testing the weekly 9, which, mind you, was the last spot that you bigly bounced from here. If you lose this weekly 9, then we need to start really watching for maybe a 5% retest. 5% is very important. For me, tether dominance is still bullish as long as you hold 5%. So that means that it could literally come all the way down and still be bullish in the midst of a 17% move. But you really would not want to see this occur, because if this occurred, what are you losing? That weekly SMA 200. And what has every single reaction been once you've deviated the weekly SMA 200? Major moves down here every time. So if we're going to run on the camp that, well, this is still bullish, then this is the spot that you should be assuming is going to hold then. And you're just now putting in the base of the weekly on the weekly SMA 200, something tether dominance has not been able to do. Let's look at the reactions of the weekly SMA 200. Because I think this is highly important. And it just plays into the fact that, yeah, maybe things have shifted on Bitcoin. Here you've lost it. This led to a major move down back in March 2024. And then you notice you stayed under it for a while, multiple months. You then reclaimed it, and you had a pretty nice move up. Just if you measure from here up to the wick high, it was a 17% move up. But then you came and you retested it, and notice the reaction when this held. This was a very girthy red dildo. From this rejection down, this was from this wick high to wick low, 22%. But notice the weekly SMA 200 still held. And that then gave you a 21.8% move up. Okay, cool. Then you came down, you've lost it. This is where chop ensued. You put in some kind of lower high. And then look at this. You stayed under it. And as long as you stayed under it, this led to a major move down on tether dominance. Okay, then we had that nice move up. Rally stopped at the SMA 200. Couldn't get above it. Made a move down. And then again, you reclaimed it. But then tether dominance could not hold the throwback, deviated it, slight rejection, front run of it before making the next major move down. Okay, and then we've rallied back up to it. You've reclaimed it. You've back tested it officially on this first week. Because last week we talked about the idea that, you were looking for a throwback in the last week. This was for your argument on a Santa scam rally. But then you got a nice bounce from it. the idea was that if you started to move up on tether dominance, this weekly SMA 200 would reconnect, and then boom, we can start moving down. But into this week, you actually just came down for the reconnection. So really, what you were looking for last week here has just occurred this week, in my opinion. So has anything really shifted from what we were looking in the beginning of December, like the start of December, with the scam rally, testing the SMA 200 in the weekly? Well, no, nothing's actually changed. You just have gotten that now. And then on Bitcoin, has really anything changed on the weekly perspective here? Well, no. You're just now at a, and CME actually shows us significantly better. Let's go there. You're now just at a massive level that was a massive footing ground before making a new high, potentially now flipped into massive resistance in the midst of like the middle of this range here. So now you're kind of at that extremity high. This is the range and this is the range. Because it held pretty nicely here. All right. And then you broke down, came down, reclaimed, and it held pretty nicely there. So like if you're getting this price action, you can become more bullish on Bitcoin, sitting near a 95.5 reclaim. But until then, this is still pretty concerning. And even tether dominance to me is all pretty concerning because, well, you had a reclaim, you've already held it, and now you're potentially just the third candle above the SMA 200. So you are, in my opinion, reclaiming this into next week. This very easily could be the spring, where it's not just going to keep holding, it's actually going to get you out of this region and bounce you bigly. Now, we don't need to assume. If you get a bounce off the weekly SMA 200, the target for me is 6.477, 6.48. And then at that point, you have to just be really wondering if you're about to take out these highs. So for me, yeah, no, nothing's really changed on Bitcoin quite yet. This is actually just looking like it's very slowly, ever so slightly, very quiet, sneakily, just actually putting in a massive bullish setup here on tether dominance. Something we've not seen before ever. And we even backchecked all of these really. You're not able to sustain multiple retests and hold above the SMA 200. So if this continues to hold, then you do have to just be very cautious of Bitcoin rolling over first and a major move up. Because when we were into here, it was very easy to call for some kind of rejection, retest here. That's very easy. That's the easy trade. Again, I can just replay it. Oh, you can't replay onto their dominance. But if you just deleted these red candles, that's the setup you would have been looking for, and that's already been achieved. And then you drew these lines here just to show the price structure shift, lower high break, so higher high. And you're just retesting that zone. Now, let's see the HBDR. And maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe we're in a breakdown. But we're not. We're actually still holding the weekly breakout. So this is all very important if you're, still in the camp, we're going to reach 69K before December. I still am, because this is going to be really where we're going to start seeing that occur potentially. Major moves can occur off this weekly SMA 200. And the entire bull market, you have not really seen it hold. So, I mean, you did not play with it here at all. Lost it 2024. Here's your bull market. Now you're reclaiming, getting back above. This is why I, making a more argument that, we are in fact bearish and Bitcoin is potentially in a bear market now at this point. So that's the weekly. That's my perspective on that. I still think nothing's really changed on what we were looking at and what we wanted. It just has occurred. And all while Bitcoin is still at that spot that we've seen reject before, 92.2. This bi-weekly doesn't really look concerning to me. Looks like you're about to massively flip what was resistance into support on a bi-weekly, and this is just a massive bi-weekly throwback. Only way this is wrong, again, is if you close under, not above, you close under 5.93%. Very simple. If you close back under there, now you're back within this range. Maybe 5.57 will become a reality. But here is not where you should start thinking that because it's holding. So until you get this bi-weekly back under 5.9, what is it, 5.93%, you're not getting this scenario. This is the scenario you need to happen. Boom, and then resistance breaks down. See, breaks down. You're now getting like the flip side of that, like the opposite, where it's actually potentially going to hold, something we haven't really been able to do. Even here, look at this. Reclaimed it, massive dumps. All while the weekly is still holding the breakout, and the bi-weekly is brewing a breakout. Brewing, potentially. Need to see if we need to see if it holds above the 38.2%. So, you know, and you're doing all this in the midst of a massive bi-week volatility setup on tether dominance firing off, which you'll just quickly go here to your Bitcoin chart and you'll say, well, this is also potentially firing off as well on CME. So you're potentially going into this new bi-weekly candle under a massive bearish setup, and volatility is on the cusp about to be firing off. You know, while people are on CT, you know, saying we're bottomed and we're about to go up to 120K, all while we're just literally brewing the same exact setup we had here in the midst of this 18% red dildo. So it's very easy for me to flip bullish. I've shown you the levels on tether dominance, on Bitcoin, but you just haven't reclaimed any of those levels yet. So until then, I still think we need to be very cautious of potentially a rejection starting as early as today. If this daily setup bleeds into tonight, you actually don't reclaim 91.3. Because now let's see again on that hourly setup we said. Let's just see. Okay, so you've retested it. So now did we get the reclaim on the 4 hour? We'll go back to the 4 hour. It's about to close soon. Or is this just sneakily about to lose the 34? And this again will just play into the setup I gave here. We'll start rolling over on that 4 hour loss of 91.3. So nothing's really changed on me with Bitcoin. This move up to me still looks like a massive bull trap. And I don't see really any argument to be bullish on Bitcoin quite yet. Now that can quickly change if the daily 9 actually holds today, and maybe the 4 hour reclaimed 91.3. But until then, I have to be, you know, cautious of this potentially rolling over today. That's just, you know, kind of where tether dominance is even at. And if it doesn't do it today or tomorrow, well, we're getting some pretty epic bi-weekly candles into, you know, the, what is it, end of December. So I do have to be looking, if I'm on the camp, we're going to hit 69K before the end of December, then I have to really look at this bi-weekly setup that we're getting. And well, perhaps that is just about to fire off on this new candle opening. Because index isn't confirming volatility expansion quite yet, but you're getting tether dominance doing it, all while CME is doing it as well. I'm curious to see, is this about to confirm? Maybe confirm. Yeah, it will for the first time on this bi-weekly candle closing today. I forgot, CME closes today. It's bi-weekly. So that means that into Monday, you could be potentially having a bi-weekly setup confirming firing off on CME while you're under an EMA 34. It could just be like that easy, simple, because that's how my system works. So if this is truly going to fire off, let's say into December, this will be down. So just be fully aware of that. And if this does fire off, let's just, for my own wondering, measure a 30% move. That would take you around 63,400. Now, what you don't want is, well, a move down to 69K, you lose it, and then you'll start opening up that $38,000 to $40,000 Bitcoin. Or you just open up this range here on CME. So be very cautious on Bitcoin. Watch the 4 hour very carefully if you're trying to trade. Use the 4 hour to really dictate how the daily today is going to kind of churn. Now we can go to Bitcoin dominance. Been pretty bearish on Bitcoin dominance. And even last week we said nothing's really changed in this move up. Nothing actually has changed. Your idea was that maybe if this weekly 9 gets reclaimed, you can make an argument for this being some kind of local bottom. But until then, the target is still the EMA 100. This is just slightly front running it, but then you rallied right up to the weekly EMA 9, and now you're rejecting again. You're just literally back in this environment here where you could just start moving down hard. So be fully aware of that. Curious to see too, did we actually take out this wick high? No, you didn't. So you just like sneakily put in a lower high here, which has implications for you that, oh, this low is probably not going to hold. And actually, you are going to just see that EMA 100 get tested again. Now, that's a big test. That's the last spot where really bulls can make an argument on Bitcoin dominance bouncing. If you don't hold this weekly EMA 100, you're going to move down to 57.4%. Mind you, bulls are really trying to solidify this low as the low. Now, you go to the monthly, you can see they're really trying to solidify what occurred in September as just the bottom. But you can see if you come down to 57.4% on the monthly, this perspective will start really looking like it's just going to actually take these lows out and maybe get a bounce off the monthly 34. And that's just still something we've been talking about, which is you're now in between the 9 and the 21. As soon as you lose this 21, you're going to get a move down to the 34, which can help you at least have a bias that, well, yeah, maybe the weekly did put in a lower high. Maybe it isn't a downtrend. Maybe this low isn't safe. And then you'll actually start breaking down towards that 57.4%, potentially just maybe getting that monthly EMA 34 retest, which you know is basically the last spot here. That's just the last spot before you visually even see it. Don't hold this. You'll just start moving down to 50.5% and possibly lower. So Bitcoin dominance is still extremely boring to me, but really it's been pretty logical so far. And so we've said in this region, we're bouncing. Cool. Can we get above the 34? You hold above the 34, that's your bullzuka move up to the 62.4%. But you didn't do that. You rejected the 21. You've lost the 9. And so as long as you're under the 9 while consolidating under 59.7% resistance, you do have to be very cautious of a major move down here on Bitcoin dominance, potentially bringing you to the target around 58.1%. So no changes here, no changes. And even last week we said, really honestly, you are hoping that this can be a bottom, but if you're staying under the weekly 9, you can't call for that yet. So that's so far what occurred. You can't call for it yet. Nothing's changed. And the 2-day, wasn't a buy trigger, but you've deviated it now. So you're just slowly seeing on the lower time frames in confluence with the weekly that, yeah, the long idea is diminishing for bulls, and well, maybe this low will get ran. Because now what you're seeing is potentially lower highs on the daily. Now, you need to really watch yesterday's low to maybe confirm that, right? You have a hammerhead on the daily. Bulls ideally want that low to hold. If you end up taking that out, more confluence that, yeah, maybe this weekly isn't a downtrend and we are going to run these lows here. And this is important because if you were running, on the camp that maybe September was bottomed and that was it, you could be then getting the pre stages of a breakdown that you could maybe save yourself and just close a trade. So just be fully aware of that. If you're longing Bitcoin dominance, trying to play alts even, it's going to be quite hard with this kind of price action. This isn't bullish anymore. And you have seen major moves down from this exact region. Major moves down. From current market price, you've seen literally another 7.8% from this region. And was the weekly more bullish here or bearish? Well, it's actually more bearish here than bullish. Because here you were playing just right into that 34 bounce, reclaimed, went up, playing the 21,934. Here you fully have lost it. This is on a weekly perspective. And where the 9 didn't cross under all major moving averages I look at, right? Was the 9 under the 21, the 34? No. Is the 9 under the 21 here? Yep. Is the 21 even under the 34? Absolutely. And it's the 9 under the 34. Telling you that this is actually more bearish than here. Way more bearish. Which then tells you just need to be absolutely cautious here. Now let's see if the weekly is in a breakdown. I'm curious to see. No, it's not, but it's brewing a move down to the bottom side, 38.2%. And all this move up into this week was a median rejection. So, you know, just more points on for bears essentially here. And the bi-weekly is still on a massive sell because you're under the 34. I can just take the HPDR is telling me not much here. Didn't get a bounce off the median. The top side 38.2% is very close to 59.7%. Let's see where this updates in 2 days. But this bi-weekly, yeah, nothing's really changed. Nothing's changed. And this is why when you get moves up like this, that, you know, take you up to the 34, but nothing changed. I have always talked about this. When you get a major like buyback, let's say, but it doesn't do anything, you have to be looking at that as very cautious. It could be a predatory move where this wick will just eventually get filled and the weekly potentially just puts in a lower high. That's why the trend is always going to be your friend. That can always help you. And well, with this looking like it didn't take out its last weekly high, this potentially has lower high potential here. So in my opinion, all eyes on 92.2 on Bitcoin. You're really gauging the 4 hour. The 4 hour is a big setup, in my opinion. As long as you're under that 4 hour EMA 100 and also breaking under 92.2, it's going to be a lot harder to long here. Now, I did say, though, if you're going to be bullish, you just simply need this 4 hour to flip green. If this can flip green, this will start looking pretty good, actually. Got to reclaim at 92.2. Got back above the EMA 100, maybe bring a move up to 92,000. 91.3, I was saying 92.2, 91,300. If you get back above there, then you'll make your move up to 92.2. But until then, this is still looking like a massive bearish setup. Let's see how the 30 minutes treating us going into this 4 hour. So to me, this 4 hour, again, the trade is on the 4 hours. So I'm trying to see, is the 30 minute going to get back above 91.3? Well, you're just simply rejecting that now. So all really implications for this 4 hour closing. If the 4 hour loses the regions I talked about, I will be posting an ETA short and I'll be scaling a short myself in this region. But it's all 4 hour dependent. And mind you, if you end up not taking this short, the daily, right? If the 4 hour dumps us today, which leads to the daily losing the 9 into tonight, you could maybe get another daily bearish retest setup where it's the exact same idea that we're taking on the 4 hour. So a big zone today, big close, and well, it's a big day for CME. We're getting that bi-weekly close actually today. So watch that very carefully, because when you see volatility potentially confirming expansion above 15%, you've already retested the EMA 34. This means that into Monday could be actually very, 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 very interesting. So let's watch that very carefully and really watch 91.3, because that's the big spot now. If you're shorting, you just simply want 91.3 to keep projecting, and then you will see a rollover starting today. So that's all I got on the Bitcoins.
Alrighty, let me share the screen. And we'll start with daily. We are now getting daily starting to lose the median. We haven't gotten the close yet, about 8.5 hours. And we're not really getting much of a bounce off the median so far. And that's also sitting at that nice 91.3 area, 91.275. You can round that up to 91.3. And we're getting momentum now starting to flip to the downside. We're putting in bearish divergence, but by putting in a higher high in price, lower high in momentum, and we got volatility now sitting at almost 0%. The jewel is now also starting to lose the curvature slightly, and this is likely going to shift neutral on this next open, assuming we lose the median at that 91.3 area, and then you're going to get a minimum target down to somewhere around 90 or 89.3. But likely at that point, you are going to break down and come to retest somewhere around this 86 to 87.5 area. And the target of the bearish divergence would be that 61.8%, right around that 87.3 to 87.5. We still have the bullish cross in the background with the pink over the yellow, but it is close to being invalidated. Not quite just yet, but close. So the 4 hour, close to flipping back up on momentum now in the bearish control zone, with volatility close to going into contraction. and we are getting a little bit of a bounce as of this moment, front running the 88.3%. And back over the 55 now. Bulls would want to see this close back the 4 hour over this 100, and then you can see a move back up to retest 92.3. But as long as you're closing below this 100, it's more likely you're just going to get a bearish retest of that area and then dump from there. 2 hours also trying to get a bounce, getting close to getting back out of the bearish control zone, but still below the moving average, with volatility also close to going into contraction. We want to see it on the 2 hour close over the 55, and then we can see a move back up to the 92s. But as long as we are closing below this area, more likely this is just going to be a bearish retest before lower. Today currently has momentum, freshly entering into the bullish control zone with volatility now expanding, and the jewel is still giving you a buy signal. And you're getting a slight front run of this 38.2% back over the 2-day 9 EMA, 5 EMA, brushing up against this 9. The 9 currently so far is resistance. You want to see continued closing over this 5. But if you close below about 90,816, that is going to put a bearish engulfing dildo on the 2-day, and then you're going to get a minimum move down to somewhere around 89 to 85K. More likely that 85K target at that point, because you're going to be sweeping all of this liquidity. 5-day for the index. 5 days now flipping back up on momentum with volatility going into a contraction phase, and 5 days very close to getting that silver cross to the downside. Very likely, if not on this one, then the next one open, it is going to cross. And as long as we are continuing to reject this 100 EMA, this 9 EMA is going to get dragged down into price action, and then we're going to get a rejection of the 9 EMA from there. Well, and then from there we dump to somewhere around that 200, which is right now at about $68,000, $68,400, and this is going to rise with every single close, eventually lining up at $69,000. Weekly is also close to silver crossing, but not as close as a 5-day. And weekly is currently bouncing off the 100 EMA. Weekly is also now also flipping to the upside on momentum with volatility going into contraction. And as long as we are closing over this 100, it was more likely to continue retesting this 5 as it continues to drop down. But as of right now, the 5 is just striking a strong resistance. So maybe we get another test of somewhere around 90, 91. 92K, but as long as we're closing below this area, probably just going to reject it and dump. 2 week close to flipping back up as well, still below the moving average though, with volatility close to going into contraction, currently bouncing off the 55. So zoom in on this, still playing out that sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow. And if we continue to bounce from here, then maybe we can test this 5 as it continues to make its way down. Right now, it's sitting at about 98,900. So still don't rule out a move to 98,000, 99,000, but you'd want to see a daily close over about 91,300 for that to be a actionable setup. Monthly freshly entering into the bearish control zone now on momentum with volatility expanding. And the monthly jewel is now giving you about to give you a very bearish cross with the pink about to cross below the yellow and the dark blue below everything else. We only had this set up one time before on the monthly. This was all the way back here in March of 2022. This was the lower high in the bear market of around $48,000 before we went down to $17,000. We're getting that same exact jewel bearish setup right now on the monthly, which this is going to cross very soon. We're only 0.13 above the yellow on the pink. Maybe if we see a continuation on this bounce somewhere around $99,000, but you would have to get over 91.3 first and get a close over that area. And quarterly still putting in bearish divergence with the bearish engulfing dildo, and then we'll confirm that bearish divergence with any close below 105, 159. And that'll give you a minimum target of this 21 EMA right around $58,000, $59,000, and it's going to slowly rise with every single close. Eventually, it's going to be somewhere around 60K. And quarterly is also entering momentum into the bearish control zone for the first time since April of 2022, right before Luna. And we're also getting a neutral signal on the jewel, just like we did right before Luna. So daily still has bearish divergence on Tether. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 6.366%. And your next target on the divergence is going to be this 55 EMA as long as you're closing below the 9. And that is at about 5.565. Close over the 9, and then that will be invalidated, and you're likely going to be retesting these highs, which will invalidate the bearish divergence. 4 hours now forming some hidden bearish divergence. You are making a higher high on momentum from this high here, while this price is still making a closing lower high. And what closes this? 6.038. So ever so slightly bearish divergence. Once you close over 6.038, it will no longer be possible. And to confirm it, you would have to close below 5.974, and that'll give you a move down to this 200 at around 5.8. And you are getting volatility expansion now on the 4 hour. Nothing. Let's go lower. Just zoom in a little bit. Yeah, this is an ever so slightly lower low. So there is some hidden bullish divergence present here on Tether. This will confirm with any close over 6.062%, which will also be closing back over this 5 EMA. And then that'll give you the hidden bullish divergence and send you upwards to testing the simple moving averages in the critical zone. That puts you at 6.4 to 7.5%. Nothing there. Nothing. Nope. Higher high. Invalidated the bearish divergence. Nothing else. Quarterly is now invalidating the bearish divergence also. That would give us a move to test the simple moving average once it makes its way down. First is the neutral zone. Neutral zone is at that 7% area. Now let's check Bitcoin. Bitcoin has multiple drives of bullish divergence still active on the daily, and this will be active as long as you're closing over $86,330. And your next target is going to be the critical zone, which right now sits at 108, and this level will change and it will update several times. And right now, the edge of the bullish control zone is at 90,800, which will be support. Nothing there. Still has active multiple drives of bearish divergence in the 2 hour, but this will invalidate with any close over 91,555. That'll send us back up to about 93.94. The bullish control zone is at 95.4. Eight hours got bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 93,460, and your next target is the bearish control zone, which right now is at about 84,350. 12 hours also got bearish divergence. Next target is the bearish control zone. That's at 86.1. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nope. Weekly still got active bearish divergence. Next target is the critical zone, which will update several times. Right now it's at 25,100. 2 week also has bearish divergence. Next target is a bearish control zone, so it's at 89K. And then the critical zone, which will update several times, it's at 20,000. And quarterly now forming that drive of bearish divergence with the bearish engulfing dildo, which confirms with any close below 105, 159. And then you get an easy target of somewhere between the simple moving average and the bullish control zone, which gives you a range between 68,000 and 66,600. And you very likely get a strong bounce from that zone, from that $68,000 zone, but very likely that bounce does fail, and eventually you'll find yourself around wherever the bear market bottom is, somewhere above the neutral zone where we have found our bottoms every single time previously, put in some hidden bullish divergence, and then the next bull market starts. But that will take a long time to play out, likely somewhere around a year and a half to 2 years to end up playing out. And that will send Bitcoin up to some significantly new highs. But that first comes along with putting a nice low, putting in some hidden bullish divergence, and then sending it up. And that requires this bearish divergence first to be confirmed. And that once again confirms with any close below 105, 159. Now let's check out momentum. Daily is currently flipped up with volatility contracting. You're now within the bullish control zone, and momentum is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $90,450. 4 hour currently flipped down with a derp of death and volatility expansion from above 15%. And you are going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 93,150. 2 hours also freshly flipped to the downside, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and volatility is now expanding. And you are going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 91,100, very close to flipping that back up. And if this does flip back up, more likely you're going to come back up and retest this upper 92 area, and then getting closures over that sends you back up to 94 to 95K. 2 hourly has now freshly flipped up, making it more likely the 2 hour will also flip up. The hourly, however, is getting a silver cross to the downside, and currently you are rejecting this 9 EMA from that silver cross retest. The confirmation that this is going to be the next lower high off of the silver cross is going to be flipping this hourly down, which is a close below 90,350. Once that happens, then I'm going to be ruling out that move into the 92s, and more likely just going to continue dumping from here. 2-day currently also flipped to the upside, and it's going to, with volatility contraction from extremes, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 88,300. 5-day currently also flipped up, invalidating that 5-day setup, and we are currently flipped up as long as you're closing over 86,600. With 5-day very close to giving you that silver cross, and that upwards momentum would likely just give you a retest of the silver cross on that 9 EMA. Weekly currently flipped down, weekly setup still firing off from that mini periods of 0%, and you're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $97,350 to $97,400. We're a good amount away from that number currently. And we close in about 2 days. 2 week is currently also flipped to the downside with a derp of death and bearish divergence, and you're getting volatility expansion now from 2 periods of 0%, almost above that 15% area. And you're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $116,150. There is still some possibility of putting in some hidden bullish divergence here because you do have momentum making a lower low, with price still making a higher low because you're still closing over $82,400. So but that will require a close over 116,200 to flip this momentum back up. That will confirm that hidden bullish divergence. So as long as you're closing below this number, more likely that divergence is just going to be a possibility and not a confirmation. And monthly is freshly flipped to the downside, now losing the critical zone. This is the first time that the monthly has lost the critical zone since May of 2021, and that resulted in a 60% move to the downside. And we now have volatility in the exact same area, actually even lower than it was back then, right within the extreme lows. And we're going to remain flipped down as long as we're closing below $121,300. And this pivot did go up from this last monthly close. It was previously sitting at 120,000. Now it went up to 121.3, which is quite bearish. Right now on the monthly, we are still possibly have the possibility of that hidden bullish divergence like we do on the 2 week, have it also on the monthly. But on the monthly, you would have to close over about $121,250 to confirm that. It's going to take a lot for that to happen. If you can confirm that, then that gives you a nice target of somewhere around 140 to 150,000. But it's going to take quite a lot to confirm that. Now let's go back down a little bit. This will flip up above there. All right, so the high time frames are shifting very heavily into the bearish posturing now. Quarterly is putting in a massive bearish engulfing dildo, putting in some bearish divergence. 6 month also has possible bearish divergence. And quarterly is now flipped to the downside. Monthly is flipped to the downside. Monthly is losing the critical zone for the first time since May of 2021. And every single time that you've lost the critical zone has led to either a 60% crash/correction or a bear market every single time. And monthly volatility is now even lower than all of these previous severe crashes that we've had. And it's very close to getting to an expansion phase now. It's getting right to that moving average with momentum flipped to the downside as long as we're closing below 121,300. Right now, the lower time frames are flipped up, like the daily is flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $90,000. And you also have the very low time frames close to flipping up, 2 hours very close to flipping up. And if that does flip up, that'll take the 4 hour back up, and then likely you tag somewhere around that 92.2 to 92.5. And if you can get a 4 hour close over that area, then that sends you back up to testing your current highs of around 94 to 95,000. And we'd have to gauge the reaction around there if we're going to go higher to that 100,000 region or not. And very simple to for the downside, we just have to take out this current wick low at about 80,600, and then you're likely going to capitulate from there. Either that or get a weekly close below this 100 EMA, and then you're likely going to dump from there as well. And I'm looking for somewhere in that $68,000 zone for our zone that we're going to get the bigger bounce from. From that zone, likely we get a pretty significant bounce, maybe even upwards to $10,000 plus bounce. But I do expect that bounce to fail and eventually land somewhere in the 40s, maybe like 42 to 48,000, somewhere around that zone on a closing basis. Are you muted? I think you're muted. Please excuse our technical difficulties.
Wait, you weren't hearing me?
No.
Oh my God, I just talked with myself for I don't know how long. Jesus Christ, I just realized I added myself to this. Holy fuck. So what we're saying is, yeah, it's it seems shit, but there might be a bounce in the shorter term time frames, maybe.
Yeah.
Right? Like at least to the 94 again, a little retest and then rejection. That would be the 93, 94s would be what I would be waiting for. Is that right?
Yeah, I want to see get above 92 to 92.5 first.
Got it. As long as we don't take the lower lows, obviously, right now.
Yeah.
Perfecto. Well, senor, thank you very much. We got Solana and Oklo next. So whatever you guys want, however you want to split it. You'll do Oklo?
Yes, sir.
My man. All righty. Perfecto. All righty. Damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Bitcoin en la tabla de 2 semanas. Estamos rangueando entre el 55 y el 34. Lo pueden ver acá perfectamente. Es la línea blanca. Ups. La línea blanca y la línea naranja, 55 y 34. Y justamente estamos en este canal. Si lo pongo en la diaria, se va a notar mucho mejor. Y van a ver ahorita el trade que mandé yo en Discord, en el que estoy participando efectivamente en estos momentos, donde estamos ya en positivo, por lo que veo. Porque nosotros entramos aquí abajo o aquí abajo en los 90, 400, algo así. Bueno, fue yo cuando lo anuncié y llegamos hasta los 89, 700. No mames, ojalá ya haya tocado mi otra entrada. En 89, ¿qué les puse? ¿469 o 669? No creo que la haya tocado. No, no creo. Aunque los exchanges a veces tienen diferentes precios. La razón por qué esto me interesa es bastante sencilla. Una vez que tienes algo así, donde tienes resistencia, ¿no? Que antes era soporte y esto antes era soporte hasta acá. Se vuelve resistencia acá, se vuelve resistencia acá, que ni siquiera fuiste a tocar. Se vuelve resistencia acá. Se vuelve resistencia acá. ¿Qué pasa cuando rompes acá a la alza? Ah, bueno, esta fue resistencia, pero cerraste un poco arriba. ¿Qué pasa cuando rompes acá a la alza y tocas en la parte alta? Tienes que venir a tocar la media. Y si solamente estamos jugando este canal del medio, ¿no? El de acá y acá, básicamente pueden ver también que, y me voy a acercar para que lo puedan ver mejor, también esto jugó tal cual. ¿Qué estoy jugando? Recuerden, ¿qué me gusta? Rangos. Acá compro abajo, vendo arriba. Compro arriba, vendo abajo. Acá normalmente se fue hasta acá. Llegamos ahora hasta acá. ¿Qué esperaría? Esto. Eso es lo que esperaría. Esta es una consolidación bajista. Esta es una bandera bajista en Bitcoin, ¿ok? El hecho de que esté entrando en long acá no significa que haya cambiado de opinión y que de la nada esto va a subir a nuevos máximos históricos, etcétera. Para nada. Lo que estoy viendo es sencillo. Estoy jugando rangos, cabrones. Estoy jugando rangos con la idea de poniendo un poco de la psicología del mercado encima. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo ahorita cree que va a venir, ¿cómo se llama? Que esto va a ser muy alcista aquí a la Junta del Fed. Les dije en un video, y no lo digo por worry, se los dije, es demasiado obvio, honestamente, si a este punto todavía no lo captamos, debemos de poner más atención a estos detalles. Le hice hace unos videos, les dije que Bitcoin iba a ser alcista hasta la Junta de la Reserva Federal, y eso fue en el precio de $87,000, ¿ok? De $87,000 hemos llegado hasta 94,000 y aquí estamos rechazando. Para mí todavía tiene que venir la trampa de la Reserva Federal ser más alcista. ¿Por qué? Porque es muy fácil meter a todo el mundo pensando que ya de aquí se van a ir a máximos históricos una vez que estés por acá arriba y que pegue la euforia. Puede ser acá, puede ser acá, puede ser hasta acá. Para mí la zona de los 103 es la ideal para un gran rechazo fuerte, porque en los 103 ya la gente que rompiste los 100, esto es donde todo el mundo está volteando a ver, los $100,000. Yo tengo los 104,100, es justamente esta zona, donde nadie está volteando a ver. Y ese rechazo aquí arriba es lo que nos va a mandar hasta abajo. Ese sería el equivalente cuando Bitcoin rebotó a $48,000 en el ciclo del 2021 con el 2022 y después nos mandó hasta los 15,000 o no me acuerdo cuál fue el puto fondo, pero eso fue lo que fue. Y justamente acá estoy jugando esa psicología de mercado. Estoy viendo acá que literalmente, ¿cuándo fue que llegamos a 87? Fue primero o el segundo. ¿Saben qué? Voy a tener que aventarme esto solamente para tener las fechas bien puestas en mi cabeza. No es por nada más, discúlpenme. Un segundito. View your channel. Vamos a ver. Lives. Ok, aquí estoy. ¿Esto qué día fue? Fue hace 8 días. Bitcoin.
This is heavy. It's
I don't care if it's heavy. Bitcoin va a subir hasta la junta de la Fed. Esto fue hace 9 días. Dame la fecha. 26 de noviembre. Ok, 26 de noviembre. Esto es una tabla diaria. 25, no, 22, 23, 24, 25. 26 de noviembre abrimos acá. Esto fue antes de que abriera el mercado porque es un casino el tío Salo. $87,000. Hemos pompeado hasta los 94 y vamos a continuar, en mi opinión. Simplemente desde entonces estás formando estructura común, que son bajos más altos, altos más altos, la mejor trampa de Bitcoin para todo. Entonces, ¿ya aquí se doblaría? No, porque ya habías convencido a todo el mundo de que esto era bajista. Ya los habías convencido. Entonces, ¿qué hicieron todos? Se volvieron cortos en lo que tú reventaste aquí a la alza. Y aquí bajando una vez más, todos los negativos van a volver a salir, por lo que los tienes que volver a apoyar en esta situación y decirles, no se me preocupen, papis. Esto va a ir para arriba, tranquilos. Simplemente estoy jugando eso más que cualquier otra cosa. La idea y la psicología de este trade. Lo metí con 25x de apalancamiento, poco dinero. Tengo 2 posiciones. Como ustedes saben, si lo abren 1, 2 o 3, las más chonchas son las de abajo. Para promediar mejor. Y pues ahí tiene el trade. Discord está completamente gratuito, tíos. Lo que acá no te quieres llevar son literalmente un mínimo muy abajo que está acá en los 83,800. Para mí, ¿dónde lo voy a jugar acá? ¿Dónde me voy a salir? Cualquier cierre por debajo de 89 importante, porque para mí los 89 es una zona demasiado importante. Ahorita van a ver por qué. Justamente esto. Esta línea amarilla. Esta línea amarilla la hemos tenido por cuánto tiempo acá y es el rango en el que estábamos jugando antes. ¿Qué fue lo que venimos a hacer si volteas simplemente a ver esto? Tipo SFP, tipo SFP. Y obviamente lo podrías estar haciendo al revés, pero esto tiene que llevarnos mínimo esta parte para el primer rechazo, aunque una vez más se los digo, esta trampa va a funcionar a través del fin de semana, me imagino, poner a todo el mundo picosito, sobre todo, ¿por qué? ¿Qué les había dicho? Teníamos que caer. ¿Por qué teníamos que caer? Porque habías tenido todos estos longs, tío, en verde. Todo esto, básicamente, desde acá abajo hasta acá arriba estabas en verde. Tiene que llevarse esta gente. Entonces ya vino a hacer esto. Esta chingadera ya liquidó a muchísima gente, los hizo pensar que iba a continuar cayendo y ahora en cuanto se agarre de esto en 8 horas, con eso ya chingamos para dar continuación a la alza. Ahora, estos tíos, Alex es bajista, Farhan es bajista a largo plazo, pero también creemos que puede haber un rebote. Entonces estamos un poco... bueno, Alex está buscando el trade fácil que él conoce, que es el corto y en dónde son los niveles. Y Farhan también, por más que estemos bajistas a mediano plazo, bueno, a mediano plazo más bien, creemos que podemos rebotar en cortas temporalidades, sobre todo viendo la diaria y la de 12 horas. Así que una vez más se lo estoy presentando en putiza. Vámonos a ver rápido la de 3 meses. Vamos al índice porque está limpio. Esa chingadera, tío. Acá. Vámonos al índice. Estamos justamente, y pueden ver, esta línea funcionó perfecto para el gran corto. Estamos en una gráfica trimestral. Acá la gráfica trimestral es alcista cuando solamente volteas a ver las velas. Voy a eliminar primero los promedios solamente para que estudiemos esto. Hay formas diferentes de ver esto. ¿Cómo saber si algo es alcista? Altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Tabla cumple con todos los requerimientos para ser alcista en la trimestral a largo plazo. ¿Qué es lo siguiente que voy a ver? Velas, teoría de velas. ¿Por qué? Porque mis velas me cuentan cuando estoy llegando a un tope o hay un fondo, sobre todo en la trimestral. Aquí en el ciclo del 2021 nos dio una vela topera. Una vela topera normalmente es cuando ves esto. Una vela que tiene un cuerpo súper largo de acá hasta acá. La parte delgada que es, ¿no? El cuerpo es esto, que es menos de 25% del total del tamaño de la vela. Y lo pueden ver, es menos de una cuarta parte de tamaño. Y está en el 25% debajo de la vela total. Eso es una vela topera. ¿Cómo tienes confirmación de que esta vela es de tope? Una vez que cierres por debajo de ella. Esta vela lo hizo, pero lo hizo muy rápido para darte confirmación. Puedes ver que esta vela fue una gata de mierda, te hizo la finta, subió. Acá fue donde todo el mundo, todos dijimos, ¡a huevo! Esto fue el salto a los 48, ¿ok? Que es lo que estamos esperando ahorita, más o menos. Y de ahí pito, güey, en putiza cayó a los 18 y de ahí se fue a los 15,600. Velas toperas nos anuncian fines de ciclos, ¿ok? Entonces, ¿acá qué tenemos? No tenemos una vela topera, no puedes considerar esto una vela topera, Alejandro. No, esta es una vela media topera. Esta es una vela media topera. Pero acá lo cabrón es esta. Esta es una vela de envolvente. En inglés es engulfing, por eso lo sigo diciendo. Envolvente bajista. ¿Por qué es envolvente bajista? Porque la vela es más grande de arriba a abajo que la pasada. Esta es la vela pasada. Entonces la envuelve por completo. Si llegáramos de aquí al final de diciembre a caer por debajo de los $74,000, envolvería el precio de un año entero. Y eso sería todavía aún más bajista, aunque no necesitas que sea más bajista. Esto ya es tal cual una mierda. Y si esta vela que sigue, la de marzo, llega a cerrar por debajo de los 80,000 ahorita, eso te confirmaría que es un tope. ¿Hay alguna otra confirmación de tope? Vamos a ver rápido los promedios. Puedes ver que los promedios continúan en buena posición, pero tu primera llamada es, estás perdiendo el promedio del 5. El promedio del 5 es la línea verde que va para acá arriba. El problema de esto es, cuando lo pierdes, instantáneamente caes hasta el 34. Lo perdiste acá, ¡pum! Y bolas hasta el 34. Lo estás perdiendo acá. Todavía falta un mes para cerrar esta vela, así que no se me apuren. ¿Hay alguna otra cosa que vemos? Sí. Volatilidad. Volatilidad, este es nuestro indicador de volatilidad, BBWP. La línea de colores es la volatilidad. La línea blanca es el promedio de la volatilidad. Cuando quieres, ¿por qué quieres que volatilidad vaya a cero? Cuando volatilidad está en cero, te está diciendo que hay tan poco movimiento que algo va a explotar muy cabrón, sea a la alza o a la baja. Cuando tu volatilidad está en extremos, es que ya topó el movimiento. Y lo que nos gusta a nosotros ver es cuando expande del punto más bajo de la tabla esto sería el punto más bajo de la tabla y esta es la expansión oficial por encima del promedio o cuando cae debajo del 15% y podemos ir para acá arriba, efectivamente. Sería completamente ideal, ¿ok? Con eso dicho, estamos viendo, y esto fue algo que nos dio a nosotros una indicación de que estábamos llegando a tope de ciclo, porque esta tabla literalmente lo ha dicho cada vez. Los fondos de volatilidad acá, esto es julio del 2020, Bitcoin estaba en $6,000. Esto es octubre del 2023, Bitcoin estaba en $25,000. Cuando volatilidad contrae en esta tabla, y recuerda, contracción no es esto. contracciones debajo del promedio. Contracciones debajo del promedio. Primer cierre debajo del promedio. Perdón, acabo de hacer ejercicio y honestamente tengo el pulso de pinche cubero de José José. Acá fue de 6,000 a 69,000. De 25,000 a 126,000. Y cada que llegamos a este punto de contracción, cuando tienes el primer cierre por debajo del promedio, y aquí también lo hizo, es donde ya viste el tope del ciclo. Así que volatilidad en la trimestral nos contó que esto podría ya estar topando y lo ha estado haciendo. Falta todavía 26 días para cerrar esto, para que nos confirme, para que tengan una buena idea. Vámonos a la mensual en putiza. Mensual pueden ver que estamos en una tendencia bajista. ¿Por qué? Porque te llevaste todos los mínimos de acá. Desde esta ya te llevaste todos estos mínimos y acá. Y ahora, ¿cuáles son los que quedan? Estos, para continuar la tendencia bajista. Para continuar la tendencia bajista tenemos que llevarnos los 74 para abajo. Por ahora, habías marcado tope en los 126. Tienes una vela instantáneamente dando para abajo, cerraste por debajo del 9 y del 5. Para nosotros cerrar por debajo del 9 agresivamente es bastante bajista. Esta vez lo habías hecho en el 2021 en la primera fase del ciclo, muy poquito, pero literalmente nada. Una vez que de verdad cerraste por debajo del 9, tal cual, ese fue la señal del final. Y acá por primera vez, después de todo el rally del 2023, está cerrando por debajo del 9. Y también por primera vez está cerrando el 9 por arriba del 5. Y eso nos demuestra debilidad, damas y caballeros. En este momento Bitcoin retestó la zona de los 94 y está cancelando, está cayendo en esos 90,400. Y ahora quiero que pongamos atención en nuestra volatilidad mensual, porque estamos en el punto más bajo de toda la historia y esto una vez más nos dice que va a reventar un movimiento con muchísima fuerza para arriba o para abajo. Puede estar del lado que quieras, carnal, del lado que quieras. La recomendación de este canal es no te enamores ni ser alcista ni ser bajista. Simplemente ve con el precio para poder hacer dinero. Que los idiotas se peleen porque qué es mejor y qué no. Eso no es para nosotros. Nosotros venimos, llevamos nuestro dinero y nos salimos. De eso se trata este pedo. No de casarte con algo y decir, tiene que ser alcista toda la vida. En todo, en todo. No te puedes enamorar de nada si eres un buen hombre de negocios o un buen inversor. Tienes que poder vender las cosas. Ok, podemos ver en nuestras 2 semanas lo mismo. Estamos muy por debajo del promedio del 9. La última vez que había pasado esto en septiembre fue en junio del 2024, cuando tuvimos el problema con Japón, que llegamos a los 49,000, reventamos y otra vez, ¿en dónde? Lo vimos en los aranceles, justamente acá, pierdes el 9 y el 5 y puta madre, de ahí se fue para abajo, pero nos aguantó el 34, ahorita estamos perdiendo el 34. La última vez que perdimos el 34 en cualquier tipo de cierre fue acá, en el fin de ciclo, y este para mí es lo que me marca honestamente todo. Estos $94,000 van a ser literalmente lo más importante para ti, porque este cierre mensual, este cierre de 2 semanas en 2 días y 8 horas, cerrando por debajo, nos da continuación a esto y tenemos una gran probabilidad de venir a estos $67,000. ¿Ok? Y ahora van a decir, pero ¿por qué no puedes irte a hacer un alto histórico? Lo único que tendrías para poder validar que esto es alcista, el primer paso es estar por arriba de los $107,000, que es donde está tu promedio del 9, y además estás por encima de este mínimo, de este máximo, perdón, y eso ya te pone en camino. Hasta que no estés por encima de $107,000, no hay manera alguna de que esto sea alcista. En total, una vez más, rebotes no importan, no te acostumbres a escuchar una palabra y creas que todo aplica a esa palabra. En la semanal tenemos el promedio del 100, está aguantándonos todavía, pero el promedio del 100 en el ciclo pasado, el del 2021, venimos, lo tocamos, aguantamos, tuvimos el pompazo y una vez que lo rompimos para abajo, nos fuimos a la verga. Pueden ver que acá no lo tocamos. Y acá que lo estemos tocando nos dice que estamos en la segunda parte de esta montañita. Literalmente es idéntico, ¿no? Si lo puedan ver acá, son divergencias bajistas, ese tipo de movimientos. Tienes la M de McDonald's como quieras, güey. La misma chingadera disfrazada ¿no? Como en la vida, que les he dicho 1000 veces, la vida es literalmente los mismos momentos repitiéndose con diferentes personajes y en diferentes lugares, hasta que aprendes tu lección. Es una mamada. Lo mismo acá. Lo mismito. Estás en una clara tendencia bajista. Lo único que te falta llevarte una vez más son los $75,000 para acá, para abajo, pero estás teniendo, ¿qué lo hace una tendencia bajista? Alto, bajo más bajo que el pasado, alto más bajo que el pasado, alto más bajo que el pasado, alto más bajo que el pasado y bajo, bajo más bajo, bajo más bajo. Todo eso nos da una receta deliciosa para esta caída. También tenemos volatilidad expandiendo en la semanal para abajo ante este santo no pompazo, pero pompazo a la baja. Y ahora quiero, siempre ayuda esto a darnos una buena idea de qué tan alcista sería Bitcoin en estos momentos. Voy a invertir la tabla. Vean esto, no tiene cara de que va a reventar esto y va a venir para acá. Esos son los $55,000. Tiene cara de que ya hizo fondo, acá lo encontraste y está reventando a la alza. Eso es a la baja, damas y caballeros. Pueden ver lo bajista que es esto cuando le cambiamos de punto de vista. También tenemos el promedio del 9 bajando por abajo del promedio del 21, el azul por debajo del amarillo y del 34. Eso nos dice debilidad, al igual que el 5 estando tan abajo. Lo único que nos falta acá, llévate los $85,000. Aquí es donde voy a poner yo mi invalidación. Cualquier tick debajo de 85,600, que es el promedio del 100 semanal, me voy a salir de mi long. Tengo mi entrada en esos 89, la última, y esto me da bastante espacio para lo que estoy haciendo. Y esto es lo que me indicaría. Vamos a continuar cayendo si lo perdemos. Pero por ahora yo creo que simplemente estamos haciendo lo que tiene que hacer Bitcoin. ¿Por qué? Si esto cayera así de rápido, todo el mundo estaría preparado. Pero si esto hace la gatada de hacerte pensar que va para arriba, nadie estaría preparado. Eso es el problema. Eso es lo que yo veo y lo que estoy apostando. Y esto tiene que pasar rápido. Estamos hablando de la junta de la Fed, ¿no? Que es lo que ahora sí que lo que les había dicho que iba a ocurrir. Así que vamos a ver si juega o no. ¿Qué más tenemos por acá? Tenemos la de 5 días, que esta nos dice absolutamente todo por adelantado. Y pueden ver, estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja acá, que es donde el promedio del 34, del 55 y el 21 cambian de lugar. El 21 va para abajo, el 55, eso es bajista. Y esto nos dice que cualquier posibilidad de retesteo del promedio del 9, que está en los 97,200, es una oportunidad de corto. Eso también nos dice que probablemente tendremos ese retesteo. Hemos tenido varias sesiones, 1, 2, 3, 4, por debajo del promedio del 100, y esto para mí es lo más preocupante de todo. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que tuviste 4 sesiones por debajo del promedio del 100? En la de 5 días. Acá, en enero del 2022, ¿subiste 1, 2? No. 1, no. Ok, 1, 2, 3. 1, no, 1, 2, 3. Una vez que hiciste 4, era el final. Ya aquí tienes 4. Uf. Si esto no pompea rápido, nos vamos a ir para abajo a la mierda, cabrones. Espero que sí pompee de aquí a la junta de la Fed. No me importa el precio, esto es algo importante para todos ustedes. No estoy casado con un take profit, ¿ok? Voy a simplemente monitorear cómo se siente la gente, qué es lo que está pasando, qué fecha es para la Junta de la Reserva Federal, etcétera. No pongo mis objetivos por adelantado por eso. Me gusta seguir el mercado de acuerdo a lo que está dando, porque lo más fácil de jugar la bolsa es, se va de un lado, juego al otro, punto. Por ahora esto es bajista, por supuesto, y los voy a llevar a la diaria, donde es más claro que el agua, pero por ahora, no hay forma de que me digas que esto no se ve bien. Esto puede caer hasta acá, los 88, tranquilamente, y continuar a la alza. Simplemente porque está haciendo bajos más altos. Y una vez más, cuando Bitcoin consolida, sí es bajista en total. Pero lo que creo y lo que primero hace antes de bajar, y ahora esto puede ser, ¿no? Pero lo que primero haría antes de bajar y lo que primero hizo fue bajar antes de subir, que es lo que me dice a mí que esto es lo que sigue, sería, si hubiera hecho esto, ahí hubiera dicho vámonos para abajo. Pero como hizo esto, por eso digo vámonos para arriba. Una vez más, nadie está diciendo que altos históricos en este momento, simplemente ante un rebote, y es lo que estamos jugando en esta zona. Invalidación. Cualquier cierre importante por debajo de 89,000, para mí eso es ok, me voy. Y también, y estoy hablando de cierre importante, estoy hablando de literalmente la diaria. En la de 12 horas estamos todavía, es donde va a cerrar la diaria, básicamente. La de 12 horas también. Es lo que yo estaría esperando. Un cierre por debajo de 89, por ahí lo cortaría. Y también la otra invalidación, si es que rápidamente viene y se chinga el nivel de los 80, no, eran acá los que había dicho, 86,500, también me salgo. Si llega rapidísimo aquí abajo. Para mitigar un poco el riesgo de la pérdida y volvería a entrar, por cierto, a Milón a buscarlo. Por acá tiene que estar, tiene que haber ese rebote. Y una vez más, habíamos dicho que esto tendría que ocurrir simplemente por todos estos longs que se ven mejor en la, no, en la diaria, en la de 4 horas en realidad. Es mi tabla favorita. Donde habías tenido todo este movimiento, tienes que hacerlos pagar y ahora para arriba después. Esa es la jugada, damas y caballeros. Por ahora en Bitcoin estamos esperando justamente esto, este tipo de acción que venga, agarre todas nuestras entradas y rebotar a la alza. Ya les di las invalidaciones. Todo esto se ve bajista en muchas temporalidades, solamente en temporalidades muy cortas se ve alcista, lo que nos dice que tenemos una semana para este movimiento alcista máximo. Así que pongamos muchísima atención a esto, damas y caballeros, porque está jugando con absolutamente Toño de Valdés. Alex, we're ready. What are you doing, salamis?
Yeah, some soul.
All righty. 1 second.
Yeah, and I actually like Soul's perspective today on the lower time frames because it's giving me confidence what we were saying on the short idea this morning. Now on this new 4-hour candle, we all should be watching the 4-hour. We got some pretty interesting stuff specifically on Soul. You actually entered into a new range on Solana, potentially brewing a breakdown here. Now this is interesting because I'm already interpreting Bitcoin as in a breakdown spot. So I have to really be looking at this 4-hour setup, potentially bleeding into the daily as actionable, target down to 121 as long as you stay under 136. The last few times down, this has worked out well. You can see these occurrences didn't work. And even this one went down, but you just quickly got bought up, didn't reach our target. But these worked very well. And this was exactly the reasoning on why I started shorting Sol in this region here. It was a 4-hour loss of 136. I know as long as you're under 136, essentially under price, you will end up going down towards that 121 target. Here, it just dumped down, didn't even give you a retest before going all the way down to 123s. So basically, hit the target almost essentially. Now we're, getting the same exact thing. You've lost 136. Are you going to get a retest? If so, that's the spot to position. ETA will be ready with this kind of setup. And you'll be very mindful that you haven't tested the EMA 34. So maybe if it ends up going a little past 136, this will leave a wick high rejection testing that 4-hour EMA 34. Until then, though, Solana's looking extremely bearish to me. It seems like 121 is the next target for tonight. And I would be just looking at this to continue down. Now into tonight, you potentially could get a whole short setup. It's similar to, actually, it's exactly what we were saying on Bitcoin. Once you lose the daily EMA 9, what has been just the flavor of this move down is let's lose the daily 9, and then from there, let's just dump. Here, it even lost it, and this rejection off of the daily 9 was 11% candle down. And it didn't stop. It then gave you another 6.6% candle down, giving you a 15% move down in 2 days. So here, the 4-hour setup, and this is exactly what we were saying on Bitcoin at 91.3. If you are brewing a setup telling me today that you're potentially going to get downside moves into crypto today going into the daily, then that could actually leave you with maybe a daily setup here where you actually come up, retest 136 before capitulating. And that just correlates to simply a daily EMA 9 retest. But this is, in my opinion, hopium if you do start dumping today's. If you're not getting the shorts on the 4-hour setups we talked about, very simply, you can just wait all day, wait for the daily close, and then just simply play the daily 9s because that has just been the easy trade. And specifically with Bitcoin and Sol, they're correlated really nicely with exactly where the big spot is. On Sol, it's 136. On Bitcoin, it's 91.3. So when you see something like that, it does make it pretty easy. Going into today, this is just the spot bulls need to defend. You need to just simply see this get bought up, close above 136. You'll start making a move towards 140s to 141s. Until then, you have to really be looking at this as a breakdown. All bulls have now is, again, that price divergence trap we talked about, where logically it's going to bounce here. Weekly EMA 100 test on Bitcoin. But even Solana obviously is going to get a bounce off its bi-monthly EMA 21. You have a level like a bi-monthly, you have an EMA 9, and you see really big zones have been off the EMA 9, you made wick lows off the EMA 21 and very, very quickly have been bought up. You do have to gauge that zone as a bounce zone. This is exactly why we were able to long in this region, successfully TP around this 140 zone. But now if you start rolling back over to around 120s with this perspective, are you going to be very confident it's going to hold? No, I mean, you've already retested it. You already got the bounce. So if it comes all the way back down to this spot, which mind you, visually look how many times 121 has been tested on this bi-monthly, very, very good chance this isn't going to hold. And rather, you're just going to start dumping to the next level. For me, the next major level after breaking $100, which 100 is a big level, psychological number. But for me, the next major level is 85, basically $86. If you can't hold $100 mid-range, we'll just take a look at that as a mid-range. You will then end up breaking down towards 85 and potentially lower. We can't act like, the bi-monthly can't do that. Look at this. From where we're at currently, Solana was able to go down to $75.72 before this bi-monthly close. You then got a bounce towards, where did this go to? The high of 143, so right in this region. Before 143 rejected, giving you a move all the way down to $12. Well, actually $8, my apologies, $8. So with this perspective, with what you know on Bitcoin being in a bear market, brewing a move to 69K this month, you have to really, really, really be cautious at this current point, where even simply a 4-hour setup in this environment could actually brew or breed potentially a 10% pullback at this point. This is where you want to be very interested in crypto on lower time frames, because it's all with the idea that this will bleed into the higher time frames. This 4-hour goes into the daily, and that daily bleeds into the weekly, which goes into the bi-monthly and so forth. Obviously, it won't be like weekly to bi-monthly, but weekly, 2-week, monthly, and then there's your bi-monthly. I could feel the haters saying that, so I had to clarify. But even on this weekly, right? Are we really allowed to get bullish here? No, you're not. You're just now in a really tight range, 121 support, 137 resistance. Well, specifically, it's 136 to 140, 140.88. So 141 basically is resistance. Until then, you have to just really be concerned that this is massively SRing here. What was support flipped into resistance, brewing a massive breakdown towards that $100 region. Interesting, we were already talking about that. That's just right where the weekly SMA 200 is. That is the technical target as long as you're under the EMA 100. Now again, the hopium, right? We said this, 121 to 124 bi-monthly EMA 21. You also have that bi-weekly EMA 100. Visually, you can just see how important this spot is. If you can't hold this spot, nothing but air on Sol. And actually, you can make an argument that Solana will be the weakest it's ever been once you lose this week bi-weekly EMA 100. And the point is because you have, no volatility setup, breaking above the moving average. It's interesting, but no setup. But most importantly, you've never actually had any kind of downside moves under the bi-weekly EMA 100. Now, the haters will say, well, yeah, that's just because it just populated in 2024. Absolutely correct. But that's why then this spot should hold. This was the last bottom zone. It's proven to you this was a support zone. So if it doesn't hold, you have to watch for this being a capitulation zone where people are done buying Sol. There's no weekly, bi-weekly, no setup here. And you're just in the midst of a major downtrend. Very curious to see what this HBDR looks too. Just still in a breakdown. And you even see the bearish retest spot per the bi-weekly HBDR would be at 169, essentially, specifically 168.21. So, you can't even break above the 140s. That to me is just weakness. That just shows weakness. If we roll over from this point, you can't even get a retest of the 38.2% or even the weekly 9 retesting, which then would make an argument this needs to dump more, causing the weekly 9 to really push down. Bi-weekly, I keep saying weekly, bi-weekly 9. You notice the bi-weekly 9 has crossed the 21. It is brewing a silver cross. Now, you notice here that the 55 is pretty far from the 21. So it would just play into the idea this would really have to just start dumping extremely hard from this point to drag these down and get the cross. Maybe a move to $85. So Solana's looking really bad to me, actually. It's looking like it's on the verge of capitulating to me. I'm not confident 121 will hold if we even reach that again, which will really mean that this whole thing is dictated on Bitcoin not breaking down from here. If it starts breaking down, you're going to see Solana actually move down pretty hard. I'm curious, what's it down on the day? 3.7%. Okay, so it's falling, it's a little more weaker than Bitcoin, just a little bit. But that could quickly change. Specifically on this daily close could change everything for Sol. So into tonight, if you're not short on Sol, you're watching for something like this. ETA will trade this down, target 121. You break that, you target 100. You break 100, you go to $86. Only way I become bullish on Solana again is, well, if you can get back above 136. I'll look at that as, okay, bulls have actually stuck the landing. They're saving themselves from absolute destruction. But until then, I just have to look at this as a massive breakdown brewing. And, oh, wow, didn't even notice this. In the next, maybe into Monday, you'll get a volatility set up on the daily. This could actually play in exactly what I see on CME, which is, well, into CME open could really be a bloody open. And that's just solely based on the new bi-weekly candle closing and potentially confirming a volatility setup in the next week. So if over the weekend you just started to brew a volatility setup come Monday or even CME open Sunday, and you're still under 136, it's all implications for a major breakdown into next week. That's what I'll interpret that as. So just be very mindful of Sol. It's looking extremely weak. You have really no argument here. If you're longing now, you've hit the zone. There's no argument past 141. Break that, cool. You can talk about 155s. But until then, you're just literally in the same environment you were here, which this literally did take you to $100. And specifically, it took you all the way down to 95.26. So you absolutely want to be cautious in this region, specifically when you see a 4-hour bleeding into maybe a daily, which is causing a breakdown, giving you targets down to 121. But with what I showed on the bi-monthly, if you reach that, you're not really going to be convinced it's going to hold. So you have to be very cautious of that actually being a breakdown spot. You lose 121, I'll actually give another short out. I think this will be easy. It could look like this, and you target down to 100. That's still a very actionable trade, giving you, minimum of 15% move down. And that's just to the weekly estimate 200. Imagine having that same perspective here. 136 rejection, and in 1 week, you're able to print 23%, 24% basically in 1 week. Just knowing, okay, 136 is lost, it's resistance, and I'm going to scale shorts there. So why can't we use the same exact idea here? And when we know Bitcoin's even weaker than it was here. So that's kind of the idea going into today. Sol looks like it's lower time frame breaking down, which honestly gives me the bias that, yeah, perhaps we are going to maybe start moving down on Bitcoin then. Only way, again, that is avoided is reclaiming 136. Would have to happen on this next 4-hour candle. So you need to see this push up, not put a bearish retest here, reclaim and hold. But you can just see there's a lot more things pointing to, well, perhaps this is not going to hold that 136 and actually reject. You even have the 9 crossing the 21 on the 4-hour, brewing a silver cross. So this cross here to the upside is now basically uncrossing potentially and going into a bearish setup. You have a 6-hour dump, and the 6-hour dump doesn't look at all like it's going to stop. You're drawing even just meme lines. What are you using? Okay, you're using like these highs. You're now under it, right? Like you're under that, so you're breaking down. You're using this closing basis. You're about to break down. It's looking quite heavy to me. Curious to see how the Bollinger Bands look. Nothing. Interesting. And ever so slightly, you had a silver cross to the upside. Now it's decrossing or going to a bearish setup, predatory. And again, all because Bitcoin 91.3 is the spot. I mean, since the TA this morning, we've actually moved down pretty nicely from that hourly bearish retest setup we talked about. The 4 hour couldn't even give it to us. It's terrible. Let's go to the 8 hour now. Look at that, the 8 hours. So don't you need to talk about the 4 hour now? We actually could have just talked about it on Bitcoin too, the 8 hour breakdown. So then Solana has the 8 hour breakdown, more implication on why, oh, this is looking quite heavy and this could just not stop from here. Nothing but air at this point. You're even getting volatility contracting, which was pressing the extremes on this move up, playing right into a bear's hands, potentially contracting volatility on like an 8 hour, which will mean what? That then the daily will start giving you maybe a setup into CME Open, which will play exactly into what we want. Capitulation in CME Open on that new bi-weekly candle. So yeah, SOL looks real bad. 136 is the spot you need to see reclaimed, or just specifically use the daily 9. As long as you're under 136 on any time frame, you could even look at like an hourly, it's going to be bearish. And so bears are looking at this as the retest and we're good to go down. You know, conservative bears are, well, no, we'll let today's price action do its thing. Into tonight is where we'll position, and we'll smack the bearish retest short on Bitcoin and SOL and target down to 121. Because again, mind you, it's all, you have all these setups under 136 on SOL. Notice I didn't even talk about one bullish setup, even try to give bulls something here. Let's go to a 30-minute and you have nothing. So you have now a lower low. So even if you moved up, oh, we're so back, it's just going to potentially brew another lower high. So this is why you don't like alts. You can have trend on lower time frames. You can ever so slightly take out a higher low, but it's an altcoin and it's predatory. So just understand that. This is a good example of, you know, altcoin trading. It's not always so clear cut and dry, but to me now, this just looks like a breakdown, and we have to really be gauging this type of price action moving forward, where you just literally started to move aggressively down and it didn't stop until you reached the low $120 region. Now, I'll go to the most important chart now that we understand kind of, you know, what we're looking at today. And let's see if SOL versus Bitcoin is bullish or not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is actually very bullish and SOL's going to move up. But no, I mean, this doesn't look bullish at all, actually. This looks like a lower low break in the midst of higher lows, maybe a trend shift, lower low break. This looks like it just smacked and put in a lower high right off the EMA 34 on the daily, not bullish. Avoiding a buy trigger. And what you even have that deviation bearish retest setup we talked about. So we have a lot of things for bears on this chart, actually. And now what you even have, what SOL doesn't have on the spot, is a daily breakdown of 15270. And it looks like today you've potentially put in the bearish retest, meaning all you have now is air down to that 13539 level. It's not a good, that's not a good chart, really. It's not a good sign. So yeah, Solana looks absolutely bearish to me, which again gives me confluence that, oh yeah, Bitcoin today could be pretty bearish. Even this 2-day, you have a massive evening star right under that resistance and couldn't reclaim the 2-day EMA 9. Wow, it doesn't get more simpler than this, honestly. Because now you can see, okay, well, as long as you're under this wick high, this is going to just get follow through. How evening stars work is you put it in, you should get follow through. So we'll be watching the next day, 8 hours, if you're just going to start dumping hard from here. And the 2-day has a volatility set up as well. So now you have volatility, you have the candlestick, and you have the spot here, which this spot is the last spot that you really did reject before capitulating on SOL. Well, capitulating, it only went down 5%. No, it went down like from that one little point, 17% down in a matter of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 days. I'd argue here, just like I said on Bitcoin, was more bullish than where we're at here. This is significantly more weaker. Now, we talked about the daily, the 4 hour, the 8 hour, but we still can't really forget that the monthly also lost 15270 telling you that into December, you really should not be a Solana bull, honestly. But rather you should be looking at this as a loss of support, and you're looking for what happened in June. Just an aggressive move down to support, where then maybe that will get bought up. Maybe you will hold the mean lines and you will expand. But that still means that you have to move down like, 9% more from here to even get this kind of scenario. And remember, Bitcoin and crypto is a lot more weaker than it was here versus now. What an interesting, what a good chart Sol is actually. If you're trying to short and make money, this is just screaming like free money for shorts, honestly. Pretty insane. I wonder if that's just going to lead to a short squeeze because, wow, I have really, honestly, this chart to me hasn't looked this bearish in a long time. It's looking real bad. Like you just have on this monthly no hopium anymore. If this starts turning red, there's just nothing but air for Sol. God. This 6 month looks like it just wants to turn red. Man, what happened, Sol Bulls? What happened? I thought we were going to go to $500 on Sol. Why does it look so bad? But then I look here and I'm like, well, are we just actually in like a massive 6 month downtrend, basically? Where you're just putting in consistent lower highs. Yep. And this was just a massive one before you're about to absolutely capitulate. Like this looks real bad. And you're even under the 9, which has freshly populated. We'll keep going. So I'd be very cautious of holding Solana and potentially all altcoins because this is looking real bad to me. And it really does look like Sol versus Bitcoin wants to do something like this. So just be very aware of that. This I'll measure from where we're at. Literally in 1 month led to a 53% pullback. So you absolutely need to be cautious on Solana right now. And even more so, you should be gauging what I said going into tonight. Perhaps you're going to get a gift from Bear Jesus. And maybe that gift will give you 91.3 retest on Bitcoin, which could just look like this, right? Nice little test, 91.3 retest, and maybe you'll get the $36 retest on Sol. But since I posted on the Discord about this, I mean, yeah, this has gone down over 2% now. So if you're chasing this now, don't chase. No need to chase. You're in a lower low on all time frames. Just literally play lower time frame downtrend even. And I'm only saying that for people who are literally putting short orders as we speak, trying to, short this. You can just play the downtrend. So just understand that. Even if Sol's looking super bad to me, you will get some mean reversion bounce. And I'm going to bet with ETA, it's going to be something like this. And then you'll capitulate down. But I'm perfectly fine with that wrong. And if we just continue to dump and we break 121, before we get a 136 retest, and yeah, this is cooked, and my next target will be $100. $100 doesn't hold, then you really have to start entertaining a move down under $100. And at that point, I'll be pretty convinced people are going to capitulate Sol. When you're holding Solana from 200s, 240s, 150, 130, 100, and now it's at 85, it's breaking under where you thought would never break, which is under $100. You're just probably going to start getting out of Sol. And I don't need to assume that. Let's just see what occurred when we broke $100 on Sol. So,
it was fucking kaboom.
Let's go there. Okay. And so you can, it really was actually down. So you were holding $100 here, bouncing even. Let's measure these bounces out from this low. I'll give bulls the benefit of the doubt. 17%. As soon as you lost $100 and flipped that into resistance, well, you just essentially had a pretty easy short ride. I mean, immediately went down 17% to then comfortably catching a 62% move. So I think it's safe to say, yeah, if you break that $100 region, you are just going to probably see a capitulation on Sol similar to 2022. So just be fully aware of that. But still, this is still giving me some kind of hopium that this still could provide you a bounce into tonight. Could be a weekend scam pump. But understand that scam pump will get muted at 91.3 on Bitcoin and 136 on Sol. I'm not even calling 140 because I'm looking at this already. This was the setup. On Thursday? Okay, it deviated. Now I need a short here. Okay, we've missed that. So now we're going to just do the same thing here before the range breakdown if we get it at all. So that's all I have on Sol. It looks absolutely terrible to me. Let me just check the 5 days. Why not? And this just looks like a massive liquidity grab, honestly. Like you just took out all the short stop losses here using this one, right? Because you didn't get out. You then printed. You then massively round trip, probably flipped long here, and then now we're back down to here. These often make for, well, a good environment for follow through because now you have all of the traders who knew what was going to happen out. So yeah, be very cautious here on Sol. If you're trading Sol, longing it, buying the dip on it, I'd be extremely cautious on Sol. Yeah, that's all I have. This looks like a terrible chart.
Excellent to see.
Which is not good for, that's not good for crypto. If Solana is looking like absolutely terrible.
It looks like absolute ass right now. I would want to see this right here on the 4-hour chart. Fucking absolutely tell me that it's lying. Go back up here and do this. Otherwise, this is indeed kind of fucked unless you want to get to 125s and then bounce.
But then even when you go to your bi-monthly and it goes back to the low 120s, it's like, fuck. That scenario there really doesn't feel like the 2-month chart. You see just that low where it bounced even off the 21. It's just like, yeah, if you come back down, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, right here, you're going to take it out.
And then you're just going to...
I mean, I have no doubt we are in a downtrend. I'm just hoping that I can catch right now. This is what I'm hoping for in my trade. Hoping to catch because what I've been waiting on, and this is normally what happens, right, in trades. We look at a trade, we say, this is what's going to happen, and we don't know if that's the trade that's happening right now, the trade that's happening next, or the one right after, right? So I'm trying to know where I'm at here. And what I'm trying to do is I'm hoping that they're still building this trap for the Fed meeting, which is next week, where until then, we should continue to go up while everyone continues to think that this is bullish, that they're going to cut interest rates and whatnot, and then do the rug pull. We might be already like, and you know, I'm not perfect, so when I'm trading, I can just wait to see. But I'm trying to figure out if that already happened and that liquidity event was literally what you were pointing at, which is probably not a 2-month, but if I do this, it was the weekly, right? 1 second. Just give this 30 years. Yeah. I want to know if that liquidity grab was what happened right here already. This one at 146.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, what a line. Unbelievable.
Yeah, literally.
Short.
We just blindly shorted that.
Yeah.
Life-changing money.
Killed it. And now it's playing right in the middle. So it's giving us a doji right now. It's in the middle of the channel. You came from, this is why. And you're about to get a silver cross too, right? Like just like on Bitcoin on the 5-day. What I would be expecting is you came from the top of the channel, to the bottom of the channel right here. And then you should at least be able to go hunt for these 156 before dumping. That's what I'm hoping for. Same thing on Bitcoin. But like you said, even on the 4-hour, this is fucking garbage if you lose this right here. Because then you SFP that zone.
Yeah.
You're below all averages. Your next target should be 124. You know?
That's why bulls got to get a spine today, and they're failing.
Yeah, and on top, you have on the 4 hour that volatility setup playing out to the downside. So we'll see.
And it's interesting because you could see that fire off, and that just leads to daily volatility contracting into a CME open setup potentially.
Yeah.
So
Fucking wild.
It looks terrible. Yeah, it looks bad. I did
Really
post
does.
an ETA short on Sol, but we didn't get filled. So it'll still be active because it's a daily setup then if we're just going to
Okay.
dump today. So,
Well, that's good to know. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. Tessie Girl would be next.
perfect.
All right. Vamos, estamos viendo Solana, damas y caballeros. Estos son los Solamis, una de mis monedas favoritas, cosas que me encantan tradear. Y ahora, acá tenemos que poner muchísima atención. Tengo que poner esto y marcarlo. ¿Qué es lo que yo estoy buscando ahorita en mis trades? En largo, estoy buscando un rebote. Es lo único que estoy buscando. ¿Por qué? Porque psicológicamente, y tienen que entender esto, cuando ves un trade en una tabla, no sabes si es el trade que está jugando en este momento, si es el trade de mañana o el que sigue después. Esto es normalmente donde tienes que calibrarte y por eso equivocarte es bueno y quedarte con el trade en el que estás. Si te equivocaste, quédate con el plan y te sales. De todas maneras, hiciste un plan de salida. ¿Por qué? Porque eso te dice en qué trade estás, en dónde estás parado. Para mí, lo que debería de seguir ahorita es, próxima semana es la Junta de la Reserva Federal, lo que tiene que hacer es que todo el mundo sea alcista. Ya estamos creando estructura alcista. Ya habías convencido a todo el mundo en la bajada que habían dicho, no, este ya es el fondo. Los convenciste de que ahora sí, este es el fondo y va para arriba, ¿no? Perdón. A la gente que decía, este es el fondo, que seguían y dicen que es un mercado alcista, ya los convenciste que era bajista. ¿Qué es lo que tienes que hacer? Obviamente pompear, ¿no? Es lo que toca después de eso. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes que hacer que esas personas que están flip-flopeando de mentalidad se vayan al otro lado y continúen siendo alcistas. Porque si continúas siendo alcista, te atrapan. Es como funciona este pedo. Entonces, para mí, todavía tenemos que continuar siendo alcistas en este momento. Ahora, esto puede en este momento simplemente ir a todas mis invalidaciones, chingarse todas mis invalidaciones y se acabó. Olvídate lo que te estoy diciendo, no, se acabó. Pero esto tendría que tener un rebote. Debería de permitir no llevarte los mínimos de acá, de los 123. Puede venir a los 124, sería el siguiente objetivo natural de esto, con un setup de volatilidad en la de 4 horas dándose perfectamente acá. Esto tranquilamente puede llevarte al chiste, ¿no? A la chingada. Pero, ¿qué es lo que estamos haciendo? Lo que hemos visto es que desde acá, ¿no? Que fue cuando perdón, la moví. Esto que fue en noviembre 21, tocamos este mínimo de 121. Luego venimos a hacer un mínimo de 123. Una vez más, cuando consolidas así, acaba siendo bajista. Pero ya es el momento o no. Y la cosa es, ¿qué estamos pensando? Que esto va a caer y va a hacer esto, que esto va a literalmente venir acá a hacer esto, o que esto ya se va a ir para abajo. Es las tres opciones que tienes. Para mí, lo que está haciendo es retesteando la zona de breakout. No puedes pasar hasta que lo haces. Y adivina qué pasó una vez que lo hiciste. Todo el mundo contó esta como la zona de breakout, pero la zona de breakout en realidad es esto. Para mí, yo lo que estoy buscando es que estas velas, sea esta, ¿no? Faltan todavía 3 horas y 15 minutos para esta vela, pero que esta vela puede cerrar aquí, la siguiente haga esto y ya con eso se dispare. Y esto sea un SFP. Si esto es un SFP, te va a llevar a la parte alta de este canal como mínimo a los 146 otra vez. En mi opinión, es lo que está ocurriendo con Solana. Voy rápido a la de 2 meses, que es lo que estaba viendo Alex para decir esto. Estamos en una clara tendencia bajista. Nunca hemos estado por debajo del promedio del 21 en un cierre. El promedio del 21 está en los $122. Si lo vemos, es la línea amarilla que está acá. Si nos llevamos el promedio del 21 a la baja, entraríamos en espacios desconocidos. Ya estamos acá. Todavía faltan 26 días para cerrar esto. Es a fin de año, por supuesto. Pero ya estando donde estamos, ya estás por debajo del promedio del 9. ¿Cuándo ha cerrado debajo del promedio del 9? En el mercado bajista del 2021. Nunca antes en esto. Y ahorita tienes la posibilidad una vez más de hacerlo y eso te debería llevar a un mercado bajista en Solana. Tienes también volatilidad en el punto más bajo de la tabla de la de 2 meses, lo que te dice que vas a tener una mega movida para arriba o para abajo cuando esto se dé. Da igual. Perdón, 3 meses también, la trimestral tienes el promedio del 9, estás por debajo, estás en el punto de volatilidad más bajo, pero no quería ponerles eso, les quería poner la mensual. Mensual aquí es donde estoy preocupadón por esto, porque ya tuviste un cierre bajo el 34, nunca habías tenido un cierre bajo el 34 antes del mercado bajista, esto fue el cierre pasado. Ahora, este cierre a fin de año, con volver a tener otro por debajo de los 138, básicamente te está confirmando que vas a continuar a la baja. Además de que tuviste una vela súper topera, tuviste instantáneamente seguimiento y luego te dio la que sigue. Esto ya está en caída libre. Lo que también quiero ver es volatilidad está llegando a una vez más al punto más bajo de la tabla en Solana, lo que nos dice que va a haber un movimiento bastante agresivo. 2 semanas tienes volatilidad expandiendo, la expansión comienza desde acá y esta expansión te lo está dando en rojo. Esto quiere decir que puedes tener otro movimiento bastante, que vas a tener un movimiento bastante brusco y todavía en continuación a la baja, damas y caballeros. Siguiente objetivo acá es tu promedio del 100, que ya lo tocaste acá en marzo del 2025 en el fondo de los aranceles. Sería tu promedio del 100, que está en los $118. 118 no aguanta, personalmente creo que lo vas a romper ahorita y vas a llegar a los $105 cuando se dé el movimiento final. Y esto es con volatilidad expandiendo a la baja en la de 2 semanas. Semanal tienes volatilidad expandiendo a la baja, lo pueden ver por acá, continúa y es lo que estás viendo. Ahora, tienes la posibilidad de un cruce plateado a la baja por acá arriba y eso te dice que cualquier retesteo del promedio del 9 es una oportunidad de corto. Esta va a estar acá arriba en los $163. Eso es más o menos lo que yo estaría esperando para la Junta del Fed. Eso es lo que yo estaría más o menos esperando, no les voy a mentir. Los 155 serían ideales porque en los 155 pueden ver que coincide mi línea meme, el canal bajista y el promedio del 100 y en realidad esto es lo que yo tomaría para un corto tremendo en Solana. Alex les mandó un corto ahorita, no ha llenado todavía para la gente que está en el eTrading Academy, para que lo sepan, todavía no nos llena, pero esto puede todavía rebotar, llenarlo e irse para abajo o hacer lo que les estoy diciendo. Vamos a la de 5 días a ver cómo se ve ese punto de vista. 5 días, ya tienes el cruce plateado a la baja. No has venido a retestear el promedio del 9 desde entonces. Se encuentra en los $151, la parte alta de este canal. Y eso es más o menos lo que yo estaría esperando. Estás aguantando el promedio del 200. El promedio del 200 está aquí abajo y es lo que no quieres llevarte en los 125. Te lo llevas ahorita y puedes cantar esto que ya se acabó. Pero es fin de semana, abrió todo esto. Si ponen atención, y esto es algo que yo le pongo atención diario también, no todo el tiempo funciona, pero le pongo atención, estoy acá en la diaria, son las 8 de la mañana en California. Lo primero que hicieron fue tirarme acá después de darme esta subida. Personalmente creo que toda la gente que está en corto desde acá hasta acá ya se llevó una buena lana y nos van a tener que dar esto para sacar a todos estos güeyes. Ya con esto sacaste a los alcistas, ya con esto vas a sacar a los bajistas y el fin de semana puede que nos dé lo que sigue. Es lo que yo estaría esperando. Obviamente tengo un trade de este lado, que es por lo que también mi preferencia está de este lado. Pero vamos a ver, ¿no? Vamos a ver cómo se da esto. Por ahora, Solana está haciendo en temporalidades bajas, altos, bajos, altos, bajos más altos y altos más altos. Estamos viendo si nos vamos a llevar. Aquí lo que te diría que todo se va yendo a la chingada es llevarte este nivel, este mínimo en los 123, porque pues ya te vas a ir a llevar este en los 121 y ahí tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 104. ¿Qué trades existen acá? Literalmente el de la esperanza. Si quieres comprar acá Solana, puedes ver en 131.50. Lo que tienes es probabilidades altas de un rebote en los 124. En los 124 yo entraría en un long acá por la posibilidad de la media del canal y esta línea meme. Donde hay, pues corto lo que les mandaron y ahorita estamos esperando literalmente a ver qué es lo que pasa. Si esto se profundiza en Bitcoin, voy a poner mi tabla acá. Denle 20 minutos a este pedo. Pueden ver por qué, ¿no? Esto literalmente podría ser un SFP de esta línea que tomó tiempo poder reganarla. Y es lo mismo que estoy viendo con Solana acá, es lo que les quiero enseñar. Ahora, está la volatilidad expandiendo en estas tablas en la de 4 horas, lo que nos señala que va a continuar bajando. Pero pues tenemos que ver cómo juega. La de 4 horas en Solana es un poco lo mismo de Bitcoin, donde resistencia, 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 breakout para abajo. La cosa es, ¿esto va a ser un SFP o no? Es la pregunta que tenemos que hacernos el día de hoy. Porque si podemos rebotar acá. Ahora, para cerrar esta vela de 4 horas, todavía faltan 3 horas. Me gustaría ver esta vela. Si cierra por acá, me da igual. Pero la que sigue cerrar por encima de esta línea meme. Si sí, voy a continuar en mi trade hasta fin del día. Si no, pues ya vieron, me he equivocado. Y ahora ese es el de Bitcoin que de todas maneras en Solana aplica porque es idéntico. Vean la tabla de los Bitcoin en la de 4 horas. Era esta. Loop, 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 loop. Y aquí es donde, bueno, la línea verde, la media del canal, es lo que yo esperaría que retomemos para continuar a la alza al promedio del 200 en esta zona. Es lo que yo estoy buscando, esperando. Por ahora se ve un poco cocinado, puede que no me salga esta, pero pues bueno, es parte de, y una vez más, voy a continuar, no voy a cerrar porque esto me va a decir en dónde estoy parado, en qué trade estoy. Porque si esto ya se cae, se acabó esto, ya no hay más para arriba después de la Junta de la Reserva Federal. Esto sería literalmente el último pump antes del dump. Por eso es importante para mí mantenerme acá. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver Oclo ahora con el gran Farhini.
Alrighty. The F shizzle to the nizzle. All of you youngsters won't know about that.
None.
Before my time as well. So we got to move down on the monthly down to the 9 EMA, and we so far are bouncing off the 9 EMA, and now we're once again back over the 5. And the confirmation for me for putting in the local bottom is going to be closing back over this 5 EMA, and then I'm going to be looking for at least a retest of somewhere around these closing highs, which is around the 61.8%. At that $130-ish area, and then if you can get a close over this $130 area, which is the closing high at 132.77, then likely see a move into somewhere around the 78.6 to the 88.3%, which is the test of your current all-time highs at about $189, $190-ish, and at that point you're very likely going to be hitting that psychological $200 figure. And what's going to confirm this as a breakdown is going to be basically just a tick below this current wick low, which is at $79, or getting a rejection of this 5 and then a close below this 9 EMA, and then that'll give you a move down to somewhere around 50 to $60. But as of right now, it is seeming stronger and more likely the scenario where you're going to reclaim this 5. But you still got 26 days left to go, and that's an eternity. Momentum on the monthly is currently flipped to the downside with volatility contracting, and that would go along with the idea of getting your rejection. With the jewel losing the buy signal, flipping into a neutral, and putting in the God mode background. 2-week is also flipped to the downside, close to flipping back up though, right at the edge of the bullish control zone, putting in some possible hidden bullish divergence with volatility currently contracting, and the jewel is currently giving you a God mode sell signal. The confirmation for that divergence is going to be getting a close back over this wick high at $152.06. And if you can get that, that'll give you a move into somewhere around $200 confirmation. Weekly is also going along with the idea of the bounce, with momentum coming to very extremes and volatility coming to very extremes, and you are tapping the 97.5% range on the HPDR and getting a nice bounce off of that zone right now. And you're getting a slight rejection from the 9 EMA and the 95%. Want to see it close over that level, 9 EMA, 95%. That gives us a move into tapping 38.2%. Well, first, this breakdown zone at around $130-ish, and then a move into the 38.2% around the 163 zone. It is pretty likely at this point, though, that you will at least get a retest of the 38.2% wherever it is at the time, because it is likely to move on this close in about 4 hours. In 5 days, same as like look as the weekly. 2 day also 2 days currently pointed up, going along with the idea of the bounce, with momentum now entering into the bullish control zone. Volatility is currently going into a contraction phase, and you're getting a fresh buy signal off on the jewel in the bearish control zone. Let's see if there's any. There's currently some hidden bearish divergence possible because we are making a higher high in momentum from these highs here, whereas price is making a lower high. That divergence will confirm with any close below $85.50, and that gives you an easy move down to about like $80-ish. We'll scroll. Okay, let's mark off this jewel signal. See what this usually produces in terms of a bounce. Back in the day, whenever there would be that fuckery and scam wicks in BitMEX, which was the largest exchange in 2020 before Binance. The owner would tweet saying, "Gonna run your stops. Daddy needs a new Ferrari." So it makes me think about this and Scam Altman tweeting, "Daddy needs a new Koenigsegg."
I think he's got plenty of money at this point, that dude, right? He's got to be not only one of the richest people in the world, but one of the most powerful people in the world.
Running your stops. Daddy needs a new Koenigsegg.
Fuck.
Because crypto had no regulation, so you could openly say that he's going to run your stops and buy a new Ferrari.
Absolutely. What a man.
And now CZ has to play by the rules, and he still gets fucked. It's because he's Chinese. 63%, 100%. Wow. 400%. Likely not going to see a 400% move from here. Maybe, but probably not as fast as that one. 46%. 171. These are some pretty powerful moves. Let's zoom out a little bit. Almost all of them have a little bit of a move down to before they pump, though, of roughly somewhere around 8 to 10%. 155, 226, 759. That's a god tier pump. And how much are we currently up? Let's see. About 29%. So if we were to take it to the roughly that 60-ish percent number, brings us to about just over that $135 zone at 140 bucks. Now let's see, just for funsies, what 100% would be. About 177, just below our current all-time highs. 150, about $220-ish, and 170. I'm not going to bother with the 400% numbers. About 240-ish bucks. See if these numbers come back up. Daily currently also flipped to the upside on momentum, with volatility currently in expansion phase. Daily is, let's see if it's putting in divergence. Daily is also putting in possible hidden bearish divergence, but you will need a daily close below about $88.60 to confirm that. Actually, about $85.50 is below would be better to use, and that'll give you an easy target down to somewhere around the 78.6% to 88.3% on the confirmation of the divergence. That puts you between 80 bucks and like 70. There's currently still actually nothing. Now that's been validated because you have closed back over the 55. 4-hour currently also flipped to the upside. You are tagging some pretty extreme areas though, so it does make sense to get a little bit of consolidation / pullback here. With the jewel still giving you a buy signal, you got pink crossing above the yellow in the bearish control zone. Just want to continue to see this 4-hour 200 SMA hold on a closing basis. Maybe get a few more retests of the zone while the HPDR ranges can step up, and then once the ranges step up, then I expect some continuation to the upside from there to tag that 120s to 130 zone, as long as this 200 continues to hold on a closing basis. Let's look at the RSI. Invalidated the hidden bullish divergence, put in the local top. You've hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average. Next support zone is the bullish control zone that sits at about $75. Interesting. Lines up with that $80-ish to $70 target. 2 week, nothing. The support would be at the bullish control zone at $89. Weekly is now putting in a third drive hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $94.51. That will give us an easy target of somewhere between the bullish control zone and the simple moving average. Puts us between 139 and 179. Interesting, 130s. And this confirms in 4 hours. 5 days. Wells putting in a drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $96.50, and this will give us a zone between the bullish control zone and the simple moving average, puts us between 142 and 180. 3 days already confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $89.55, and your next target is somewhere between the neutral zone and the simple moving average, puts you between 135 and 150. Nice. Multiple time frames with this hidden bullish divergence now. Daily's currently got regular bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $87.36. And your next target is the bullish control zone sitting at 113.27. And the 4 hour, actually, no, that's been validated. You target somewhere around the edge of the bullish control zone at $100, 101. And then from there, you should see a bounce towards 116. There. 2 hours got a fresh silver cross. Like it brings you a move down to around $100 if you were to retest it. That is the support zone on the RSI. Look at momentum. Monthly momentum especially flipped to the downside, rejecting the critical zone, and is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $173. And you are still within the bullish control zone. You're projected at this on the next open to be at the edge of the bullish control zone. And at this point, if we are going to be bullish, the pivot, or we're going to be more immediately bullish, the pivot will go down significantly. And we are now getting a volatility contraction from many periods of 100%. 2 week also getting that volatility contraction with momentum flipped to the downside, rejecting the critical zone, and you will be flipped down below $166. And you are now losing the bullish control zone on the 2 week. Weekly also flipped down, entering into the bearish control zone, approaching the critical zone, and you are going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 138. So that 130s area would just be a tag of this weekly pivot. 5 day also flipped down as long as you're closing below 134. 2 day currently flipped up, and you are going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 84.73. Daily currently flipped up with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 89.54. 4 hour currently also flipped up with volatility expansion for many periods of 0%, and is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 102.72. Our current low is about $100. 2 hours currently freshly flipped to the downside, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 114. Gives you another retest of that $100 zone for the retest of the silver cross. The higher time frames are not now shifting into more of a cautious, cautionary positioning. Not exactly bearish, but more cautionary after the massive move to the upside. You're getting monthly momentum freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting the critical zone, but you are yet to approach the edge of the bullish control zone. In that area, the pivot does likely go down. And then you also put in some potential for hidden bullish divergence in that zone, and that likely gives some time for the HBR ranges to step up, and then confirming that divergence gives you your next leg to the upside. And right now, on the low time frames, you are starting to put in hidden or medium term time frames, hidden bullish divergences, basically across the board, which are very close to confirming. Basically, on today's daily close, most of them will confirm. Those give you targets somewhere around 135 to 140-ish dollars on confirmation of those divergences. And right now on the low time frames, there's a possibility of a little bit of a swipe down. 2 hours now flipping to the downside with a fresh 2-hour silver cross. So if you do see a little move down from here, you should see a bounce between $100 and like $90-ish, somewhere in the 90s. And from there, those bullish divergences will validate, and they'll give you a move into somewhere around that 130 to 140 zone. And the invalidation right now and getting a bounce is just going to be simply taking out this quick low at $79. If you take that out, then you're likely going to continue dumping to this somewhere around this 100 EMA with a slight bounce around $70-ish, and then wherever the 100 is at that point. There's a possibility that the $70 area could be your macro low. But you'd want to see a bounce from the 55 EMA and then a close back over the 9, and then you can send it back up to all-time highs with some hidden bullish divergence. I am more thinking that the 100 will be the spot, but we have to see the reaction at the 55.
Thank you, senor. FI would be next for you.
FI. Finance. I just made that up. I don't know what FI stands for. Figma?
No. FI is Fiserv. Let me see.
Fiserv. Neo?
This. It's not FI. It's FISV.
FIS.
Great.
Okay, Fiserv Inc. I see it. Looks terrible.
Yeah. Is your trading view lagging? Mine's crazy laggy. Oh, wow.
That looks like dog shit.
Oh boy.
So next target, 0. Finish.
Exactly. You simplify the analysis right there. All right. Thank you, sir. Ok, vamos a hacer Oklo. Rápidamente, para los que no sepan, Oklo es la empresa de Sam Altman que está haciendo reactores nucleares pequeñitos para poder darle toda la energía que necesita sus computadoras para poder acabar con toda la humanidad a través de inteligencia artificial, ¿no? Esta es la tabla de Oklo. Hemos visto desde el 2024 literalmente los $5 venir hasta los $193. Ha sido una de las tablas más explosivas del año. En los últimos 2 años, en realidad. Y pues Oklo nos había marcado un tope junto con una vela topera. Estamos viendo la semanal. Vela topera, confirmación instantánea, caída por debajo del promedio del 9, por debajo del promedio del 5, pero empezamos a retomar de vuelta. Ahora, ¿esto va a ser un movimiento definitivo o no? Estamos ante un punto crítico en este momento en la tabla y ahorita van a ver por qué. Vamos a empezar con la mensual, donde pueden ver que todavía estamos en postura alcista. Habíamos perdido el promedio del 5, pero siempre y cuando estemos cerrando por encima de los 102.68, márquenlo, 102.68. Esto es más alcista que bajista. Volatilidad está contrayendo después de haber estado en extremos todo el puto tiempo, así que es lo que tenemos en esa tabla mensual. 2 semanas, volatilidad está contrayendo, me parece al punto más bajo, no, de toda la historia no, pero del mínimo del año. Sí, ¿de hace cuánto tiempo? Sí, lleva 2 años. Este sería el setup de volatilidad más bajo de toda la historia. Tienes un doji que cerró instantáneamente abajo. Esto nos pone en postura bajista. Cerraste por debajo del promedio del 5. La siguiente cerraste por debajo del promedio del 9. Y ahora se va a tratar de poder romper los 117.57, porque esa sería la zona ideal donde encuentras fondo, nuevo alto, y eso te daría continuación si es que no llegas a cerrar por encima y empiezas a tomar estos niveles de vuelta, ¿ok? Estás en una clara tendencia bajista, tienes el tope, tenías este mínimo, te lo llevaste por acá, te lo llevaste por acá, y ahora estás empezando a poner postura alcista con este mínimo siendo más bajo que el que sigue con estas 2 velas. Así que aquí es donde empezamos a pelar el ojo para estas situaciones. Semanal, pues es lo que habíamos visto, donde perdimos el promedio del 9. La última vez que perdimos el promedio del 9 por tanto tiempo fue literalmente la caída de los aranceles a una empresa que literalmente no hace ni vende nada, pero cayó por los aranceles. Cayó 70%. Esta caída de ahorita en Oklo, donde estamos parados ahorita, bueno, a la caída, vamos a ponerlo de tope, fue de un 59%. Relativamente, solamente le faltó 10% para la de los aranceles. Y ahora la pregunta es, ¿esto es alcista? Por ahora lo es. Puedes ver esta tabla semanal, estás marcando mínimos más altos, no perdiste el promedio del 34, te está aguantando perfecto, retomas el promedio del 21, después del rechazo acá, el promedio del 5, y ahora vas para arriba, tienes el rechazo de los 110. Y acá una vez más los 120 vuelven a aparecer con el promedio del 9 por acá en la semanal. Diaria pinta una fotografía bastante sencilla. Tienes además volatilidad expandiendo ante esta subida. Esto nos dice que probablemente estemos ante un buen pompazo y lo único que tenemos que hacer es llevarnos este máximo acá en los 114 para poder decir, ok, de los 114 vamos a los 135 y acá se va a tratar de poder llevarnos este máximo de acá. ¿Qué es lo que estaríamos viendo? Oportunidad de entrada ante este rebote. Ahora, en esto, en cortas temporalidades somos más diaria, semanal, 2 semanas, etcétera, son alcistas. Un poco corta temporalidad, pueden ver, es un poco más bajista. Y quiero que vean esto. Tienes literalmente esta estructura donde has roto de acá para acá y es aquí donde quiero que vean esto. Alcista, ¿no? Definitivamente tienes este máximo acá que es más alto que este, pero no que estos. Sigue siendo alcista. Lo que te está sugiriendo esto es que el rebote que te dé por ahí de los 95 te lleve con chance hasta los 135. Y aquí nos pelearemos a ver si es que vamos a dar continuación al rally. Ya vimos el fondo, este fue el fondo y vámonos en los 70 y tantos dólares con una corrección de 10% menos que la de los aranceles. Y esto lo puedes invalidar simplemente llevándote los 80 dólares para abajo. Una vez que te lleves los 80 dólares para abajo, esto se acabó. Pero la entrada acá estaría en los 96 más o menos. Entre 90 y, pondría yo 98 y 95 dólares, donde deberías de poder encontrar fondo. Mínimo alto. Mínimo más alto, alto más alto. Mínimo más alto, alto más alto, mínimo más alto, alto, mucho más alto. Y acá tienes literalmente, lo único que tienes que romper para esto son los 89 dólares. Cae de los 90 dólares y esto empezaría a comprometerse. Pero siempre y cuando aguantes los 90 dólares y sobre todo los 97, esta debería ser la oportunidad para agregar e ir para arriba. Pero una vez más, el movimiento que estamos viendo sería, si te va bien acá, de un 40%, nada mal, honestamente. Si es que no agarraste acá en el fondo del fondo, aquí lo tienes. De todas maneras, para nosotros la primera entrada hubiera sido esta. Acá lo pueden ver, la primera zona de oportunidad. No llegamos a tocar la segunda por nada. Pero habiendo entrando acá en los 96, ya estarías bien parado para este rebote. Y lo único que tenemos que hacer para ser alcistas en Oclo, ahí les va paso a paso, ¿ok? Lo primero, cerrar tu temporalidad alta, me parece que es la de 2 semanas, que es ahorita, exactamente, por encima de los 102.90. El día de hoy, a huevo, ¿quieres ser alcista? Tienes que cerrar arriba de 102.90. Si no cierras por arriba de 102.90, estaríamos ante una trampilla. Esa es la primera cosa que tienes que hacer. Después, vamos a querer cerrar por encima. Esta semanal no te pide tanto, los 98 dólares, pero tus 2 semanas te pide esos 102.69. A huevo, 102.80, lo que haya sido. Y en la diaria te está diciendo, tienes que a huevo cerrar por encima. No tienes que a huevo, pero te ayudaría muchísimo en los 107, perdón. En los 107. Una vez que hagas eso, siguiente objetivo van a ser 110, llevarte esta vela en 114, irte a 117 y de 117 a 120, de 120 a estos 135. Todo esto se invalida si te llevas primero los 90 que están acá con este mínimo y después la segunda mega invalidación ya definitiva serían los 79 dólares, que es este mínimo. Y así podrías saber. Por ahora, Oclo tiene cara de que va a ser más alcista que bajista. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Puede que lo estés retesteando aquí, que este haya sido tu tope. La mirada de 4 horas me hace pensar eso, pero viendo momentum y todo eso apuntando para arriba, tiene más cara de que va a continuar. pero pues aquí sí tienes esto. Ve la topera, rompiste el promedio del 100 a la alza, que lo habías perdido acá, ahora estás cayendo. Es esencial recuperar el promedio del 100 en los 104 el día de hoy. Y falta para la primera vela de ahorita de 4 horas, va a cerrar en 1 hora y 15 minutos. Ve la segunda donde cierra. Mínimo quieres que no vaya a continuar para abajo, porque si continúa para abajo, se va a ver mal. Y ahí está. Ahora sí que a corto plazo somos más alcistas que bajistas, no a muy corto plazo. Esto puede corregir todavía hasta los 95 y eso sería los 96, 97. Eso sería una buena oportunidad para este movimiento y simplemente lo único que tienes que hacer es cerrar por encima de los 102.68 el día de hoy para que sea tu primera confirmación. De ahí los 104, después los 117 y de ahí 120 a los 134. Pero no vas a cambiar de tendencia hasta que te trepes por encima del promedio del 100, lo tomes para catapultarte, rompas este máximo y eso te diría que vas a estar en camino al que sigue, que son los 123. ¿Ok? Ahí lo tienen. Oclo. Se ve bien. La cosa es, con todo esto, y la bolsa en general se mueve junta, lo pueden ver, han visto todos estos movimientos. Para Oclo tenemos que esperarnos a ver literalmente esto, porque pues tienes el cruce plateado en la de 4 horas. En la diaria me parece que también, ¿no? Diaria también tienes un cruce plateado y lo estás retesteando ahorita. Si no puedes romper esta zona, esto sería un SFP y ese SFP te debería de dar un nuevo bajo. ¿Ok? Por eso es importante ver los cierres de hoy, de 2 semanas, la semanal y la diaria, ponerle muchísima atención y ahí tienen los niveles. All right, Mr. Alex, we're ready for some Tesla.
Nice. Yeah, yesterday when I was on CT, I was seeing a lot of people get bullish on Tesla. And for me, I don't really see the argument on that quite yet. Your only objective as a bull at this current point is an all-time high, because what you had here on that move down in November was, well, a massive trend shift, in my opinion. Bulls we're trying to, have this be the major higher low, higher high, and so forth, breakout from that point, go to 500s in the high heavens. Now, what you have potentially is a lower low break. You've rallied up, but it's already somewhat slightly selling off. You're seeing here bulls are losing somewhat steam. If it's better shown here on this HBDR view with the median. If it wants to load, right? The rally kind of just stopped here. I have to be watching this area as a major spot, potentially for a massive short. And why? It's because you have a very easy area where you're wrong. You simply take out November 3rd's wick high, you are going to break out, potentially go up to that $500 region. But until then, I have to be really watching trend here, as maybe this is just the beginnings of a downtrend. While majority are getting massively bullish on Tesla, while it's rallied right up to the weekly median, a massive level that, mind you, we've been holding for multiple weeks. We got the expansion off the median. All these are weekly candles. You held above it, you fell under it, you dumped, you expectedly bounced off the EMA 21. And now you're just back at that weekly median. So for me, as long as you're under the weekly median, you do need to be having kind of the gauge that this is just massively topped and you're potentially brewing a massive lower high on the weekly. With trend being your friend here is kind of the idea where, you would have expected some bounce. I always like to short as close to the stop loss as possible. Now with us reaching the weekly median, first retest here, or I guess second one. Notice this one here last week, but then the median went up. We retested it. I still have to be gauging this as an opportunity where we're potentially getting a pretty easy risk to reward on a short. Now you notice here too, on the biweekly, you're very close to 61.8%. Now into this biweekly close, you very easily can go down and retest $436 and even all the way down to that $415 region. If $415 continues to hold, that's where I'll start really considering maybe a move up and actually maybe taking out this November 3rd wick high right in this region here. Because then that'll look like it's a bullish SFP deviation and you're actually holding the throwback where we were looking at a scenario last few streams on Tesla where you just simply can't hold that 415 region. You do see massive moves down. So, you know, you got the reclaim into this new bi-weekly. Can you actually come down and hold the levels and maybe get a bounce up? See, and you can even see the weekly didn't retest that 415. And the idea now with this low is this is the next major low. Only objective now is for bulls to just move up to a new all-time high. So using that idea, you just don't want to see this low as a bull get taken out at all, not even on a wick basis. Because in doing so, this will start looking like the next major lower high. With what we know on weekly trend, lower low means you could easily form a lower low and get a bounce, retest here before rolling over, meaning the trend will be your friend on Tesla. For me now, it's down. And so for that, I'm gauging shorts right in this zone. Now we can go to the daily now. And the daily does give you that idea that maybe into next week you will get a pullback. Will that pullback actually produce something bullish or just, you know, be a massive bull trap? Because here you have, you know, daily trend shifted up. You're actually in a daily buy trigger. And even more so, you got expansion off the daily 9. That's now moved up closer to that $436 region. So that can tell you that, you know, if you do end up rolling over, getting a pullback into next week, this is your first area of interest you want to be watching closely because, well, Tesla on the daily just likes to hold the daily 9 when trending, when moving up. Last big expansion was off the daily 9 here. And then you get your chop, 21.9. But then you move down and you even notice here your last major rejection was off the daily 9. You had this whole move up, you had a massive mean reversion, and then you came down based off the daily 9. So for me, on the daily perspective, using the weekly, I have to still be cautious that this is just potentially a massive bull trap. Confirmed once you actually break under $415 for me. Because that'll mean that this now is shifted into a downtrend. And what we already saw with the weekly is just kind of taking hold here. Now, if you wanted to be more cheeky in it, let's say went up and tested that bi-weekly level I talked about on the HBDR, and we went up a little more higher. What would this potentially just produce on like a weekly if you did this? Well, then you could make the argument that, yeah, this short setup is still valid. And this move up to 61.8%, all it did was just, well, firstly, retest, you know, this channel that's been rejecting. And this is a visual for lower highs. But then you could argue you've just put in a massive head and shoulders on Tesla if it went up just a little higher. So in my opinion, the argument is still with bears here. And the fact that many got bullish off this retest of the weekly median makes me, you know, more have more conviction on the short that I did post for ETA before doing Tesla. Because too many things now are saying that this very well could roll over or at very minimum give you some kind of retest in that 415 before breaking out, which will be the first TP zone on the short if you start scaling shorts here. Because then at minimum, we know that that at least can come down. You can retest that maybe daily EMA 34, maybe the median before it's all said and done. And if you start holding above 415, yeah, you might get another shot at retesting, you know, that 450 region. Then we'll cover the short. But if you do massively start rolling over into next week, you break down, lose the daily 9, which is the first, that's going to be the first point where this is going to break down for me. Then you can have, you know, a really nice short TP here 1. And if we end up losing 415, you could open another short or even just add back the size. Pay yourself a little here, add some more size, and get the full TP around 370s. I would expect 370s to be a big spot for Tesla if you do end up, let's say, forming that lower high on the weekly and moving down. And that's just based on that weekly EMA 34 sitting at $375. If the 21 has given us an impressive bounce that produced a lower high, I would be then expecting the EMA 34 to give you an impressive bounce, potentially producing a lower high and also being maybe a bearish retest at 415. Because I won't, you know, forget to say, when we did massively dump and form that low in April, it was off the back of 415 becoming loss and it being a massive bearish retest before down only. So I do think it's worth watching Tesla here. Yeah, we avoided the breakdown. That's perfectly fine. And even into this week, you easily could have positioned in a long. But if you did, let's say, scale longs here, I'm now getting very cautious here. The fact that this could just be a massive lower high brewing. You're at the weekly median, 5-day median, and even the daily is telling you very easily can get a pullback to like $437, which is about a 3% move. And you'll really want to be observing if, let's say, you're shorting with ETA today, but where this daily candle actually, where it forms. Do we form an evening star? Does it form a shooting star? That'll all be good confluence of the fact that, yeah, perhaps you are forming some kind of local top here. So watch very carefully. You know your area. We're watching this kind of trade here. And as long as you are under specifically that weekly median, I am going to be on the bias more that, yeah, this is actually being dirty. It's a bull trap on the daily. Weekly trend is down, and I need to be looking for a lower high here while many get bullish. Now go to the monthly. Let's see. Now let's just observe this high, right? You take this high out, which is the high we're talking about on our short, most likely results in a monthly breakout closer to $515. So that's what I gather off this monthly on quick glance. But I also see if you end up losing 415, not much going to stop price from going down, right into that $394. And at that point, you'd have to just look for a wick down to 372, similar to here. But the monthly is not really telling me quite yet that this is just ready to break out. I'm not really getting that off this HPDR view. And even when you view the meme lines, you actually just had a loss of support. This could play into that daily bull trap idea, which is, yeah, you're just wicking up. You're taking out the shorts that thought they'd get the easy ride at $437. But as long as you're not taking out November's high here, this wick high, this very easily could result in 26 days. This could result in a massive wick. Getting under $436 would really start excelling this down closer to 415 and possibly to that monthly 9. This isn't a bullish view, in my opinion. Now, it can quickly turn bullish. Like I said, let's say you hold 436 on that daily throwback. Maybe you go a little lower and it holds. And into the month, you're holding above 436. Into January, you could easily do this and break out. But that would mean January would give you a potentially bullish setup. When there's too many things like on the weekly saying that this could start selling off. And if this did result into a massive wick high rejection here, this on the monthly would start looking pretty damning for Tesla. So just be aware of all of that. I'm not really getting too many arguments on why this would be massively bullish at this point. But into January, you absolutely could make that argument, assuming you stay above $436. Like visually, you could see that, right? Like maybe it closes here into January. Yeah, you may get a spring off this wick high rejection. So if we know that, then that means to me that bears are going to need to step up this month on Tesla. Which then tells me that when we are testing a weekly median and it's very close to this spot that we know we're wrong and we know we take this out, you're in a monthly breakout, and that makes this area very juicy to maybe start shorting. And we know a major move is coming, and volatility on the weekly is already confirming that with the volatility setup at extreme lows. So something major here is brewing on Tesla. But to me, the chart is still, saying I think we should be cautious and really, really, really pay attention to the levels this month. I think the levels will be your friend this month. Right? Even the 3-day could absolutely afford a pullback down to that 436 level. When it does, or if it does, that's going to be your first, let's see if we deviate down and maybe get that move to 415. That's when then you just cycle onto your daily 9 and really be focused on that. So 436 seems likely for a pullback at this point. That'll either then be a higher low on a daily to a breakout, trend shift on weekly, and now you're moving up towards 515. Or this will actually confirm some kind of local top into today. We've already posted the shorts. I even think you can start shorting now. Understand this is where you're wrong. And if you start really dumping and expanding down to the daily 9 into next week, and let's say the candle closes exactly where it's at now, this would be a daily evening star. I would then feel confident you could put your stop here because your whole idea is based on this being a weekly lower high on the median. So then therefore, then I think we could play the daily evening star, assuming it closes like this. And if you, let's say, start getting a bounce here and it breaks out, well, at least there you're not taking a massive stop loss to 473. So you have a lot of options. Bears have options here today. Tesla's looking pretty bearish to me, though. And I would be at minimum expecting a move to 436. And if it holds that, then we can, change our perspective into January. Like I mentioned, I'll become a bull in January. But if we can't hold that, then yeah, I'll be looking at a move to 415 and possibly a lot lower. My objective for Tesla is still in 371. And if we can't hold that, I do think you're going to, potentially make a move all the way down. Well, firstly to 300, but mainly I would want to see, in my opinion, 260s get tested again before it's all said and done. That way you actually get the retest of the weekly SMA 200, and then you can actually slingshot up. But until then, let's watch very carefully here, because this looks interesting to me. So that's all I got on Tessie Girl.
Thank you very much, senor. Much appreciated. Take two would be next.
Nice.
Take it.
Maybe I should do the little Blofin BTCC deposit bonus and short more Tesla.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Good plug too, by the way.
And then I get basically you get a free trade on Tesla if you do that. So
yep,
not too bad.
Excellently said. Tesla. I had it here. Así es, tenemos la promo de BTCC. Recuerden que está aquí abajo el enlace. ¿Y saben qué? La voy a tomar yo también. Con $100,000 me van a regalar 10,000 y con esos 10,000 puedo tradear. Y Tesla tiene un buen trade por acá, un buen trade, un cortillo. Lo estoy viendo. Lo estoy viendo, damas y caballeros, lo estoy viendo. Entonces, $10,000 gratis no van a caer mal para hacer esto. Vale, ahorita lo vamos a hacer. Primera llamada. Estamos viendo Tesla, tenemos nuestro máximo local por acá. Recuerden, simplemente, es que se tarda mucho en cargar todo. Estamos viendo Tesla. Tesla había logrado su máximo histórico acá en los 489. Desde entonces, tuvimos la caída de los aranceles, recuperamos hasta los 470. De ahí volvimos a traer a los 474 y ahora estamos acá. Viene desde la parte más alta, el punto más alto en Tesla, justamente acá el 18 de diciembre del 2024, acá que lo volvimos a tocar casi un año después, en octubre. Esto fue noviembre y ahora diciembre. El extremo de este trade está aquí en los 465, ¿ok? Que sería literalmente esto para después dar continuación. Estás en una tendencia diaria bajista. No has hecho altos más altos que estos y es lo que vas a necesitar para poder cambiar de opinión de que esto no es bajista. Además, estás en un punto muy interesante en la tabla para mí. Aquí es donde están atrapando a todos los alcistas, ¿ok? Estoy viendo, Tesla acaba de descontar coches hoy. Otra vez. Una vez más, otra vez. Están mucho más baratos que con los incentivos y descuentos. Ahora ya sin incentivo y descuento, están mucho más baratos, igual que los Lucid. Tal cual como los había comentado. Los números van a ser terribles. Terribles. Por ende, yo continúo siendo bajista en Tesla y aprovechando estas oportunidades. Atentos. Vean esto. Si solamente muevo mi mouse y lo pongo en esta zona, pueden ver toda la confluencia que existe aquí. Vean. Tope, negado, negado. Intentaste cerrar por encima, negado. Tope, negado. Intentaste, no pudiste. Y ahora viniste por acá. El tope lo vimos ya hoy en los 458 o lo que haya sido esta vela. Puede ser. Pero yo voy a jugar esto con máximo apalancamiento en este extremo. En los 450 y en los 464. Simplemente porque mi invalidación está aquí arriba, en los 474. Usaría yo 4.75 porque a Tesla le gusta hacer la gatada que a Bitcoin de no, vamos, ya rompí el máximo. A todo el mundo vamos a ponernos alcistas y bolas, güey. Así que por eso usaría esto con literalmente esta invalidación acá. ¿Cuál es el porcentaje de invalidación? Vamos a ver. Digamos que entro perfectamente acá y mi invalidación está en los 4.75, 2.37%. 2.37% por 10, quiere decir 20%. Puedo aventarme un 20X en Tesla, nada mal, un 20X y con menos dinero para poder hacer esto. Perfecto. ¿Qué más tenemos en Tesla? Por ahora fue alcista, obviamente, que es lo que estamos reconociendo también para la gente que está más alcista a corto plazo. Bajo más alto, tienes alto, altos más altos, altos más altos. Apenas has tenido pullbacks desde este punto a la parte baja, pero ya viniste a tocar el promedio del 100. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que hiciste eso dentro de este rally? Fue literalmente la caída de los aranceles en febrero del 2025. Caíste, lo retomaste, hiciste un SFP y bolas, güey. Si llegas a volver a romper los $400 para abajo, esa va a ser tu señal de que va a haber una continuación brusca hasta los $342. Por ahora, poniéndoles un poco de todo relativo enfrente, ¿no? Por ahora Tesla se ve alcista. Si estoy viendo esta temporalidad, es alcista. Lo único que estoy esperando es que máximo, este ha sido el mínimo en los aranceles y ahora vayas a hacer, lo que tienes que hacer es un nuevo máximo. Si no puedes hacer un nuevo alto histórico de esta vela acá, eso quiere decir que esto fue un alto más bajo. ¿Y qué es lo que le sigue un alto más bajo? Un bajo más bajo. Y te vas a llevar los 214. Bueno, primero sería los 288 y una vez que te lleves los 288, 214, que fue nuestra entrada en Tesla este año, se la llevaría. Y es lo que estaríamos buscando. Creas un máximo histórico, probablemente continúes la tendencia para arriba. Mensual, tienes volatilidad a punto de confirmar expansión, pero recuerda, te la va a dar a fin de año. Esta sesión no cierra hasta fin de año, entonces vas a tener eso. ¿Y qué es lo que hemos visto últimamente? Simplemente camino de lado. Esto podría ser anulado sencillamente cerrando por debajo de los $430. 2 semanas. Me gusta esa vista. Aunque la de 2 semanas es mejor. 2 semanas se acuerdan que estaba peleando con que iba a darnos un 0, pinó de volatilidad. Ahora está por debajo de esto y va a cerrar hoy la tabla. Yo mantendría un ojo bien pelado acá porque esto es lo que nos decía a principio de esta semana, que esto tenía cara que quería reventar a la alza. Y se está volteando la volatilidad, que se me hace bastante interesante. Pueden ver que después de hacer este mínimo, hicimos este máximo, un bajo más alto, un alto más alto, pero hiciste un bajo más bajo. Esto te pone en tendencia bajista menos de que te lleves este máximo en los 474. Si no te lo llevas, prepárate para ver un rechazo y continuar y buscar un mínimo más bajo de los 383. Y siguiente objetivo deberían ser los 370, que también tienes el promedio del 21 por acá. Atentos a esta tabla de 2 semanas. Una vez más, cierra hoy. Esta semana nos va a dar bastante indicaciones de esto. Semanal nos está contando que está preparando un movimiento agresivo. Tiene nula volatilidad. Habías tenido alto, bajo, un alto más alto, pero tienes un bajo más bajo y ahora la cosa es, ¿puedes romper esos 460? ¿Vas a poder romper los 460 y después está en los 465 y llevarte al máximo o no? Esa es la pregunta del siglo. Habíamos tenido un cierre cerca del promedio del 9, un cierre debajo del promedio del 9, 2 y el tercero no lo pudo hacer. Pero la pregunta va a ser, ¿esto nos va a dar un SFP o el SFP nos lo dio aquí abajo? Esa es la pregunta, porque recuerden que cuando tienes un SFP, el movimiento del lado contrario es mucho más brusco. Los voy a llevar a la diaria para poder poner esto en contexto. En la diaria tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante esta alza, ¿ok? Esta es la primera vela de volatilidad que expande, está yéndose a la alza, pero pueden ver que no está apuntando agresivamente para arriba como esta vela, ¿no? Esta zona sí está apuntando duro a la alza, esto está un poco más de lado. Lo que yo pondría atención es ver si se va a llevar la volatilidad de este máximo en los 56%, porque por más que esté expandiendo en este momento, si llega a topar aquí y se rechaza, este fue el tope y esto estaría empezando a pintar una vela topera. 4 horas. Me dio esta expansión, pero pueden ver que en la de 4 horas nos está empezando a decir que tal vez no. Aquí vamos a tener que ver el cierre. El cierre de hoy es muy importante en la de 2 semanas, en la semanal, la diaria. Es lo que quieres estar viendo. Los voy a llevar a la diaria. Tienes un cruce plateado a la alza, 440 en la de 4 horas. Te da el trade, que es el promedio del 5. Atentos. Si esto es un alto más bajo, va a venir a jugar acá o hasta acá para continuar haciendo esta mamada de estar dentro de un rango. Porque es lo que está haciendo. Esto es un rango. ¿Ok? Yo estaría muy al pendiente del cierre de hoy. En la de 2 semanas es lo que voy a estar viendo. Y la de 2 semanas me va a decir qué pedo. Porque acá tengo este setup de volatilidad que no se está dando. Tengo el semanal que está empezando a apuntar para arriba. No, que tiene volatilidad nula. Dele 30 minutos a este pedo. Y tengo mi setup diario de volatilidad en expansión y tengo simplemente que ver si va a rechazar la zona que en 30 minutos que TradingView se decida cargar, cargue. Denle otros 20 minutos. Ahí está. Siempre y cuando podamos romper estos 56.88% en volatilidad, debería de dar continuación y esto nos debería de poder llevar acá. Una vez más, para simplificarlo a todo el mundo, ¿qué estamos viendo? Alto, alto más alto, pero tienes bajos más bajos. Estás entre más o menos para arriba y para abajo, ¿no? Está jugando la indecisión. Lo más sencillo de todo sería, primero, ¿eres alcista? Llévate los 460, la línea blanca. Luego, los 465. Y luego, este máximo. Y ya de ahí puedes pelearte con máximo histórico. Estas van a ser zonas importantes para rechazo. 460, 465 y la zona de este máximo de acá. Porque esa no es la zona de máximo histórico. La zona de máximo histórico está aquí arriba. Que no sé por qué esto. Denme un segundo. Ahí está. Es la zona de máximo histórico, los 488.66. Entonces, puedes rechazar en cualquiera de estos lugares. Acá, puedes rechazar en la línea blanca ya, puedes rechazar en el máximo histórico o puedes simplemente continuar en máximos históricos. Aquí ya aquí ya será cosa de ver qué hace el precio. Entonces, si eres alcista, quieres definitivamente quedarte por arriba de 450. 450 fue el punto importante en la tabla que les había compartido antes. Esto nos da expansión. Quieres romper los 460 a la alza. Quieres ver cómo cierra tu volatilidad en la de 2 semanas y en la diaria el día de hoy. Y poner atención acá, porque no estás ahorita para un trade. ¿Quieres hacer un trade? Me iría a la de 4 horas, o sea, más bien un long, ¿no? Porque el corto ya te los di 30,000 veces. Pero quieres armar un long, puedes ver que tienes un cruce plateado a la alza y eso que te dice que en realidad un viaje a los 440 debería ser tu oportunidad para dar continuación a la alza. Y esto lo puedes simplemente invalidar cayendo. No, recuerden que nada es fijo y nada tiene que pasar una y otra vez. Así que ahí lo tienen. 440 la zona para tu cruce plateado a la alza. Si es que aguanta y lo invalidas con este mínimo acá en los 421 más o menos. Y a la baja, pues ya tienen toda la zona de cortos. Alrighty, señor, let's go with FIB, whatever the fuck it was.
Preserve, I believe. Preserve. Preservation, preserving.
Triceratops.
Triceratops, Triceratops. Alrighty. So apart from it looking like complete garbage and dog shit, it looks terrible. So I guess it's the same thing. On the monthly, we are very close. On the monthly, we were very close to getting a silver cross to the downside, and as long as we are closing below $132.50, this is going to silver cross on this next, very likely on the next open. And right now, we have gotten 2 closures below this 200 SMA, and we're getting a little bit of a bounce. This is a high probability zone for a bounce because we tapped the 100% range on the HPDR, and now the 100% range has gone down, but I'm looking for a little bit of a bearish retest of this 200 SMA. So that would put us slightly higher towards nice number, 69.69 for a retest of this 200 SMA. This number is, this number is prophesized because it's 69.69. It's going to be a magnet for price action at $69.69. And you have volatility and momentum both at 100% to the downside, making it a very, very high probability you're going to bounce sooner rather than later. 2 week also getting a bounce from the 100% zone, volatility and momentum sitting at just about 100%, making a high probability you will bounce from this zone. Weekly also sitting at extremes, 99.5%, just about 100%. We got the God mode background on the jewel, but you haven't lost the sell signal yet, so we haven't gotten even the neutral signal yet. What's likely going to switch this into a neutral signal is if you can get a close over about $67.48, and that should give you a move into the 80s. 5-day also 99.5%, got the God mode background. 5 days very close to confirming a local bottom. You need to get a close over about $66.95, and then you can get a move into about $80 to $81. 2 days currently flipped up into the bullish control zone with volatility expanding, and the 2 days now getting the buy signal with the God mode background. And 38.2% is now caught up with price, and you've started to close over the 38.2%, which gives you a move right now to the 78.6%, which is right around 69 to 70 bucks. You have a massive gap up here too. Unlikely this gap gets filled.
I believe there's a massive gap everywhere on this chart.
Yeah.
No?
So
It's only the daily.
So abajo, finito. I handled the Spanish part as well.
Well done, sir. Soon I won't have to do anything.
On the daily, we're getting momentum flip to the upside, getting very extreme, sitting at 94% with volatility at very extreme levels as well. Daily is giving us a fresh buy signal on the jewel with the pink crossing above the yellow in the bearish control zone, and the light blue is now entering into very close entering into the bullish control zone. We are tapping the 95%, so this is more of an area of consolidation / pullback. Maybe we can see a little bit of a move up to tap this 21 EMA around that $68, $69 zone, but I would expect some consolidation / a pullback from the area, because probabilities will be against a continuation. You'll have 2.5% chance of continuation from the zone. So it's a lot more likely you're going to come back down, retest your 5 EMA while these HPR ranges can step up. 38.2% catches up with price action, and then you can get another move to the upside. It's kind of seeming like somewhere around that $69 zone is where you're going to find your next lower high. 4 hour currently flipped back up on momentum and volatility, both getting a little extreme. Jewel's starting to lose the curvature a little bit, and you're tapping the 95%. Maybe you can see one more swipe up to tap somewhere around $68, $69, but you need to see a close over 66 or 67 bucks, and that takes you up. If you continue to reject this area, more likely to pull back first. 2 hour now starting to flip down. 38.2% has caught up with price, and volatility is contracting, and you're very close to getting a fresh 2 hours silver cross. But right now, since you are losing the 38.2%, likely to get a little move down, tap this 9 EMA, which will also be a retest of the silver cross once they do cross, and that's going to be right around $66, $65, and from there you should see a move upwards to like 69, 70 bucks. Okay, 6 months is about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence, and this will confirm with any close below $149.55, which we are a good amount below as of this moment. You can double price up right now and you'll still be below that number. And your next target is the bearish control zone, which right now is sitting at, it says it's possible. Wonderful. Let's see how much of a move down this is in a 1 6 month candle. 65% down. Amazing. You just took out how many? 1, 2, so this is 1 year. This is 1 year, 2 years. You took out like more than 2 years of price action in 1 year. This if you were to count these, you took out several years, like 3 to 4 years of price action in 1 year. Amazing. And this is probably within a couple of weeks too. Quarterly's already confirmed multiple rise of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $220. That's very high up. You would have to quadruple price action to get above that. And your next target is the bearish control zone, which will update several times. Right now it sits at $11. Well, to be honest, us looking at this chart, I don't find $11 too crazy. $0 doesn't even seem that unreasonable. Anything there? No. No. Not even putting possibility of bullish divergence. Zoom in. Nope. Lower lows. Lower low. Nothing. These moves up on no divergence are not a good sign. 4 hours got some bullish divergence, so this is well played out within the critical zone. Very bad to not see any bullish divergence on like the daily. Momentum. Quarterly is freshly flipped down. I believe it's bearish divergence as well. Yep, with bearish divergence. And you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $229.50. 6 month also freshly flipped down with bearish divergence, and you're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $200. These pivots are very high up, and you are currently bouncing off of your logical support zone at this 55 EMA, more likely to just consolidate around this area rather than just continue to smash through. Especially since you're hitting very extreme areas to the downside of the HPDR. Monthly currently also flipped to the downside, entering into the critical zone. Volatility is at 100%, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $88.05. So if we were to get that move into the 80s, that would just be a tap of your monthly pivot. 2 week is currently very close to flipping back up with volatility at 100%, and you will flip back up if you can close over $63. And you currently do have a silver cross to the downside, so this 9 EMA is going to continue to make its way down, and you're likely to eventually get a retest of that. Weekly currently is also very close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up if you can close over $65. And volatility is at many periods of 100%. 5 day also close to flipping back up. Will flip back up if you can close over 64.49 with volatility at many periods of 100%. 2 days already flipped back up with volatility starting to contract, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $59.75. Daily is also flipped up with volatility now expanding to support it, and you will be flipped for a double extreme you're about to get, and you will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $61.42. And 4 hours currently also flipped up, flipping back up within the critical zone. Volatility is expanding, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $66.19. So all of the high time frames are now shifting quite bearish. You're getting some very scary quarterly and 6 month red dildos to the downside. Momentum is freshly flipping down in the 6 month and the quarterly with bearish divergence on both of the time frames. You have hit the easy target of the bearish divergence, which is your 6 month 55 EMA and your quarterly 100 EMA. And off of these zones, you are, especially since it lines up with very extreme areas on the HPDR, 97% to the 100%, makes it very likely that you will see some type of bounce from this zone. Even if you're going to be more bearish and continue the move down trend towards zero, you're still likely to see somewhat of a bounce in this area, maybe for a little bit of a mean reversion bounce. And we are currently getting that bounce in low time frames. And it looks like it'll go a little bit higher, tag somewhere in that $69 to $70-ish zone. And if you can start to get daily closes over about $70, then you should see a continuation of somewhere around that $80-ish zone, $80 to $81. And that would be a tap of your monthly pivot. Very, very unlikely you will get continuation above that area, especially since that lines up with extreme areas on the HPDR to the upside. And then more likely the higher term time frame trend is going to take over, and this is just going to continue to trend towards zero.
Absolutely. Netflix would be next for you, sir.
Very
Thank you. This is brutal. What a chart. Para empezar, quería decir esto porque lo estoy viendo en el chat acá, comentar del trade de Bitcoin del día de hoy. Efectivamente es lo que están diciendo. El trade en el que estoy ahorita es el que les había contado tal cual. Pueden ver en esta tabla. Perdón que me descarrile, ¿ok? Este trade fue el que les conté la clase pasada que estaba esperando y no se dio hasta ahorita. Y justamente vino a darlo y esto es lo que debería empujar para arriba. Es lo que estoy esperando. Por eso les digo, me quedo en mis trades, no me importa si me equivoco y escucho, ponte tú, si estoy metido en algo y escucho que estos dos cracks me dicen, no, es que es súper bajista, ahorita no deberías estar en un long, pero yo estoy en mi long. Aunque me equivoque, lo voy a mantener. ¿Por qué? Porque quiero equivocarme, quiero entender en qué trade estoy. Y este es el trade que les di la clase pasada que no se dio hasta ahorita. Y es lo que yo quiero ver, si este va a ser ese trade. Si lo es, vamos a venir a esta zona de los 93,700 hasta los 95 con él. Y ya veremos. Primero tenemos que ver si estamos en lo correcto o no. Pero lo pueden ver acá. Y creo que en Solana también lo pueden ver. Denme 30 minutos. No, en Solana todavía no. Solana tiene que, bueno, iba a ser los 128 para arriba, pero Solana pues aquí te lo está dando. A ver, veamos. Pero ahí estamos en el de Bitcoin. Forte, forte, mis estimados. Bien, ya nos lo dio con nuestras buenas entradas, así que estamos listos. Vamos a ver qué juega. Ahora, vamos a ver esto en putiza, el buen FISB. Y no sé qué sea esto. No tengo ni puta idea. Pone acá que es Commercial Services. No sé qué sean servicios comerciales, pero ahí está, trimestral. La tabla trimestral es brutal, brutal a la baja. Lo pueden ver. Te has llevado literalmente aquí mínimos de hasta el 2017. ¿Ok? Esto, tal, 2016 en realidad. No, espérame. 2017. El primer cuarto del 2017, una verdadera mamada de caída. Desde el tope, esto ha caído 71%. Bueno, hasta el fondo no, casi 75%. Y está aguantándonos en la trimestral nuestro promedio del 100, que es la línea roja que está acá, que nunca lo hemos tocado, nunca desde que populó esto. Ahora, quiero ver qué tanto corrigió esto en el 2008, ¿ok? 2002, vamos a ver el boom de las .com, ¿no? 50%. 50% en el 2008. Esta es la corrección más grande que ha tenido en toda su historia. Y ahora, mucha gente que ve estas tablas dice, güey, pero es que está tan castigado, nunca ha caído acá. Debería de comprar ahorita que está agarrado el promedio del 100 aquí abajo, que se puede tan clarito y bonito, que tenga una oportunidad. Y yo diría, güey, la única manera en la que haces esto es si sabes que esta empresa no se va a ir a cero. Si tú confías que va a continuar creciendo y que la va a romper, etcétera, porque conoces la empresa, sabes perfectamente los ciclos de ella, etcétera, bien. Nunca te digo que no sueñes, ¿no? Ahora sí que todos tenemos nuestros sueños guajiros. Pero, para mí, si me preguntas, ¿compras esto aquí? No. Y la razón para que todos ustedes entiendan es, no conozco la empresa, no tengo ni puta idea de lo que vaya a hacer. Cuando veo la caída más grande de toda la historia en este momento, no tengo cómo sentirme cómodo de que caiga. Si Tesla cae al punto, ponte tú, Tesla cae a $90. Güey, vendería a mi mujer, no a Vini, pero sí a mi mujer para comprar todas las acciones de Tesla. Porque entiendo cómo pueden entregar todo lo que pueden hacer, cómo pueden salir, cómo van a hacer dinero, etcétera. Pero esto no tengo ni puta idea. Esto es bajista, bajista, bajista. Tienes, para empezar, una vela de indecisión aquí arriba, que cuando te da una confirmación, una vela de indecisión arriba, esto te lo dio acá también, te da continuación y te la ha dado rápido. El primer cierre del promedio del 5 te llevó al primer cierre por debajo del promedio del 21 y te llevó literalmente a poder hasta tal vez cerrar por debajo del promedio del 100 en solamente 3 velas. Esto ha sido un año, literalmente, de este tope acá, de enero hasta acá. Y una vez más, en un año, si estabas holdeando esto con cojones, te mamó 75% a la baja. Quiero que vean la tabla de 6 meses que la puso Farhan también acá. Interesante. Veniste hasta el promedio del 55 después de haber tenido esta vela de tope que no fue envolvente bajista. Esta vela nunca te hubiera dicho nada. Y ve nada más la caída. La de un año ha de ser la buena. Un año tienes una vela envolvente bajista. Pueden ver por qué es envolvente. Déjenme, se los pongo sencillo para los que están aprendiendo. Puedes ver el tamaño de la vela, son las líneas blancas. Te estás llevando, estás envolviendo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 años de precio. 7 años de precio envueltos a la baja. ¿Sabes lo bajista que es esto? Es inexplicable. Siguiente objetivo, 48. Definitivamente. Y aparte aquí es donde yo tendría una línea de tendencia. Ahorita se los enseño el por qué. Vamos entonces a la mensual con esto. En la mensual los llevo acá y quiero que vean el 48 donde saldría mi línea. Es justo aquí. Y esta la voy a poner así. Porque personalmente creo que sí vamos a llegar a esto. La razón por la que pongo esa línea ahí es sencillo. Y esto es lo que quiero que aprendan en análisis técnico. Esto es lo más importante de todas tus líneas memes, tío. ¿Qué tienes? Resistencia, 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 breakout, soporte, breakout. Esto es lo que nosotros hacemos long A. No te metes en cuanto rompes esto a la alza porque te volvió a bajar. No, te metes cuando rompes a la alza, trepas y vienes a retestear la zona de breakout. Esa es la idea. Es la misma idea del pendejo trade de Bitcoin que les presenté ahorita en la mañana. Así que esto es lo que para mí va a venir los 48, pero sin problema alguno. Además, no, por ahora estás por debajo del promedio del 200, del S&P 200. Una vez más, nunca lo habías venido ni siquiera a tocar acá en el 2008. Nunca has estado debajo del promedio del 200 en la mensual y hoy lo estás. Muy por debajo de la línea morada. Para mí, el siguiente objetivo va a ser los $48. Ahora, no sé cuánto tiempo vaya a tardar y una vez más, no entiendo nada de esto, de esta empresa. La otra cosa, 2 semanas, volatilidad en completa al 100% y continúa al 100%, lo que dice que continúa la caída. El precio continúa muy por debajo, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja y esto quiere decir que cualquier oportunidad de tocar el promedio del 9, tal cual como lo hizo acá. Imagínate este corto, después ves el cruce plateado acá, siguiente sesión, toca el promedio del 9 y haces corto. ¿Cuánto hubieras ganado de acuerdo a solamente nuestra idea? 52%. Con un 10X hubieras hecho 520%. No mames. En una vela. En una puta vela. Así que lo que sigue es cualquier rebote en este momento, que es lo que estamos encontrando, debería funcionar como un resorte al promedio del 9 y del promedio del 9 para abajo. Es más, voy a poner mi HPDR para ver si existe algo así, si estamos en extremos. Denle 59 minutos a este pedo, por favor. Pueden ver que estamos en el 100% y esto sugiere definitivamente un buen rebote en la de 2 semanas. Te dice que ya está cansado de caer y ahora vas a jugar este trade para acá al 95% en lo que juega por varias semanas, porque esta es una tabla de 2 semanas, se va a tardar meses en hacer esto. Y una vez que estés por ahí de los 108 a los 102, porque recuerda que esto va a continuar bajando, rechazo para continuar a la baja. Es lo que tiene cara de semanal, igual a estar en extremos. Aunque está recuperando el promedio del 5 por primera vez desde hace un rato, llegaste a extremos, tocaste el 100%, una vez más 84, debería ser tu primer objetivo y después 92. Sigue tu volatilidad en extremos en esta jugada. Diaria tienes un gap gigantesco del 76 hasta los 125. Puedes ver que ya del rebote estás llegando a los extremos de arriba del HPDR en corto plazo. O sea, lúcete, no, porque vienes del 100% para arriba de la tabla, lúcete y puede llegar a 76. pero tiene cara que puede rechazar en el 68 o hasta el 76 o el 80 que sigue saliendo también. Estas serían tus oportunidades de cortos, básicamente, porque una vez más, ahorita entrar en long y decir, güey, es que ya todo está súper acabado y la chingada. Vamos a ver cuánto ya rebotó. Esto ya rebotó 11, bueno, hasta el tope 13%, ¿ok? Del fondo de hace unos días. O sea, esto va para abajo, mis estimados, pero tienes en la diaria volatilidad expandiendo a la alza desde acá, lo que no te va a dar un movimiento muy grande, una vez más, de 68 a $80 más o menos. Voy a ver la de 4 horas solamente para ver eso. $72 a 80, más o menos debería ser la zona. Y bueno, ya vemos que 80 es el 100%, no hay para arriba. Sí. Entonces, ¿qué está ocurriendo? Estás ante un rebote. Estás ante un rebote nada más. Voy a poner la de 2 semanas, que es la que me va a guiar a mí. En realidad la mensual es la buena. Pero con este cruce plateado a la baja, voy a estar esperando cualquier oportunidad de agarrar el 9 para retestar para abajo. Y aquí una vez más, no tiene por qué dar el rebote, ¿eh? Es por eso que no juegas. Estás en una tendencia bajista. Cuando estás en una tendencia bajista, nunca, o bueno, a menos de que sea muy calculada la zona, pero quieres darte probabilidades en todo, ¿no? Entonces, lo primero es, estoy en una tendencia ¿qué? Bajista. Ok, tengo entonces, ¿voy a abrir un long? No, porque tiene 60, 40 posibilidades de estar mal. Ya para empezar, ahí está. Ok, tengo un cruce plateado a la baja. ¿Voy a abrir un long? No, te está diciendo que no tienes nada de fuerza. Estoy perdiendo el promedio de 200 por primera vez. ¿Voy a abrir un long? No, no hay nada que me diga que abro un long. Ya me llevé todos estos mínimos. Voy a esperar a hacer corto de acuerdo a técnica, tal cual como lo hizo acá el azul, el promedio del 9, después de ver literalmente el cruce plateado a la baja, el promedio del 9 fue tocado, instantáneamente cayó. Eso es lo que esperas. Ahora, tienes algo muy importante acá. Esto había sido soporte desde el 2008, ¿ok? Deberías de poder llegar acá a donde está el SMA 200 y rechazar. ¿Ok? Eso es lo que yo estaría buscando. No estaría buscando un trade al revés. All right, Mr. Alex. We're looking at take two in the ass. What?
Yeah, basically. Take two. Take two. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
What a stream.
You know, and take two.
Mhm. Corporate merger between Take-Two and Five Guys.
What about the other 3 guys?
They watch until you take 2.
That is absolutely terrible. I'm sorry, Alex. Go on.
No, it's okay. That was worth it. You know, take two though really doesn't look the best to me. I'm getting a lot of things on different time frames saying that this area that we're currently at 250 region is pretty solid resistance. And you know, last month we shouldn't really disregard this massive move down that we had following this doji candle. You know, this isn't, you know, good price action off of a monthly median. And so after you've just now tested it in the beginning of this month, you should be a little cautious here, not scaling longs and definitely not getting FOMO for take two as long as you are under that $250 region. For me now, just visually on this monthly, as long as you stand under 250, you're going to have more of an objective testing again, the monthly 9. Now, I will say that that has been holding pretty solid. So we should not front run this being lost, but rather use the monthly 9 in that $237 region as the big spot. If you lose this, you'll have a pretty, you know, solid objective. Just per the HBDR, this will give you a move down to $221. And then at that point, you have to just be really watching that $214 to $213 region. So that's what I'm getting off the monthly, all while volatility is just simply contracting here. So you should be a little cautious just on this monthly. But then when you start looking at the weekly, it does really start looking, you know, actually a lot more bad. You had a massive trend shift here on that massive move down in November. Yeah, you slowly moved up. You're holding the weekly 9. That's, you know, at least a good point for bulls here. But when I see that 250 was an area of support before breaking down, you did have a massive trend shift here. So you should be gauging some kind of lower high. It may be coming in right in that 38.2% region. Makes me very cautious simply based on that monthly median as well. You see, this isn't a weekly breakdown. And per the HPDR, this would just be the bearish retest zone. So you should be cautious still here, even with the weekly holding the 9. Why front run a busting action move when you simply know, okay, if 250 is a big spot, I'll just wait for this trade. And I know once you get weekly closures above 250, you simply can start targeting the all-time high or closer to that 260 region, maybe even making a new high in that 270. So that to me is the easy trade for bulls. Scaling longs here, really hoping for a breakout, to me doesn't seem too wise because you're just up against pretty strong resistance. This is on a weekly view. And mind you, really this whole move up, you've just been holding the bottom 38.2% other than this move here in August. You quickly got back above, you held it, and then you broke out. Here you lost it, you've stayed under it. Okay, you tried to reclaim it, shifted up, and so now into this week, you've just retested it, still staying under it. See, the difference here is had you just waited for this region, the 38.2%, to actually get reclaimed, it would have just been an easier long. You then could be confident long the weekly 9. This is a different perspective, and this is still saying 250 solid resistance. Until you get back above that region, you should be looking at this as the next major lower high zone in the midst of lower highs. Right, you can just see that visually. Boom, 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 lower high. So lower high zone. Now go to the 5-day. And so the 5 days even saying it's already done the retest. Bottom 38.2% region is right in that 251 region. And even the 5-day told you last 5-day close at 250 is still resistance here. Didn't get any kind of reclaim. Only hopium was that you got the EMA 9 reclaimed on the 5-day, but you already got the expansion move. As long as you're under 250, you really can't be expecting much upside. And that's the big point with this chart. I mean, even here, once you got back above 250, you retested it, and then you were able to put in a nice girthy green dildo. So again, if you're trying to long this, it's a lot harder. You should be looking for shorts. And honestly, if I was shorting this, I just play something like this. Take it on the last major lower high, and then I would just simply start targeting down to here. You break down that, you lose at 237. Okay, now we can make an argument to like 215. And we're just literally looking at what occurred in July. Lost at 237, and you just had a pretty easy move down to the low 200s. So that's all I really see on take 2. I mean, a lot of things you saw the weekly, monthly, 2-week, 5-day, and then even the daily here is just not really looking the best. Maybe a failed breakout. People who are front running the reclaim at 250 definitely are trapped now. And the only objective now for this daily is just to retest the 9, still holding the buy trigger, and even in a bullish deviation here, just per the EMAs. And if you just view that, you lost the 34, you're reclaiming. So, even the most bullish bulls here, looking at this as a higher high, and into here should be some kind of higher low. So then what we can take with this, if you're shorting, is the easy trade will be on the daily. Once you get back under that daily 9, you're going to have a pretty easy move back to around that 240 to 242. And then, again, at that point, you have to really be questioning daily trend. Did the weekly put in a lower high? And are bulls trapped at that 251 region? Because if you come into here and do this, and that'll really not look the best on the weekly. Right? You're coming in and potentially now flipping this red, coming down. Really, then you would start to have to look for that 240 retest. Lose that, well, now you're just back under the region that really did cause you a major move. We'll measure it here, the 240 rejection. That gave you a nice 10% move from that spot. So be very cautious because the HBDR, yes, the EMAs look okay, but the HBDR is saying that this is still in breakdown mode. Trend still looks down, and this potentially is the next major lower high spot. Two-day as well, not really seeing much. You just see the retest. If you hold the 2-day 9, okay, cool. Maybe then it breaks out. But again, all of these lower time frames, yes, they look somewhat bullish, and maybe they do this. But then that's my point. If you're trying to be bullish, just wait for this trade. Because then you know, okay, cool, it held the retest. 250s getting reclaimed, and at that point, you can start moving up close to that 265 region. But until then, be very cautious of a pullback here. That pullback could lead to a massive weekly lower high. And if you actually see 237 become lost, which ideally in a week or two, this EMA 34 will move closer to 237, then you really do have to start wondering or questioning this entire move up that you've seen. And really then potentially that $215, $214 region comes into play, or just opens up this range. And then it's simple. If the ranges are working, well, if you lose that 213, then you have to really start questioning if you're going to go and break under $200. So, good chart, not bad. Expected bounce, but this is where bulls need to show up if you're trying to be bullish. At this point, you just simply need to see a new all-time high. And I often say that when you get like a massive trend shift here, the only way bulls can repair this is just break this up, get a higher high. Then they can come in for some kind of retest here. And then you get your bullish price structure to form again. So it all just takes time. Still, I'd be cautious, especially with that monthly median retest.
Excelente, senor. Perfecto. What a chart, no? Like these guys, dude, they're fucking printing money and have been printing money forever.
Yeah, and like this is like really is rare to see it this week. And week is not, it's still holding the monthly 9. So
yeah,
it's like that's why I'm really interested in that weekly, because the weekly start trend shifting, lower high, because then that could just be an implication for the monthly.
Yeah. Farhan, do you want to do Netflix now so you guys can run at the cut of the hour, and then I'll just do these two?
Yeah, sure.
Then we'll take 2. No, just kidding.
take 5, guys.
Well done.
And Netflix it's mentioned today. I think they bought Warner Brothers or something. Partnered
They
with them.
bought fucking Warner Brothers, dude. Do you understand?
That's crazy.
I worked in movies when Netflix came up, and it was like a travesty to sell. Like if you told anyone I sold my movie to Netflix, they would want to vomit on your face. It was like, ew, you sold your movie to Netflix, and now they bought everyone. And they will, by the way. This is going to happen. And I just don't think anyone outside of like Netflix, Apple, Amazon is going to be able to survive now the streaming wars. There's no point. Like now, you can watch. Imagine you have an hour and 30 minutes right now. Are you going to watch a movie that cost $250 million to make, or are you going to watch a podcast that was free? And that's fucking the value up forever for everyone. So Netflix and those guys are actually going to kill it because they don't need to spend. They don't need to spend to entertain people because they have other ways like live events, which is what no one understood. So they're going to acquire everyone, get rid of the fucking stupid cost, and just do what they do right now. Crazy.
But how is it not a monopoly for Netflix to own HBO Max?
It's not, because there's many others. You have Peacock, you have Paramount, but eventually they all will own each other. And again, think about it like this. AT&T owns every streaming service. Like, I'm sorry, every cable service, right? They call it Cox, they call it Spectrum, they call it DirecTV, but it's AT&T. They own it all, and no one gives a fuck because they change the names of the other companies. So it's the same here. It works the same way.
I didn't even know that. Wow.
Oh, dude, you have no idea how many companies are the same company. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're all owned by AT&T, Comcast, and MSNBC and NBC.
AT&T owns all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I literally didn't know that. I'm those people. It's just a different company.
It's money right there, baby. Money right there. You own the competition and you own yourself. And then you tell people, don't worry, we're not going to do this here. Those guys can do it better. And it's yourself. It's fucking genius.
Like when people say, "Oh, I've had enough of Comcast. I'll never give them my business again. I'm going to AT&T."
They're so stupid. Yeah, dude, it's the same thing. Same thing.
It's like that South Park thing. It was like, you can go with another provider. Oh, wait, there's none in your area? Rubs his nipples. There's no competition in the area? Oh,
Well,
that's a bummer.
And now the weird thing is they're all taking it up the ass with Elon putting Starlink up. Like all distribution companies for content and also all mobile service networks like Verizon, AT&T, and those guys. It's really because they just let him be. It's really weird. And the only one now that is actually going to compete with him is Jeff Bezos. So it seems like Elon was the chosen one way or another, whether he started it or not, to be the owner of the new world infrastructure along Jeff Bezos. So they are simplifying things and just like concentrating it in 2 people instead of like 20. It's really fucking odd.
Then these internet companies who are literal like scam companies are going to be run out of business. They can't compete.
I don't understand how they're so bad at understanding that that's the case. I think there's some play in there where probably these guys bought some Starlink or SpaceX or there's gotta be. There's no way you just let the guy do this. You know what I mean?
It could be like Kodak with the digital cameras.
Yeah, I mean, it could really be the case, but it's beyond my mind that someone with so much money and like all these CEOs don't see what Elon was doing. But then again, I don't know. It's really weird to me because even
the Microsoft dude, and somebody asked him about the iPhone. He goes, $800, no keyboard. No one is gonna buy that.
That was BlackBerry, dude. I was making videos about fucking Blackberries back then, and the 2 CEOs of BlackBerry, the retard and the retardo, came out and were like, no one's gonna want a phone without a keyboard. It's just gonna be a gimmick. Oh, how'd that work out, BlackBerry, that went to bankruptcy after being at $128 billion valuation? Not well.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
On the quarterly on Netflix, you are starting to catch back into the 38.2% after being away from it for quite a nice breakout. And now the H-beta ranges have moved up, giving you more leeway to have another continuation or another leg of continuation to the upside. But what this does tell you, though, is since you're getting within the 38.2% range, you are more likely to test the bottom end of the 38.2% as long as you're below the median. The median is currently at just about $110, like $109.61. And as long as we are below that area, we are more likely to come back down and test this bottom 38.2%, which is right around $77, possibly a little bit lower to test the 21 EMA at around $68.53, $69, very nice number. And momentum is currently pointing to the downside while volatility contracts, and volatility is now approaching 0%. And now the quarterly jewel has lost the buy signal, slipping into a neutral, and you have the God mode background just waiting on the sell signal. But if assuming we hold this bottom 38.2% on a closing basis, this is likely going to switch back from the neutral into a buy signal. So if you lose this 38.2%, then you're going to get the sell signal, and you're likely going to continue this dump. Monthly is now entering into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding. This is the first time monthly has entered the bearish control zone and since about January of 2022, which preceded a pretty nasty dump. That was the bear market, and we had a silver cross to the downside, which then confirmed into the dump, which we were a little bit further away from the 21 and 55 than we were back in this period. Actually, no, they're about the same, I think. About the same distance. That's also very interesting to note. See if there's any bearish divergences here. Let's zoom in. Is that a lower high? I think it's an ever so slightly lower high. So there's some slight bearish divergence there. We're about to hit the easy target, which is the 21 EMA at around $95. And so the jewel, you're getting the God mode signal, and you're very close to getting a pink below yellow bearish cross with the God mode background. 2 week also within the bearish control zone, no possibility of bullish divergence with volatility expanding, and you're getting the bearish cross with the pink below the yellow within the bullish control zone, and you're losing the 38.2%, getting a bearish retest and continuing the dump. Right now, it's looking like your a magnet for price is going to be this 55 around like $88, $89. Weekly also pointing to the downside. Weekly is very close to silver crossing with volatility expanding, and weekly jewels giving you a sell signal, losing the 78.6% now at that psychological $100 level. Losing that brings you to around that $89, $90 zone. 5-day also freshly flipping down. Volatility is expanding. Same look as the weekly. 2-day currently also pointing down. Every single time frame is pointing down. Not even be able to get past the 5 EMA with volatility still expanding. And daily is now giving you a retest of your 38.2%, retest of your 5 EMA, and then sharp rejection. Now daily is putting in quite the shooting star candle with momentum entering into the bearish control zone. But there is some possibility for bullish divergence here because you are making a lower low on price with a higher low on momentum. And this will confirm with any close over $103.80. And if you can't confirm that, they'll give you a move slightly higher into about $115 to possibly $123, $125. Very, very big if though, because you need to close over 103.80. 4-hour pointing very heavily to the downside with volatility expanding, and you're tapping currently very close to 95%, getting a rejection of your 5 EMA, and you're more along the zone of a mean reverting bounce rather than continuation. More likely to bounce from here to retest at least somewhere around 103 to possibly $104 before continuing down. Let's look at our side. I remember back when Netflix used to mail DVDs to your houses. I had the membership. And then the annoying part was though that it took like 3 to 5 days to receive that CD. 6 months. Currently have it active on when Netflix used to mail you DVDs. It used to take like 3 to 5 days to get them.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Dude, I remember those days. That's exactly when I moved to LA, and it was so weird thinking. Because at first, the first time, it was a friend of mine that showed me that you could get movies sent to your house. And the first time I used it, I remember sending it back and going like, dude, this really fucking works. This is crazy. And by a month afterwards, I was like, why is Blockbuster not doing this? Like, think about how old I am. So there you have it. I don't know why they didn't, but man, they fucked up big time.
I remember back in the day going to Blockbuster and Hollywood Video.
I loved Hollywood Video. Belen and I used to love going on Fridays and renting movies.
Back in the day. Wow. Showing our age here.
80 million years ago. Memories are still in like, black and white.
What is Blockbuster?
I hate when people don't know any, like either a person that I'm talking about. Like when I was talking to Sergio about some actor that's an older actor, but Sergio like won an Emmy. And I would figure that he would know. And Catherine Zeta-Jones. Do you know who she is?
No.
That's crazy to me. Do you know who Michael Douglas is?
No.
Continue, sir. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
So on the 6 month, you currently have active hidden bullish divergence, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over $17.49. So it's safe to say this is going to be active for quite a while. And your next target on that divergence is going to be the simple moving average and then the critical zone. And the simple moving average currently sits at $108, and the critical zone sits at 171. Quarterly is now invalidating the hidden bullish divergence. Monthly is currently putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out all of these previous lows, while price is still technically making a higher low above $93.25. But the confirmation for that divergence is you need to get a close over $126.71, and that gives you a move between 170 and 180 if you can confirm that. Week 2 currently has active multiple drives of bearish divergence. Your next target is going to be the 55 at right around $90. Nothing. 2-day, nothing. Daily currently has active hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $109.73, and your next target is the critical zone around $76. Nothing there. Alrighty. 6-month momentum is still flipped up, now very close to entering into the critical zone, putting in hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $75.20. Still looking bullish in the long term, especially with that hidden bullish divergence. But in the short term, it is looking a little corrective. Not short term exactly, more still longer term, more medium to long term. But quarterly is looking a little corrective with momentum flipping to the downside, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $130. And is there any bearish divergence? No, there is not. Monthly is also flipped to the downside. Monthly is now putting in possibility of multiple tries of hidden bullish divergence with momentum flipping down as long as you're closing below $125.50. And you have volatility at extreme lows now with that possibility of hidden bullish divergence. You just need to flip momentum back up and that will confirm the hidden bullish divergence. 2-week currently flipped down on momentum with volatility expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $124.45. Weekly currently also flipped down, but very close to flipping back up with volatility expanding from many periods of 0%. And you are going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 101.14. 5 days, same look at the weekly, except the pivot is 162. Easier to flip back up. 2 days currently also flipped down, very close to flipping back up, but it will flip up if you can close over $98.99. So say $99. Daily is currently freshly flipped down, with volatility now once again expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 103. And the 4-hour is also freshly flipped to the downside, with volatility now expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 103.07. So on the very, very high time frames, it's still bullish with momentum flipping back up. More likely to just get a little correction here. This 5 EMA right around $90. On the quarterly is also looking corrective with momentum flipping to the downside, giving you a target of that 9 EMA on that same $130 zone. Monthly is now putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, approaching that 21 EMA around that $98 zone with volatility now at extremes. But that hidden bullish divergence present was still within the bullish control zone. So this would be the area now that you have the hidden bullish divergence to put in your local bottom. Confirm multiple tries of hidden bullish divergence, then that would take you up to new all-time highs. And you can confirm that move to the downside right now on the low time frame, because you are getting momentum freshly flipping down with volatility expansion, giving you targets around that $90-ish to maybe 80-ish, mid-80s zone. But based on the higher time frames, like the 6-month, which is still very bullish, it's more likely that area will hold, and then put in that hidden bullish divergence from there, and then that'll take you up to significantly new all-time highs. And the invalidation right now is simply just getting a weekly close below about $82.11. If that happens, then you're very likely going to come back down and test this area here below $60. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I'm thinking more likely the higher time frames are going to hold, bottom somewhere around $80-ish to $90, and then send it up.
Very nice, senor. Very, very fucking nice. Is there anything else?
No, not for me.
No, that's it for me. Just watch the Discord and trading alerts. We posted a few trades to that.
Sounds good. Thank you, you degenerate motherfuckers. I appreciate you and love you. Is there, Mr. Farjano, anything you'd like to add?
Nope. Muchas gracias, senores and señoras, and I will be heading back to Mexico.
Nice. Well, very safe travels, and keep me posted with the new pet too, Alex. I fucking love
definitely.
those guys. All right.
Yeah, Nova's fun.
Yeah. You guys have fun. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll be texting right now.
Buenas tardes. Hasta luego, muchachos.
Hasta luego. Thank you. Listo. Ok, voy a empezar con Netflix, que es lo primero, y ahorita voy a acabar con la de Take-Two, mi estimado. Esto ya lo habíamos charteado, no me acuerdo por qué, cuándo, pero claramente bien charteada. La cosa que estoy viendo ahorita es la gráfica de 2 semanas. Puedes ver que tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta potente caída que está acá. Ahora, mucha gente está preguntando, esto es Netflix, lo que estamos viendo. Netflix acaba de comprar Paramount. No, ¿qué estudio compró? Warner Brothers. Netflix acaba de comprar Warner Brothers, ¿ok? Y esa fue la jugada, ¿se acuerdan que estaba contándoles por acá a todos ustedes de Warner Brothers, etcétera, cuando estábamos aquí abajo, que era una oportunidad loquísima? Vean dónde está, y honestamente no compré. por pendejo. ¿Cuánto hubiera ganado? Ah, verga, un 2X en la lana. Bien. Bueno, es lo que pasa a veces. No hay pedo. Pero compraron Warner Brothers, por eso Warner Brothers está pompeando. Pero ahora esta pompeada va a ser limitada, obviamente, porque es el precio que va a pagar Netflix por ellos, etcétera. Y ahora Netflix del otro lado está cayendo. Mucha gente se imagina que cuando te dan buenas noticias, esto debería de subir. Güey, acaban de anunciar que Netflix está comprando un estudio gigantesco por 70,000 millones de dólares. Debería de subir. Les están haciendo lo mismo que hicieron con Oracle, ¿ok? En este momento. En Oracle, cuando dieron los resultados malos y el precio de la acción subió como loco, fue porque la gente dentro de Oracle ya sabía que habían comprado TikTok. Entonces, el pompazo fue por eso. Les vendieron todo la noticia de TikTok en el tope y la tiraron. Es lo que está viendo Netflix en este momento, ¿ok? Lo habíamos puesto antes, no sé cómo, llegamos a la conclusión de que 125 iba a ser resistencia y lo fue. Y ahora vas cayendo primer nivel, segundo nivel, y deberías de venir a los $93 como mínimo. Ahora, hemos visto correcciones promedio de Netflix son 23%, correcciones grandes son 70%. Vamos a ver rápido dónde estamos ahorita. Ya estamos en un 25%, 26% y hasta el fondo fue casi un 30%. Es una corrección promedio de Netflix. Vamos a ver la del 2021, 2022, que fue el mercado bajista potente. Esta fue la más grande, 76%. Pero de ahí los aranceles, por ejemplo, a Netflix le hicieron caer solo 22%. Ahorita Netflix está más bajo que los aranceles. ¿Y se acuerdan qué grandes aranceles le pusieron a Netflix, al igual que a Bitcoin y a la empresa de Sam Altman de Oakland con esta caída, no? Para los que no entiendan, es sarcasmo, porque les dijeron que los aranceles fue lo que tiró la bolsa. Y obviamente no. Continuamos cayendo, estamos por debajo del promedio del 34 en la de 2 semanas. Normalmente cuando caemos en la de 2 semanas por debajo del 34, y quiero hacer nota de ello, fue acá, enero del 2022, con 2 cierres, con eso tuviste suficiente para poder corregir 70%. Antes lo habías hecho, habías caído el promedio del 34 acá en el 18, también el 19, pero una vez que lo recuperaste acá no caíste hasta el 2022, literalmente el 2020 te la peló, subiste hasta acá, encontraste resistencia, caíste y ahora veniste para acá. Ahora, atentos, este es un movimiento medido. Quiero ver hasta dónde ya nos llevó este movimiento medido, porque esta es una taza con agarradera. Lo rompes acá y te pone básicamente casi al objetivo. Ya rompiste este objetivo y ya tienes la parte grande de ese movimiento dado. Ahora, la cosa más sencilla para cualquier alcista en Netflix es esto. No, está mal agarrada, un segundo. Muy mal agarrada. De acá a acá. Y pueden ver que coincide perfectamente con lo que estamos viendo. Les voy a enseñar por qué la estoy poniendo ahí. Me quito mis promedios para que esté limpio. Primer toque, octubre del 2023. Segundo toque, este fue el setup de Hamas. Segundo toque, julio del 2024. Esto fue, Japón se va a llevar a la verga al mundo. La primera. Acá ya no lo tocaste en marzo con los aranceles. Los aranceles ni siquiera te hicieron tocar esta línea y ahorita estás en ella. Si llegas a romper esta línea para abajo, ¿ok? Vas a tener una buena caída. Olvídate de los 93, podríamos estar hablando hasta los 67. Voy a ponerles mis promedios para que puedan ver. 74 sería normal y el 51 sería un extremo. Voy a empezar con la trimestral en Netflix. Podemos ver que habíamos tenido un movimiento gigantesco alcista después de que volatilidad del punto más bajo de la tabla reventó. Y esto lo hizo en abril del 2022 hasta ahora. Y pueden ver que nos llevó hasta arriba y ahora estamos corrigiendo. Ahora esta corrección nos está trayendo abajo de nuestro promedio del 5. La última vez que perdimos en la trimestral el promedio del 5 fue, una vez más, sin contar el 18, fue acá en el 2022 e instantáneamente después de una vela toperona, ¡pum!, hasta el 55. El 55 está en $42, ¿ok? Wow, está cabrón, muy cabrón. con volatilidad contrayendo. Aquí es donde yo pondría atención porque esto te marcaría un tope, básicamente, como en Bitcoin. Es lo que estaría diciéndote. Falta todavía de aquí a fin de año para cerrar esta tabla, pero pueden verlo. Voy a poner el HPDR, que tenemos los suficientes datos en esta tabla para ver dónde estamos. Justamente perdiendo la parte media. Nuestra media está en los $109. De no poder retomarla, deberíamos de venir a los 87 y de no poder aguantar los 77 sería nuestro siguiente objetivo. De ahí nuestro promedio del 21 trimestral está justamente en los $68. ¡Wow! Buen ajuste en Netflix, la Netflix. Vamos a ver la mensual. La mensual tenemos un poco de lo mismo. Tienes volatilidad yendo una vez más, reseteando, preparando un movimiento muy, muy duro. Esto es lo que tienen que preguntarse. ¿Por qué hay tantas tablas con setups de volatilidad que nos dicen que va a ser el movimiento más agresivo de toda la historia? ¿En verdad va a ser para arriba o en verdad va a ser para abajo? ¿Por qué? No les vengo aquí a predecir el futuro. Les estoy diciendo cuál es la razón. Por ahora estás encontrándote con soporte en la línea meme que está justamente arribita del promedio del 21 en los $95. De perder los $95, tu siguiente objetivo debería ser los $88. Ahora, si puedes romper los 104 a la alza, siguiente objetivo van a ser los $115, que es donde está la línea meme, porque ahí tienes tu promedio del 9. Ahora, este rebote, se llega a dar un rebote acá. Este rebote podría rechazar en la parte baja de la zona azul en la mensual y voy a estar al pendiente de esto, que coincide con la línea meme acá. Y ahora, ¿por qué les digo eso? Eso haría un perfecto hombro, cabeza, hombro. Vean esto. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Si es que se llega a dar y hay el movimiento medido, digamos que se va a dar. Y que lo rompe acá. Te llevaría a los 59. ¿Eso cuánto te pone abajo? 55%. Y ahí ya sería una excelente oportunidad de compra. Tienes el promedio del 100 por ahí en la mensual, etcétera. Por ahora, estando por debajo del promedio del 9, cuando lo has perdido, tienes estas correcciones gigantescas como la de julio del 2022. Desde entonces nunca lo perdiste todo el camino para arriba hasta ahora. Así que vale la pena tener eso en mente. 2 semanas con volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída, lo puedes ver acá. Esta caída ya por debajo del promedio del 9, 21. ¿Qué pasó la última vez que caímos por debajo del promedio del 21? No lo habíamos hecho desde mayo del 2023, enero del 2022, la caída de los aranceles. Atentos. Algo acá se está calentando en FX con una volatilidad a la alza. Una vez más, ya que te dieron la noticia para que seas alcista, es por eso que te digo, ya es tarde, ya es tarde. Y es como juega el mercado. No juega con, si de verdad funcionara y fuera libre y de verdad todo el mundo estuviera comprando, ¿no? En la calle, esta mierda hubiera subido hoy porque todo el mundo escuchó la gran noticia que van a comprar o están comprando Warner Brothers. Pero como el mercado no es más que una puta ilusión para hacerte pendejo, eso es como se juega. Semanal también tienes esta volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída. Ya perdiste el 55 y siguiente promedio van a ser el promedio del 100 que se encuentra en los 92, lo que me dice que esta línea meme va a ser tocada en los $93.61. Acá, si no quieres ser tan bajista, lo que quieres recuperar son los $105. $105. Y acá puedes ver también el por qué coincide con esto. Sería la idea. Diaria, la de harina. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo el día de hoy. Vamos a ver, parece que sí, pero ya estás en un punto muy alto. Recuerda que volatilidad fuerte viene de abajo para arriba. Aquí puede darte y ayudarte con el movimiento, pero pues, no hay nada. Tienes una vela que tiene cara de estilo topera, te está rechazando la línea meme que viene desde acá atrás. Interesante, ya que nos acercamos, puedes ver perfectamente el rechazo. Yo no lo había visto. Y este rechazo podría ser el principio de esta volatilidad expandiendo con el precio a la baja. Acá para ser alcista, lo único, y puedes ver tu promedio del 5 y el promedio del 9 están aquí arriba. Para ser alcista en Netflix tienes que primero retomar el nivel de los 104 y de ahí reventarte sin problema los 110 y de acá este máximo en 116. Por ahora es más fácil ser bajista en Netflix y entender que hay un cruce plateado a la baja. El 21 está por debajo del naranja. ¿Qué ocurrió acá? ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que cualquier oportunidad por ejemplo, a los 105, debería ser aprovechado como oportunidad de corto. Hasta ahora, porque la tendencia en corto, mediano plazo es bajista, en muy largo plazo es alcista. Eso quiere decir que está ante una corrección esto. Y además, una vez más, el plan de Oracle, ¿no? ¿Cómo va Oracle? Después de que les vendieron este tope, fue el tope más tonto de todo el planeta. Oracle ya corrigió 46% y ahorita está acá 37%. Para que tengan una idea, ¿no? Y Oracle es TikTok, y esto lo vendieron como de aquí nos vamos al cielo, tíos. Vámonos a Take-Two, que es la del videojuego de GTA, ¿no? De Grand Theft Auto, si no estoy equivocado. Mi querísimo Abu, que es el que normalmente la pide, pero hoy la pidió alguien más. ¿Quién fue? Ahorita no lo voy a buscar en el chat. Denme un segundito, ¿qué estoy viendo? Take-Two. Take-Two es un graficón. Esto es fuerza en un gráfico y no mamadas. Esto es un gráfico trimestral. Pueden ver exactamente los movimientos, ya rompiendo esta zona, lo que les prometí como en Netflix a la alza. No, en Netflix no lo tenemos. En Take-Two son los $338. ¿Y esto por qué? Porque aquí tienes un movimiento de tasa, ¿no? Y consolidación. ¿Y cómo mides el movimiento a la alza? Sencillo. Vas a la parte más baja, la juntas con la zona de ruptura y una vez que rompes, te lleva acá a los 338. Es el movimiento medido completo que te va a dar. Ahora, has estado aguantando esta línea alcista desde desde el mercado bajista en octubre. El mercado bajista en octubre, Take-Two corrigió del 2021 58%. Y esa me parece que ha sido una de las correcciones más grandes que ha tenido en toda su historia. No le va mal a Take-Two. Vamos a ver el 2008. 81%. Pero, por ejemplo, en los aranceles, ¿cuándo fueron los aranceles? Ni se nota en esta pinche tabla. De aquí a acá. A ver, deja de desconectarte, brother. Estoy ocupado. De aquí a acá fueron los aranceles, fue 15% la caída. Entonces, por ahora, Take-Two está demasiado potentemente alcista. Debería de dar continuación a los 338. Lo que te podría dar es un respiro, pero ahora, por cómo está haciendo todos los nuevos máximos y mínimos y todas las mamadas que está haciendo, yo vería la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas puedes colgar acá una línea en sí para darte una idea. Y la usaría con esta. Y trataría esto como un SFP. Me gusta más así. Y la sacaría de acá. Ok. Si pierdes esta línea, sería tu primer aviso que vas a corregir y tu primera zona serían los 215. Segunda zona sería más o menos por acá en los $200 planos. Un regalo serían los 180, pero los 180 ya se testearon. Lo que tienes y también ya no has venido a retestear esto, sí. No, la que todavía no vienes a retestear son los 214, esta zona. Y esto es lo que yo me esperaría para poder agregar a mi posición. Porque personalmente sí pienso, aunque viéndolo en la de 2 semanas tienes una vela topera, ¿no? La verde, déjenme me acerco para que lo puedan ver más de cerca. Tienes tu vela topera con instantánea confirmación. Esto podría ser un rebote para después rechazar a la baja. Estoy viendo volatilidad, está en punto nulo en la de 2 semanas, voy a ver la trimestral, está dándose la vuelta para abajo. En la anual está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia. En la de 6 meses está explotando en este momento. ¿Y qué tenemos acá? A la alza. No mames. No, del punto más bajo de toda la tabla en la historia, ¿eh? O sea, cualquier corrección va a ser oportunidad de comprar antes de que lleguemos a estos 337. 3 meses habías tenido volatilidad expandiendo y ahora se está intentando dar la vuelta. Eso nos dice que está alentando el movimiento. Mensual, tenemos volatilidad cayendo una vez más para preparar otro movimiento. En lo que está aguantando nuestro promedio del 9, todavía sigue alcista. Solamente tienes que recuperarlos $1 arriba. Tienes un mes para hacerlo. La de 2 semanas es alcista, estás por encima del 5 y el 9. Tienes volatilidad en 0. semanal, volatilidad también va para abajo a preparar un movimiento grande. Atentos, que de estos movimientos grandes pueden cambiarnos la tendencia, pero por ahora, mínimo en la de 6 meses, parece que va a ser a la alza. Y acá simplemente un dólar encima de lo que sería bajista en la diaria, digo en la semanal, y en la diaria tienes ya volatilidad contrayendo. Después de haber tenido toda esta acción, veniste al S&P 200, lo tocaste, empujaste para arriba, y la última vez que tocaste el S&P 200 fue cuando, en la caída del 2024, ya lo volviste a hacer. Yo pondría atención, esto se ve muy alcista, muy, pero empieza a poner, en la diaria también, esta es una vela topera, acá, del libro. Yo estaría viendo esto así, atentos, altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, esto podría ser una trampa y caer. Voy a ver la de 2 semanas y es como me le voy a quedar viendo a esto. En la de 2 semanas. Pierdo mi promedio del 9 en los 2.43. Siguiente objetivo sería retestear el promedio del 21, que no lo has testeado en realidad. Deberías de ir a los 228. Y si no aguantan los 2.15, que es tu promedio del 34, la corrección va a ser un poco más grande de lo que pensamos todos. Y ahí es donde tenemos que poner atención. No hay un trade, estás en medio de todo en este momento. ¿Quieres agregar? Espérate a los 2.15. La mejor oportunidad serían los 200 planos. Y ahora te sacas la lotería y tienes un ajuste grande, ya sería otra cosa. Pero yo me quedaría viendo mi setup de volatilidad, que era el mensual, el que estaba a punto de reventar, el de 2 semanas. Volatilidad en la de 2 semanas. Quiero ver dónde se dispara esto y para dónde. Ahorita no hay tanto muy claro, simplemente tiene cara alcista esto. Y ya, damas y caballeros, así que ahí lo tienen. Interesante cómo se da todo esto, ¿no? Cómo todos pensamos que una acción debería de subir o bajar solamente por un anuncio y pues te enseña que no funciona así este delicioso mundo de pendejadas, ¿no? Y con eso, pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Ahí estamos ya acabados. Bueno, yo estoy acabado. Estoy acabando, volteando a ver mis tablas. Voy a ver rápido. Bitcoin dando el rebotillo. Bien. Solana todavía no tanto, pero ahí va. El mercado está intentando encerrar en rojo, interesante. Bueno, apenas son las 11 de la mañana. Vamos a ver, de aquí a fin de día, o sea, a la 1 de la tarde, en 2 horas más, nos va a contar la historia completa este pedo. Yo estaría, bueno, yo no estaría, yo voy a estar poniendo mucha atención a esto. Y una vez más, el gran ejemplo, ¿no? De cómo el mercado no en verdad funciona como todo el mundo piensa, que te cuentan una noticia y todos nosotros tomamos la decisión de a dónde va. Esto es literalmente lo que estás viendo en Netflix. Te ponen una noticia después de que ya todo el mundo había comprado eso y ahora lo que están usando es esa noticia para venderle a toda la gente, lo mismo que en Oracle. Y es donde dices, güey, no hay forma alguna de que la gente se ponga de acuerdo y haga eso. Eso es anticomportamiento humano. Y es por eso que tienen que entender que el mercado está súper manipulado y jugando en contra de los manipuladores es lo que deberías de tener en mente para poder hacerlo a un nivel más alto de lo que estás haciendo en este momento. Porque eso explica un poco más el cómo funciona. Como cuando vemos Bitcoin sube y todo el mundo es muy alcista y volteas y dices, güey, tiene que eliminar a toda la gente que ha estado subiendo y subiendo, que nada más le vas a regalar dinero y los saca a todos. Y lo mismo para arriba y para abajo, en todos lados. Vamos a ver. Leo, la figura, una pregunta. La figura de la tasa con la agarradera, por lo general, ¿qué temporalidad es más asertiva o más efectiva analizarla? Todas estas temporadas, todo lo que veas que tiene un patrón, sean velas o sean, mientras más alta la temporalidad, más fuerte es el movimiento. Porque una vela digamos, en Bitcoin, una vela de 1 hora es de este tamaño, una vela de un día es de este tamaño, una vela de una semana es de este tamaño, una vela mensual es de este tamaño. Entonces, los movimientos más grandes vienen en temporalidades más grandes. Yo veo patrones de estos en 2 semanas para arriba. Es lo que me gusta ver. A veces uso la semanal también, no voy a engañarlos. Lo puedes usar también en 4 horas, lo puedes usar en 1 hora y todo eso. Los movimientos son más chicos, a veces funciona, a veces no. Cuando los movimientos son más grandes y lo tienes en una temporalidad más alta, es donde le sacas más lana. Entonces ahí lo tienes. Sale una pregunta pendeja, ¿cómo puedo tener 2 cuentas en BTCC con 2 diferentes correos? A mí no me piden que haga KYC, a ustedes sí. Por eso abro nuevas. Ahora, no sé si debería decir esto y ahora me van a marcar de BTCC, decirme que me vaya a la chingada ahora que deposite mi lana. Pero pues, güey, si me están dando $10,000 gratis solo por poner 100,000 en el exchange, lo voy a hacer. Vale, pues ahí está todo. Ya lo vimos. Muy feliz viernes a todos ustedes. El lunes, y esto tengo que decirle a, ¿cómo se llama? Ah, ya veo, Ramón, lo siento. A mí no me piden KYC. No sé por qué. Nunca me ha pedido, ni tampoco Blofin. ¿Qué les iba a decir? El lunes, yo creo que vamos a tener, el próximo jueves tenemos clase, para que sepan. El jueves tenemos clase 4 horas a las 7 de la mañana, hora de Los Ángeles. Como siempre, la misma hora de siempre, 30 minutos después de lo que empezamos estos en vivos. Pero el lunes creo que no los voy a ver y les voy a dejar a Alex y a Farhan encargados, que me voy a ir de vacaciones. Es mi cumpleaños y pues mi vieja me invitó a un viaje. Entonces me voy a lanzar con ella y simplemente eso. Espero que la pasen muy bien este fin de semana. Vamos a ver si Max Verstappen puede hacer lo imposible en el campeonato de Fórmula 1 y pues les mando un abrazote a todos. Cuídense mucho y gracias como siempre por estar acá. Muy divertido, muy divertido. Vamos a ver cómo nos va y a ver si paga el trade, a ver si nos paga los trades de hoy, que también hay muchísimas alertas para todos ustedes y las pendejadas que yo les mandé. Un abrazote a todos y una vez más, gracias por estar aquí conmigo.